28 days, which is pretty amazing, right, folks? You give yourselves a round of applause. And I know a little bit about that mission because what I just recited to you is actually the first line of the Young Conservatives of Texas Statement of Principles, and I am very gratified as a University of Texas alumni that a Longhorn, mainly myself, wrote that first line. Yes, horns up, the governor's a UT grad. But I have a confession, which is two Aggies, Gary Nelson and Mark Elam, wrote most of the rest of the Statement of Principles. And if you read them, they can be summed up in this fashion. Basically that God gave us the right to have free will. We have a right to freedom, but we cannot be totally free unless we have political, economic, and religious freedom, and the Constitution is the greatest framework which allows us to work for that. Right? Yeah, you get the Constitution. That guidepost of making sure that we in Texas have political freedom, religious freedom, and economic freedom is the reason why 3.5 years ago when the governor's team called and asked if I would be interested in joining them, that it was an easy decision and didn't take me long. What I've never told the governor is I was very close at that point to finalizing a deal to work with a very prominent conservative Republican lawyer nationally to help him as kind of a capstone in my career. And that would have been fun, and that would have been very economically advantageous. But it was an easy decision for me because it wouldn't have been worthwhile the way it is working for the governor. Because I knew in my heart, having observed him for 30 years, that the best chance that we have to keep Texas a free state, both economically, politically, and religiously, is to ensure that Governor Abbott is still at the helm. Yes. That's not a vague hope on my part. That's because I had a chance to observe him for 30 years. 30 years ago when I was practicing law, he was the judge in Harris County that always rated the highest judge. And when he ran for Attorney General, I and many others supported him the first time because I thought he would be a good Attorney General. But I was wrong. He was not a good Attorney General. He was a great Attorney General. And about a week ago, I got a reminder of that. I was at National Prayer Day at the Capitol, and I went back a different way than I normally go, and I saw a family, and they had stopped in front of a monument, and they were talking about how marvelous it was that that monument was on the state Capitol grounds. The monument they had stopped in front of was the monument to the 10 Commandments, with the list of the 10 Commandments. I almost did this, I thought about it, but I didn't. I almost walked up and said, hey folks, I want you to know that my boss, Governor Abbott, is the reason why that monument is there, because when he was Attorney General, he argued that case in front of the Supreme Court and won and defended religious freedom here in the state of Texas. I've worked for him for 3 years and 4 months in 2 legislative sessions, and what I've observed is he is constantly pushing for more legislation, conservative legislation, that again is always about what I just said, what the Young Conservatives of Texas principles are. He's always pushing for economic freedom, political freedom, and religious freedom. And 2 sessions ago, many bills got passed. This last session, a whole nother slew got passed, and he hasn't stopped. He's out today campaigning because he's already working on the next session, which is to get parental choice in. Amen. Right? The fact is that the governor has signed dozens and dozens of pieces of conservative legislation. And he's going to be talking to you tonight about those, but he's here for another reason. And I know this because I talked with him about this. He said it's not just about what we do in Texas today, but he wants to speak to the Young Conservatives of Texas because he knows that it's important to pass on these ideals and these protections to a new generation, and the Young Conservatives represent that. And it's just not talk. And the reason why you know it's not talk is if you were to sit in a scheduling meeting, as I do, and see the hundreds of requests that come in for the time, and knowing that he can only take a fraction. That is why when YCT asked if he could speak, I could say, I'll ask, but it's really tough. And it was really tough today because the governor has been out block walking for a supporter of parental choice this afternoon. He'll be out block walking tomorrow morning. This is his break to come talk to you. That's how important it is to support Young Conservatives of Texas. And if that doesn't impress you, let me remind you, if you haven't heard, it's just this week that Time Magazine put out its Person of the Year issue. It also lists the 100 most influential leaders in the world, and Governor Abbott was on that list. So how cool is it that the Young Conservatives of Texas have one of the most influential people in the world, not only here, but as our governor, and he's taking the time to do it. So let's show him our appreciation and welcome the governor that is defending political, economic, social freedom, the governor of the great state of Texas, your governor, Ray Abbott.
Thank you very much. Listen, give it up for Steve Ministeri. Lost track of him. Where is he at? Right over here. Listen, I cannot thank Steve enough for what he does. Y'all know his history. Actually, he was the founder of this organization. And think about this concept, and that is he founded an organization like this because he cared so much about the values that you stand for and work on every day. But when he founded it, and when he was the head of it, he got paid exactly zero. And then remember, he went on to serve as chair of the Republican Party of Texas, where he was able to continue his passion for politics and conservative values and principles. And once again, he got paid exactly zero. And now he gets to continue advancing those conservative values and principles inside the office of governor of the great state of Texas. And now he gets a big fat paycheck to pay him for everything that he does. But truly, I cannot thank him enough, because there probably is no person more connected to the young conservatives and non-young conservatives across the state. You know, he was talking about my schedule. Candidly, his schedule is a lot more rigorous than mine. He's what we call a perpetual motion machine. Always moving across the entire state of Texas, working to advocate for the values and ideas that YCT seeks to advance. Along those lines, listen, I want to express my gratitude for Young Conservatives in Texas, for everything that you all do. You know, you've heard this phrase that seems like it's appropriate to raise tonight. There are those who talk the talk, and those who walk the walk. The fact of the matter is, what YCT does, you walk the walk. There are plenty of political organizations across the state and across the country, and they meet together and they talk a whole lot. But when it comes time to do what really needs to be done to actually win elections, they don't show up. The purpose of, teasing out the best ideas and policies is truly solely for the purpose of actually implementing them. And to actually implement them, you have to get people elected to implement them. And what YCT does is work on and advance and hone those conservative policies, but then you take that next step, the essential step, because you'll do things like what I was doing today, and that is block walking, knocking on doors, voter contact, getting out the vote. That is what wins elections and puts conservatives into office. I definitely want to thank you for what you did for me. You know, you helped me last time, not just in the primary, but you helped me crush Beto O'Rourke. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it? So I'm ready to pay his filing fee in case he wants to run again. But also, you've helped a couple of people here tonight, as well as a lot of other people that I was working with during this past primary season. You know, it's important that we beat Democrats like Beto O'Rourke. But sometimes it's time to challenge a Republican. The fact of the matter is there were way too many House members who were actually voting against the designated policy preference of their own Republican constituents who put them in office in the very last primary, including on the school choice issue. An issue where in many of these districts, Republicans by like an 85 to 90% vote said yes, they want school choice. But someone like Hugh Shine, for example, about a decade-long member of the Texas House of Representatives. What people may not know, and I did not know until I got involved in the race, he used to be an elected official as a Democrat. And it stunned me when I learned about it, but it did not surprise me when I thought about it because actually, in many ways, he governed as a Democrat. Sure, he buddied up with people back home on certain business-related issues, but when it came to the issues that mattered most to conservatives, he was MIA, missing in action. And so I got involved in a race that you got involved in, and together we helped Hillary Hicklin win her primary. It wasn't even close. But it showed, and you know, I talked to her from the very first day that she announced. And the first thing I told her that day, and every time I saw her, is the candidate who works the hardest is going to win. And there's no doubt about the fact that Hillary worked the hardest. And Hillary, congratulations to you. Very, very proud. I also want to congratulate Steve Kennard, who's with us here also. We weren't involved in this race in the primary, but we're getting involved now that we're moving toward the general election. If I recall correctly, this is the race that was a seat that was formerly held by a Republican in Collin County, right?
Yes, sir.
And here's the point. That seat is a Republican seat, and Steve is going to return it to its rightful party. But no one's going to hand it to him. These things like don't come automatically or anything like that. It has to be won, fought for, and earned. And that's what YCT is all about, because you believe in values and principles that you are willing to fight for. That's what makes America great and Texas exceptional, is because we're willing to actually fight for our ideas. One of those ideas is one that Steve made reference to in his introduction. Remember, he talked about the concept of economic freedom. Economic freedom, I know, is one of the value sets that YCT is focused on, and it shows up policy-wise, especially this month, when it comes to the economic policy of taxation. April, of course, is tax month. And one thing that Texans kind of do, they kind of take for granted what our state provides in no income tax. Because get this, on April the 15th this year, the residents in 41 states had to not only pay a federal income tax, but also a state income tax. Texas is one of only 9 states without an income tax. But we all, meaning everybody in this room, we all wanted to make sure that no income tax in Texas would be lasting in a way that you could really guarantee it for the rest of your lives. And that's why together, in the legislature, we got passed a constitutional amendment that was on the ballot that you supported that got passed. And now in Texas, we not only have no income tax, We have constitutionally banned an income tax in the state of Texas. What that means in like real life terms, because it would take 2/3 of the vote of the people of the state of Texas, there's no chance in the lifetime of anybody in this room that there's going to be an income tax in the state of Texas. And also, oh, by the way, more recently, we passed a constitutional ban on a wealth tax or a value tax in the state of Texas. No matter what your assets are, they cannot be taxed in the great state of Texas. Now, if you run a business, frankly, if you build a home or if you conduct any type of activity in the state, you know that another sense of economic freedom comes from regulatory freedom. If you know what's going on in California or New York and some of these blue states around the country, the cost of regulations is even greater than the cost of taxation and is far more uncertain. And one reason why so many businesses are fleeing those other states and coming to Texas is to get away from the heavy-handed regulations they face. In Texas, we're completely different. In Texas, we ensure that government moves at the speed of business. That's one thing that makes us so attractive. And attractive has led to results. Under the past few years alone, business after business have moved to Texas, so much so now that Texas is now home to more Fortune 500 company headquarters than any other state in the United States of America. There is an award that goes out every year for the state that ranks #1 for the most economic development projects. Every year that I have been governor, Texas has ranked #1 in the United States and won the award as top for economic development. Are there any college football fans here tonight? So I can tell by what some people said, there's some Aggie fans here. So here, let me just mention a name. So there's somebody that I know Aggies dislike. And that is Nick Saban. And Nick, for those who do not know, Nick Saban is the immediate past head coach of the University of Alabama football team. He just retired. But he retired, he's won more national championships than any other college football coach ever in the history of college football. He's won 7 of them. Here's my point. He's the GOAT of college football coaches. He has won more national championships than any other head football coach. He's on this Aflac commercial, all that kind of stuff, for winning 7 national championships. Well, by God, as governor of Texas, I have won 9 national championships. I should have 9 rings on my finger. I should be the person in that Aflac commercial, not Nick Saban. Another thing that this may be more tangible to people in this room and others, and that is a report just came out showing once again, Texas ranks #1 for the most new jobs added of any state in the United States of America in the past year. If we add all of our economic prosperity up together, it shows that there are only 7 countries in the world with a gross domestic product larger than Texas. Our annual gross domestic product now exceeds $2.4 trillion. And only the United States, China, India, Japan, United Kingdom, Germany, and France have an economy larger than Texas. And the way things are going, this time next year, the economy of Texas will surpass France, and we will have the 7th largest economy in the entire world. We'll come back to Dallas, Texas, and have a big French fry cook-off when we do that. But listen, all this economic success leads to this other economic freedom we were talking about, and that's freedom from taxation. Listen, I know that a tax that's punishing Texans is our property tax. That's why we worked this past session to provide the largest property tax cut ever in the history of Texas. But going through all this economic information shows that as we return to a session when Hillary Hickman is going to be working for you in the state capitol, we are going to have another large budget surplus like we did this last year, and we will work to once again deliver to you another huge property tax cut here in the state of Texas. But I want to use that to make a very important point and maybe an observation about our own country. It doesn't matter, perhaps, the size of your economy, the strength of your economy, if the underlying foundation is flawed because the values upon which that economy is built are not strong. They're weak. And if you look at what's going on across the United States of America, which is the largest economy in the world, the chaotic values that the Biden administration and the progressive leftists are, I started to say allowing to occur, that they're promoting across the country, they're causing the fabric of our society to fray, to erode, to crumble. And we got to do something about it. And that's what we're doing in the state of Texas. Because yes, we do have an incredibly strong economy. But we understand at the very same time, we got to protect the values that underlie our society if we have any hope that we're going to retain our strong economy. And that begins by protecting things like ending DEI in our colleges. Hoping that with a group like this, I know you know what DEI is, but if you really get to observe what's going on in our colleges, which I know you were in college more recently than I was. But listen, I've seen from the inside the destruction of what's going on at UT, at Kennedy, at A&M, at Texas Tech. You cannot name a public school, university in the state of Texas that hasn't had prolific DEI. And they use it to drive conservatives out of professorships, drive conservative ideology out of classroom discussions, and compel upon their students and fellow educators this leftist ideology that will destroy the United States of America. And when we realized that the magnitude of what was going on, we knew we had to pass the strongest piece of legislation in the United States that put financial consequences on any university that has any DEI, and we completely eliminated DEI in the universities across the state of Texas. Conservative ideas must have a place on our campuses. There's something else going on that is really kind of beyond comprehension. You know, there was a time definitely when I was growing up, but through the lifetime of most of us, where one thing that needed to be done, and that was to promote equality of women with regard to access to college as well as participation in sports. And if there's anybody here in this room who pays any attention to women's college basketball, you know there actually is not equality, because women's college basketball in their national championship game had more viewers than men's college basketball national championship. But here's the deal. The leftist agenda is trying to erode and end all of that with this crazy concept of having men who identify as women participate in women's sports. We had Riley Gaines come work with me in Austin, Texas this past session. I'm sure you know who Riley Gaines is. She was the college swimmer who was required by the NCAA to beat not only women that she was swimming against, but also a man that she was swimming against. And the man against who she swam, she actually tied, and the NCAA gave the award to the man, not to her. And so she came to Austin and we worked together. And I signed a law that says no men in women's sports in the state of Texas. And and I know you all know that this leftist ideology is not just contained to our colleges and universities. It exists in our lower level schools across the state of Texas. Just up the street from where we are right now is Lewisville, Texas. In Lewisville, Texas, in the high school, recently, as in just a month ago, they had a high school teacher who was a man who would go to school dressed as a woman in a dress, high heels, and makeup. Now, what do you think is going through the mind of the students that's in that classroom? Are they focusing on the subject that this person is trying to teach? I don't know. What I do know are these two things. One is this person, a man, dressing as a woman, in a public high school in the state of Texas. He's trying to normalize the concept that this type of behavior is okay. This type of behavior is not okay. And this is the type of behavior that we want to make sure we end in the state of Texas. But the second thing is this. If you had a child in that classroom, would you want to be able to say, hey, wait a second, I'm not going to send my child to that classroom. I deserve to be able to move my child elsewhere. Do you think you would have that right?
No, you don't.
You don't. Not in the state of Texas. Because that right would mean that you would have school choice. And we tried to get school choice passed in the regular session, in special session after special session. And it was people like you shine. It was, actually, so you'll know, it was every Democrat and about 20 Republicans who stood in the way of school choice in the state of Texas. That's why I knew it was time we had to change. And those, because we knew the Republicans were not representing their districts. And that's why we went on that campaign trail and we won those races. We're going to win races in the runoffs, and we are going to have school choice for parents and kids. Y'all know as well as I do that the number one issue in Texas as well as the United States is the border. It's a chaos. There's been nothing like it ever happened in our lifetime. In fact, it's been going on so long, we've been living under this pall of the broken border. People don't remember that it was just 4 years ago that we had the fewest illegal border crossings in 45 years. It's because Trump put into place 4 policies. Remain in Mexico, Title 42, in catch and release, and build a border wall. It just took good governance to stop illegal immigration. And then go back and remember when Joe Biden took office, he signed all those executive orders eliminating all of those secure border policies and opened the border to now more than 9 million, maybe more than 10 million people crossing the border illegally from more than 150 different countries across the globe, including people let out of prison in Venezuela and other very dangerous people, including also a record number of people on the terrorist watch list. And know this very important fact. If you're on the terrorist watch list, you pay extra to the cartels not to be apprehended. As many of the hundreds of known terrorists on the watch list who've been apprehended, there are far more than that who evaded apprehension, who are roaming around the United States, and not the president, not the FBI director, not the CIA, not anybody knows their whereabouts or what they're doing. Which is exactly why last month the FBI director said that he does anticipate the possibility of another 9/11 style terrorist attack taking place because of our open border and our southern border. Well, by God, we're Texans and we've had it, and Texas is taking a stand, and we as a state, we are securing our own border. Let me tell you what we're doing. So Texas is building our own border wall. We're the only state in the history of America to actually build our own border wall. And we're not reinventing the wheel. We're building the exact same border wall that Donald Trump was putting up. The only thing is that when you look at the amount of wall that's already been put up and the amount of wall that's under construction, Texas is adding more of the Trump border wall in Texas than Trump built in the state of Texas. Remember those big orange buoys that we put into the Rio Grande River? But those are almost the size of your table. And they were designed by the Border Patrol to make sure that people would not be able to cross illegally. And they work. And we put them in the river. And wouldn't you know, Joe Biden would file a lawsuit to put a stop to it. And that lawsuit is tied up in court as we speak right now. But also, as we gather here tonight, those buoys remain in the Rio Grande River. And we've deployed thousands of National Guard. As we are in this wonderful venue here tonight, there are thousands of National Guard patrolling tonight on our border. Please give a big hand to the men and women. They basically have two tasks. One is they are in typical military style. They are using the training that they get in the Army to build these multi-layered razor wire border barriers that are basically impossible to get past except for the most adept cartel member. But they're built for military-grade purposes, and they built hundreds of miles of this along the border. And then when they build it, they stand behind it and guard it. And here's what has happened. So you'll recall that moment in time. This happened back in January this year, when Joe Biden was violating the laws of the United States of America, using a park in Eagle Pass, Texas, to allow illegal immigration and then illegal processing of people into this country. And I told the National Guard, we are not going to accept Joe Biden's illegal use of Texas land anymore, and I want you to go seize that 50-acre park and wire it shut. When the sun rose the next day, that 50-acre park was completely wired shut. And before that was done, under Biden's rulemaking, under his decisions, there were as many as 5,000 people crossing right at that spot a day. Now there's not thousands of people or hundreds of people, even dozens of people. For example, for the entire month of April that we're in right now, there's an average on a daily basis of just under 2 people a day crossing in that area. And by the way, those 2 people, they are arrested by the Texas Department of Public Safety. If you look all together at what's happened on the border in the past 2 years, it's astonishing when you start enforcing the law. And by the way, when you go back a month, remember when Biden told you that he needed Congress to pass a law for him to be able to do anything to secure the border? Either A, he was lying to you, or B, he had no idea what he was talking about, or C, all of the above. You know the answer is C. I want you to make sure you know what the law requires. The law passed by Congress before Biden ever became president requires the president to deny illegal entry to the country. It requires the president to detain anybody who comes in illegally. It requires the president to build border barriers. And what Texas is doing is very simply what Congress has already authorized the federal government to do. And what we're doing also is what the state of Texas authorized us to do. Because this past session, in a special session, Texas signed its own border security law. It allows Texas to do exactly those 3 things. And wouldn't you know, when it goes into effect, Joe Biden files a lawsuit to stop Texas from doing what Joe Biden is supposed to be doing. It's tied up in court right now. But once again, that's not stopping us, because we are still arresting anybody who gets through any of that razor wire, and they are arrested for aggravated criminal trespassing, subject to, at a minimum, 180 days behind bars the first time, and it turns into a felony the second time. We're going to use every tool we can to secure the border. So here are the numbers of where we are now, compared March of 2 years ago to March of this year. Illegal immigration in Texas has gone down by 75%, while it's gone up in other states by 24%. It shows that deterrence is working. In fact, senators in the state of New Mexico, they just went on a border tour themselves and reported back to their governor that what Texas is doing is working, because all the cartels now are taking people not across the Texas border, but into the state of New Mexico. And so Texas is not only the only state to build our own border wall against another country, we're the only state to build a border wall between our state and another state, the state of New Mexico. And then there's what we're doing with regard to busing. What we're doing with busing is, the way this began is that small little towns in South Texas, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, etc. They were having the Biden administration drop off hundreds, if not thousands of people a day into these small towns that had no ability to accommodate those people, processed and dropped off there. And I said, I'll take care of this. And thus began the busing project. And what the thought process was, for one, we needed help in these local communities, but for another, we had Joe Biden, who himself had never been to the border, and we had the border czar, Kamala Harris, who had never been to the border. And so I thought, well, if they're not going to come to the border, by God, we'll take the border to them, and we'll start busing for Washington, D.C. We bus them to the residence of the Vice President of the United States of America. And truly, the only place we were sitting them at the time was the self-declared sanctuary city of Washington, D.C. And out of nowhere, this Mayor Adams guy from New York started criticizing me for busing them to New York, which also happens to be a sanctuary city. And we were not sending them there. We sent him notification we were not. We sent out a press release we were not. We were only busing them to Washington, D.C. But that did not stop Mayor Adams. He kept criticizing me for sending them to New York. So I thought, well, hell, if I'm going to get the criticism, I'm going to get the credit. And that's the busing to New York City. And there were all these other self-declared sanctuary cities: Chicago, Philadelphia, LA, and the list is long. Here's the point. When all these self-declared sanctuary cities, who talk real big about, oh, we stand for sanctuary cities, and we'll accept anybody, but when they had to deal with it, they realized they couldn't do it. They couldn't live up to their platitudes. And that changed the entire conversation across the United States of America with regard to Joe Biden's open border policies. And you go back to what Steve talked about in the introduction. The reason why I was recognized for what I had done, or let's say recognized in that way of having that level of influence, is because single-handedly I was able to reshape not just the discussion about immigration in the United States, but also reshape the race for president. Because by far the number one issue in the presidential race is immigration. And Biden has a favorable rating of 23% on immigration, and an unfavorable rating of 64%. I've never seen a candidate that upside down, and definitely never seen a candidate that upside down win. I believe that anybody in this room would beat Joe Biden. And so I pray for Joe Biden's health every day to make sure he's going to be on the ballot in November, because the number one issue for Trump is going to be secure our border. And he is going to win that election, and we are going to fire Joe Biden as president of the United States. But I know this much, and that is none of this really happens without the involvement of people like those in this room here tonight. The young conservatives right here in the Lone Star State. Your activism, your involvement, your engagement, your hard work make all the difference. All the way from the State House to the White House. Your time, your effort is invaluable. Candidly, what may be more valuable than that are the values that you have and your willingness not just to share those values, but to fight for those values. You recognize something that some other people your age don't realize yet. And that is, if you do not fight for those values, there's this other side out there that are grabbing those values away from you in a way that may never be repaired. The need for you to be engaged is higher now and far more important now than it's ever been. And you are the ones making the difference. So it's with great gratitude that I got off of the door-knocking campaign and got to come out and say thank you to the young leaders in this state who are making the most profound difference for the future of the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of the world. Thank you all. God bless you.
I just want to again thank the governor for all he's done to support parental choice in education. My family's made the tough personal decision and great sacrifice to send myself and my siblings to a Texas private school. So this is a personal issue to me. And if you've been in YCT for a while, you know that this has been a priority of ours since our founding in 1980. But now, for the first time in my lifetime, and many of our lifetimes in this room, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
The work Governor Abbott has done over the past several years, I've never seen anything like it. So let's give one more round of applause for Governor Abbott. Now, I have the great honor to give 2 awards tonight. Now, for those that are unaware, there have been a lot of major accomplishments in Dallas County over the last several years. One of which being the major news that the mayor of Dallas himself completely switched parties. Local party leadership is often a thankless job, so it's important we take notice of these individuals. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage to present the Conservative Leadership Award to the Dallas County Republican Party Chair, Jennifer Stoddard. Thank you so much to Jennifer. Our next award goes to a student who has demonstrated the work ethic of an ideal YCTer. This person has made over 125,000 phone calls this primary season and has been an active participant in their chapter and on their campus. In recognition of this, I am honored to present the Colby Pieper and Brianna Becker Award for conservative dedication to Glenn Stokes from Trinity YCT.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Governor.
Congratulations.
Attaboy, Glenn!
Let's give another round of applause for all the conservative leaders during the 100,000 stories today, 100,000 All right. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage a good friend of YCT, Chris Fales.
See you all. Thank you.
last 2 weeks, I've done a lot of traveling. I've been in Arkansas, Louisiana, and I just got off a plane from Nashville this morning, Tennessee. One thing about all three of those states is they're red states, just like Texas. All three of those states have a higher tax burden. None of those states were number one for business. None of those states have as good conservative values as the state of Texas does. And there's something about that. And I think a lot of that has to do with what Steve Ministeri did with this group about 44 years ago, right? I think it has a lot to do with this group right here, because Governor Abbott may not be YCT alumni, a lot of the state senators, a lot of the state reps may not be, but the people in their office, the people who are block walking, the people who are making those phone calls, they are. And honestly, all the bills that are coming through the legislature, that's a little bit too much for a legislature to do. He or she needs that staff. And that good staff comes from the people who are members of this group. And that's what matters. It takes good people. And what it really takes is that networking that this group needs. This group needs, because a lot of students on campus don't know that YCT even exists today. And right now, they have no staff. Every dollar that goes into this group goes directly into tabling and doing events. And that's why it's important that you support this group, that we all support this group as much as we can. Because if we're not doing events, if they're not having groups, if they're not tabling, then there's conservative students who are coming onto campus and they're getting disenfranchised. And they're going away, they're being pulled in other directions. And that's another block walk. That's another staffer. That's somebody who's not making phone calls. That's somebody who's not getting involved in this movement. And it's somebody who may actually not be conservative tomorrow, because they end up listening to that liberal professor on campus. And so, everybody just look on your table. Here's a little card for you right here. Scan it with your phone and put that money in there, because it's time to put the money where it counts. Help buy another pizza for an event at somebody's dorm room. Go ahead and do that right now. We can go ahead, or just at least save it in your phone so you can do it later. But we've got to put that money in there. Let a group have a speaker. This is how we do it. This is how we bring people in. This is how we get another block walker. This is how you get another chief of staff in that legislature's office to make sure that you hold their feet to the fire and that they're conservative and that they're doing the right thing for us. So let's step it up. Be sure that we're doing everything we can to support this group besides just coming to a dinner tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our supporters truly are our best advertisers. Thank you so much to everyone in attendance tonight for your dedication to the creation of the next generation of conservative leaders. Your financial support makes all of this possible. Thank you so much for your support and have a great night. And as a reminder, our general session begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the Veranda Park View. Once again, thank you to our Reagan level sponsors, Ruth Chambers and Steve Ministeri.
My name is Michael Moore, and I am an alumnus of YCT at the University of Houston. And YCT's Senior Vice Chairman. It's my pleasure to formally begin our Saturday programming. This convention will be made up of panels with a break built into the schedule after the first two panels. If you need to leave the room during the panel, feel free to leave and return quietly. We are very excited about the panels and speakers that are joining us today. I hope that these panels both improve your holistic knowledge of conservative movement and encourage you to continue making a difference on your college campus. Remember that if you are inspired to join the conservative movement professionally, please send your resume and we will find you an internship. A reminder before we begin these panels. These panels are made up of panelists who represent the wide diversity of opinions inside the conservative movement. To paraphrase the Philadelphia Society, we are here to seek understanding, not conformity. Some panels might feature spirited debates of which you can feel strongly about. We are here on behalf of the conservative movement, not our hyphenated sub-identities. You will not agree with everything you hear today, and you will be better for it. Our first panel of the day is our legislators and elected officials panel. Can we please have a loud round of applause for our moderator, Julia Crucius.
All right, hi, I'm Julia Crucius, and I'm a YCT alum from Trinity, and I'm also the former state chair, and I now work in the state legislature. And I'm very excited to be moderating this panel today. To start things off, I would like if y'all could go down the line and introduce yourselves briefly.
Okay, I'm Hillary Hickland. I am the Republican nominee for State Representative in House District 55. That is part of Bell County, so Temple, Belton, Hartgrove. You probably, a better description is we are halfway between Austin and Waco on I-35.
Well, howdy. My name is Joel Castro. I proudly serve on Alvin City Council, which is halfway between Houston and Galveston. I got elected when I was a teenager, probably younger than some of y'all. I was 18, been there for 6 years, and now I'm 25. I'm a grown man now, I don't have a bedtime. And so I pretty much have dedicated my free time to encourage other young people, just like y'all, to run for office and be the next conservative trailblazers that we need to get good policies in City Hall, School Board, and State Legislature.
Good morning, my name is Steve Kennard. I'm the Republican nominee for State Representative in House District 70, which is just north of town here in Collin County in the suburbs. I'm a born and raised Dallas guy, proud fighting Texas Aggie, and UTD is in my district, and I'm just encouraged to see everyone here in this room and for the opportunity to expand this movement to UTD and make that a part of winning this district back for the Republicans in November.
Great, thank you all so much. My first question is for Joel. Can you tell us why you initially wanted to run for office and what you've thought of your time on the city council so far?
For sure. So I was just out of high school when I decided to run. I knew it was just getting over the Trump presidential. Trump just got elected, and I was fired up. I got involved in high school because I really wanted to see Hillary Clinton get defeated. The bad Hillary, and I knew I just wanted to get involved. So just like many of y'all here, I just started knocking doors, making phone calls, dedicating my weekends to make sure we get good Republicans in office, good conservatives in office. 7 months after graduating high school, I had a gentleman come up to me and he said, Joel, you should think about running for office. And I said, there's no freaking way anybody's going to vote for an 18-year-old in Alvin, Texas. And they're like, well, you should really think about it. And I was like, nah, it was a special election. The guy resigned. And I knew there was another guy that was going to run. And the guy that was going to run was 69 at the time. And he was a veteran, he was a businessman. He was involved in the city longer than I've been alive. And I thought, well, there's no way I could beat someone like that. He has way more credentials. But after I thought about it, I knew I was sick and tired of seeing people complain about policies that are happening in their city, things that are not coming to their city. And I wanted to be able to make a change and bring a fresh conservative perspective to City Hall and implement common sense conservative policies. So I ran on policy. I mean, I ran on an issue. I didn't make it about age. I didn't make it about, I wasn't anti anything. I was pro something. And so I want to make sure that we were able to get good conservative policies elected in City Hall. And that's exactly what I ran on. I ran on making Alvin the best place to live, work, and worship. And I knocked doors. I made phone calls. And I went into a runoff election because I had 2 opponents. And we ended up beating him. And I remember election night, I didn't think I was going to win because my opponent was attacking me because I was just some teenager living in my mother's basement, essentially. Didn't do a daggone thing. You know, I literally, here's a story. Someone told me I should tell this. I don't think I've ever said this. I sold my PlayStation to buy campaign signs. And there you go. So, yeah, I miss playing Fallout, but I knew that I really wanted to be dedicated to making my city a better place to live, work, and worship. And I remember election night, we were sitting down, my opponent got really negative towards the end in the runoff, and he was talking about being, me being young, and I was, whatever. The typical stuff we probably all hear, being young. And I was just defeated. In a runoff, there's usually a decrease in votes. But there was over a 60% increase in mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots are older people. And my opponent was 70. He was older than my grandma at the time. And I thought, I was like, shoot, I got crushed. And I thought the negative campaign was going to win. And I know, Hillary, you went through, you got attacked like a son of a gun. But what come to find out is you just stick to your message, right? You be a positive warrior. It's easier to catch a bee with honey than it is vinegar. And people receive that message. They saw, well, age isn't about maturity, or maturity isn't about age, because the guy who's nearly 4 times my age is the one acting mature. The 18-year-old is being positive, sticking to the message, and putting in the work. And people voted for me. And I remember election night, I got a phone call from, it was either Texas Tribune or Texas Monthly, and they said, how's it feel to be the youngest elected official in Texas? And I said, oh shoot, I had no idea. And they're like, well, what are you going to do? So it was a Saturday when I got elected. Like, what are you going to do on Sunday? I was like, I don't know. I'm going to go to church and eat some enchiladas. I had no idea what I'm going to do. I didn't think about it. But ever since then, I was really dedicated to make sure that we get other younger people involved in politics.
Well, great. Thank you so much. For Hillary, speaking of campaigns, you launched a primary challenge against a well-established, very well-funded incumbent. Can you tell us why you wanted to do that and how your experience campaigning was and how the race went?
Yeah, so I didn't set out to run for office. I just saw needs in my community and specifically issues that were affecting my life and just all the garbage. I have 4 kids, by the way. My oldest is 14, my youngest is 4. And just seeing all the garbage coming at our kids and our families, specifically in public schools, and not being able to make an impact locally. I spoke before the school board multiple times, and it was specifically regarding the issue of sexually explicit materials in our public school libraries. I was even spamming our elected officials with porn samples from our local libraries, and I was getting pretty creative and just ways to make an impact, but not getting anywhere. So I recognized that I needed to start going to Austin every week, and we're just an hour from Austin, so it was definitely doable. I would just get in my car and go to the Capitol, not really knowing what to do, but networking. I actually sat into some forums for the Texas Public Policy Foundation. That was a fantastic resource for me, just learning about the legislative process, educating myself on policy, and starting to network that way. I served on the subcommittee for the Republican Party of Texas to stop sexualizing Texas kids. And that was really my in to interacting with elected officials and legislators in Austin, helping to make a difference that way. And I really liked making a difference or having influence and no responsibility. So truly, I was not thinking about running for office, except when I kept coming against the same roadblock that was my representative, and seeing issues that my community clearly wanted. School choice is one example of one issue. My community voted in favor of school choice in the Republican primary twice, once in 2012 and once in another time in 2022. 88% were in favor of school choice, yet he was one of the holdouts. So I determined that it was something that I was willing to put everything behind, and not really knowing how it was going to go. Very intimidated by his experience and his war chest. Whenever I decided to step into the race, he had $650,000, but it was something that I was absolutely compelled to do, even if it just meant educating the community on who is representing them, on educating them on the issues. It was worth it to me, not knowing that I would have so many resources, like the governor's endorsement coming behind me, and that was huge. So I just, it was scary. That first step was really scary. I remember going home and talking to my husband about it, and said, hey, I think this is what I'm supposed to do. And he said, definitely. So then I got really scared, because then it was, sometimes I wish that he would be like, oh, I don't know, I have to think about it. I'd be like, yeah, you're right. But when he said that, then it got really real. And so in regards to the campaign, it was really about having local support of volunteers, and I'll shout out the UMHB Young Conservatives. This whole thing has been bigger than me from the beginning, and there were so many little miracles along the way. And one story, it was early on. I'm out block walking, and I see this guy in his driveway. I don't even think he was on the list, but if somebody was outside, I was going to talk to him. List as in Republican households to door knock. And but I talked to him, and the guy's name was William Travis. I mean, what a better name to save Texas than that. And turns out he's very involved in the Young Conservatives of Texas and UMHB. He's like, you don't know what's going on here, but this is awesome. You need to fill out this form. We're gonna talk about endorsing you, which was so wonderful. In the primaries is when you need help. That's when you need support. But so many Republican organizations stand back and they wait until the primaries work their way out. And that might be one of the big reasons why incumbents are reelected at a rate of 94%. It is nearly impossible to take out an incumbent because you're just climbing a mountain. And so having amazing support of a lot of young people. Reagan, Keith over here was a really integral part of my team, and he's the president of the Bell County Young Republicans. And so just having tons of boots on the ground, focusing on the issues, getting face to face with voters, and not being deterred from the establishment people that would turn their backs on me and not really welcome me into the room. I would just go and knock on every closed door I would get. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna knock 30 more doors, because that's just one vote. And it really was encouraging to me, and I think it made the difference, because end of the day, there were 4 candidates in that race, and I won a majority. I was at 53% of the vote. The incumbent had 39% of the vote. So yeah, we beat him by 14 points, and it's pretty exciting.
Well, for Steve, you are challenging a Democrat incumbent in a district that's quite close, I believe, in terms of partisan split. Can you tell us about the landscape of your race, the differences between you and your opponent, and I guess what we should be following leading up to the election in November?
Sure, yeah, I want to echo a little bit what Hillary just said, in that it's so important for me moving into this election that I had an opportunity in the primary to kind of rally the conservative base. around me, and a big part of that is organizations like YCT that are prepared, willing, and engaged in that primary process to identify candidates like me that are unapologetically standing for Christian values, for conservative values, the family as the basis of our civilization. And those are the convictions that got me to run, not because I have a bunch of money or somebody back in my campaign. I just felt like we needed that voice in this race. I didn't know what was going to happen. I won by almost 40 points, and YCT was a part of that. So I've got that momentum coming into the race. A big part of the struggle when you're going up against an incumbent is name ID. I mean, right now, as many of you, probably all of you are well aware, there's a pretty contentious runoff season upon us. I understand why most people's eyes are on this, but what I'd like to impress upon you is why the engagement in this group is important in this race. I think often people feel like I can't make a difference. There's 150 House seats, right, in the state of Texas, and that's not even talking Senate and all these other types of races. Here's why I think this is important, though. There is no other race out of those 150 for a seat currently held by a Democrat with a slimmer margin of victory. This one-term incumbent won by 850 votes. Within this district, where there's 190,000 people that live in House District 70, 550 of that 850 vote margin of victory was in my precinct where I live, which is right next to the University of Texas at Dallas. This district primarily flipped Democrat on that campus. We have to make a change there. There's over 30,000 people that attend that university. You're going to tell me there's not 500 or 600 there that are going to turn out this election, realizing that we have to push back on an insane agenda that is taking their education and making it about sexual proclivities or racial identities? I know we can win there. We can win there. And so we're going to make a change. I live right next to that campus, and I look forward to supporting and doing everything I can to have a YCT chapter there. But I just want to impress upon you that every single vote counts. I know it sounds cliche, but in this race, it is more true than ever. Another big difference in terms of the landscape going into this, this district, House District 70, was very dramatically changed in the last redistricting process. I believe that no part of this current district touches any of the old. So if you go look up online, well, the trend line of House District 70, it doesn't make any sense because it was very Republican and all of a sudden it flipped. Well, the makeup of the district is completely different. And the reason that that's important is we have one term now, a one-term incumbent. And if we can flip this and take it back, I think this becomes a Republican district again. Collin County has been 100% red for decades, and all of a sudden this happened. However, if we go the other direction and you've got a two-term incumbent, that's a whole different animal. As Hillary said, the more you've got that incumbent momentum, the harder and harder it gets to make a change there. Our number one mission in this district is to overcome the apathy. That apathy of, well, it just doesn't matter, it doesn't affect me. The whole reason I'm here is it does affect me. I was admitting to a few of you, I'm a little bit embarrassed to say this, but it is important. In the depths of COVID, my wife and I had a moment where we said, are we going to have to move to Florida if we want to raise our family? I reject that. I'm a proud Texan. We don't follow, we lead. And we have to make a change in this state. This is the state for families. The families, the parents are in charge here. And we're going to take back the culture by allowing the local community and the parents to control what's going on. Not me in Austin, not Hillary. That's not what we're about. We're about putting y'all in this room back in charge. If we take that message, we're going to win. We're going to win, and we can do this. So I want to make sure that y'all know this matters. I need your help. I'm very invested in having more younger people involved. And if you want to step up and run for city council, like Joelle, what a great example. If you want to step up and run for school board, I'm done with this. It's nonpartisan. It's not your race. Don't get involved. Every race is important for our values. I will help you. I will help you. I'm in this to build a team to take our state back. And so that's why I think this race is a bellwether. It matters, even if you don't live in the district, even if you're at SMU and that's down the street from me. What's going on at UTD matters for the rest of the state to set the tone of what the outcome is going to be in November of turning this thing back around and making Texas a leader across the country.
You mentioned briefly voter apathy and the issue with that. I wanted to ask all of y'all, it seems like voters often pay attention to the top of the ticket and less attention as you move further down. Can you talk about why it's important to pay attention to local elections like the city council or even the state races?
Yeah, I need to go. You can go down the line.
All right, we'll go back the other way.
Okay.
Great question. Let me give you a simple statistic here for you to appreciate. Most of my district, almost all of it, is Plano ISD is one of the larger school districts in the state. The Plano ISD budget far exceeds that of the city itself of Plano. It's over $700 million. Education as an investment for the state of Texas is number one. 50 cents of every dollar that we invest in terms of our public funds in Texas is going into education. So even if you don't have kids in the school system, this affects you. I would say it affects you more than almost anything else because the majority of our treasure is going into this, which I think is the right thing. We should invest boldly in future generations. The problem is we're not investing in those students. We're investing in a bureaucracy.
Yeah.
It's been taken over by a leftist agenda that nobody in the light of day agrees with. Nobody, when you show them this ridiculous pornography in the library, says, well, yeah, I think that should be there. It's outrageous. And so that's the way we break through the apathy. You tell someone, hey, does $700 million in your community mean nothing to you? Because that's your money. Here's what's even more ridiculous. There's over 250,000 people that live within that footprint, that Plano ISD footprint. Turnout in the last election was 12,000 people. Okay, that $700 million is being directed primarily by insiders, by people benefiting directly from the different favors and handouts and nonsense going on there. We can win because we're at a turning point where they've overplayed their hand. The level of absurdity of what's going on in the system cannot stand in the light of day. I have almost 100% win rate talking to parents in terms of getting them engaged in this when we talk about these issues because what I told you is so shockingly ridiculous. And so that's the kind of message I want to bring. I said, yeah, there's a presidential election. You get to vote in that too. You can make your choice. But that presidential election is not controlling or putting you, the community, back in charge of that $700 million. And so that's what I'm here to talk about. And I do think that if we get out and we knock doors and meet people face to face, we're going to break through because this issue is coming higher and higher. I'll give you one last example. I have some neighbors that are great people, friends of ours, not politically involved at all. You know, my sign's been up in my yard from the beginning, guys. I'm out there knocking doors. They didn't vote in the election. Hurts my feelings a little bit. They're pregnant with their first kid, and now all of a sudden they're like, tell me about the school system. Tell me what's going on there. Now they're politically involved, so people are coming to the table because the assumption was, well, it's Collin County, it's the land of families, it's suburbia, it's safe. Well, now, no, it's not. It's not. The school system has completely changed. The fentanyl poisoning is real. Sadly, more and more people have someone that they know or that is within their sphere of actual people in their lives that have been affected by the flood of drugs coming across the border. And so what was apathetic 2 years ago in that last election, I think is going to flip now, particularly as I go around and talk to people and say, we have a Democrat for the first time in Collin County in decades is representing us in the State House. People are kind of surprised. Well, she seems nice. I said, well, do you agree that children under 18 should be subjected to surgeries that mutilate them for the rest of their lives? Well, no. Almost nobody agrees with that kind of nonsense. And so if we bring that record to the surface, we can break through that.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal answer. Just to piggyback on what you said, Steve, some of the things that's really important is that the city council school board affects your everyday life.
Yeah.
And whether you live in a Republican district or not, Bell County, and I'm sure Collin County, y'all are clearly the most conservative candidates out there. How many school board members went out and campaigned for y'all?
Oh.
I mean, they campaigned against y'all,
Yeah, they don't
right?
like me very much.
And, yeah, exactly. And And these local elections, most of them, because their May ballots are different than the November ballots, you have less than 10% of voter turnout. So every single vote counts. When you talk about what's happening in the school districts, where there's taxpayer-funded porn in the libraries where elementary kids are seeing, that's heinous, ludicrous that it's even allowed. But that can be changed with people's vote and removing those woke school board members and removing the stronghold that TASB has on school boards. Another thing when it comes to city council, we've heard about woke policies like defunding the police. We've seen some where people are I saw something recently. There was a city who called for a ceasefire. Their city council wanted a ceasefire in Palestine or in Gaza, which is ridiculous. And you have all these woke sanctuary cities, all these woke city councils that are passing these laws. You can change that through electing conservative councils. You have councils all across Texas who are incurring so much amount of debt. If you look at your taxes, one thing you brought up is we pay way too much in federal taxes. Most of it's going to Ukraine, by the way, I feel like, not to our own border. But you have all these taxes going to federal government. But if you look at your actual bill, the property tax bill, a lot of that is going to your school board and it's going to your city council. And what are you getting in return for that? You're getting an inflated bureaucracy and regulations that are hurting small business owners. And so we can all change that through electing good principled conservatives throughout all levels of government. And then the state legislature as well, excuse me, Hillary, but there's state legislature as well. Because of people like Hillary, because of people like Steve, and those people that are elected, we were able to ban abortion in Texas. We were able to get constitutional carry in Texas. We're able to pass the largest amount of tax relief in Texas' last legislative session. And because of that, in the next legislative session, we're going to get school choice. So it's extremely important that we get people like Hillary and Steve in the legislature, because these are policies that are going to affect you every single day. And it's going to ensure that Texas remains the resilient state that it is and keeps the Texas miracle alive.
One of the reasons, sorry, cut into your vlog. Because we are to be locally governed, those are the entities that have their hands in your pockets. But I think part of the reason that there's so much local apathy is just lack of understanding. I'm talking to the choir right now because you guys are here. The fact that you're here shows that you're engaged, you're very educated on the issues and how to make a difference, which is amazing. Definitely not where I was when I was, in college. And so it gives me a lot of hope. But a lot of these local races go uncontested or sometimes just open. How many of you guys know that this year, coming up May 4th, there is local elections for 3 spots on the tax appraisal board? Do you know that? Yeah, well, right. I mean, most people don't know that, and those boards, those positions went essentially unfilled, so they got appointed by those who are already part of the system. So here we are, we can watch the news, we can read the statewide national papers and know what's going on nationally and locally, but who is going to be at the school board meetings? Who's going to be at the city council meetings? It really does matter, and those are the people that sometimes have the easiest path to run like tyrants. But those are the ones who have their hands in your pockets. I watched as the state legislature worked really hard over the regular session and 2 special sessions to issue property tax relief. Even if you don't own a home, property taxes still affect your rent rate. And a huge portion of our property taxes, like they said, 2/3 of it is the school board. What are we getting for our money's worth? We're graduating 97% of schools, but less than 50% can read and do math on grade level. I'm talking to local business owners who can't find anybody to hire that can read a tape measure or do percentages. This is critical and a crisis. And so being engaged locally at the ground level is paramount and huge, but it takes individual initiative to do that.
So speaking of the word local, I want to ask y'all about a phrase we hear all the time in the Capitol, local control. We often hear it used as an objection to when the state wants to do something like mandate local governments not raise property taxes by a certain level or mandate a school district provide a service. Can you talk about what your idea of local control is and what you think the proper balance is?
Oh yeah, I love this question. So the people who talk about local control are, by the way, taxpayer-funded lobbyists who are in the pockets of bureaucrats and don't really care about taxpayers. But they also are ignorant to the Texas Constitution, where it says that local governments are sub-political divisions of the state of Texas. So it's not like, there's a difference between, the states and the federal government, right? There's, separation between them. That's not it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we adhere to the state laws. Local governments are a subcommittee of the great state of Texas. And people like to tout the local control things because they don't want the legislature to take away the power of rogue city council members that pass a tremendous amount of debt, that are rubber stamps for bureaucrats, and it's the reason why people are being taxed out of their homes all across Texas. It's a reason why most of us, that when we graduate college, we won't be able to afford a house. There's a housing issue in Texas because it's extremely unaffordable. And it's because of organizations that are talking about local control. There's another thing where they talk about property rights, where city councils want to be more like HOAs and instead of accountability to bureaucrats, and they're going to control what you can and can't do on your property, which is just morally wrong. And so this local control narrative that they have, which I believe it's a phenomenal narrative because it's worked. It's worked because I know members of my council who claim to be conservative, but they actually don't know what conservative means. They listen to the TML essentially bullcrap that's being pushed down. They get brainwashed. And I believe that fundamentally they want to do the right thing, but TML does a great way of taking the narrative, and frankly, it's because they have a monopoly. And TML, by the way, is Texas Municipal League. And I'm a great enemy to every single one of y'all because they're the reason why your family is paying so much in taxes. But we have to be able to fight them in the Capitol, and people like YCT, when it comes to taxpayer-funded lobbying, needs to show up to the Capitol and support people like Hillary and Steve to make sure that we ban taxpayer-funded lobbying and get actual local control and bring the local control not to the taxpayer, or not to the city council members, but to y'all, the taxpayers. Because when it's local control, it's actually y'all, not council members, not city hall, not city managers. So.
Since we're on the subject, can y'all talk about what taxpayer-funded lobbying is and the ways it's used and what we can do to stop it?
Well, I've got some strong opinions on this one. I know who I'm going to call when local control issues come up. Well said. So I think two important names have been dropped here. Texas Association of School Boards, TASB, and TML. The focus of more of my ire friends is TASB, and I'm going to just give you a simple example. My district overlaps materially with Senate District 8, which is Angela Paxton's district. And I'm proud to have Angela's support, and she endorsed me in the primary, and I got a chance to talk to her about the work she had done, particularly on parental rights and just the broader fight to bring more transparency to our school system and empower parents, and she's been a leader on this issue. So some of that can be really complicated. What I'm about to explain shouldn't be complicated at all, and it's this. I mentioned Plano IC, we're investing over $700 million a year. I actually tried to go to the local elementary school my daughter would go to. We're going to homeschool, that's our conviction. But I said, I still want to understand what's going on in the schools. Can I see the books that are being used here? You would think it was like an act of Congress or a great mysterious thing that I was requesting. Oh, we can't do that. Nobody wants to answer. Senator Paxton in the last legislature had a very simple law. It's not one of these big long things with a bunch of other stuff. No, very simple law, just simply saying, if you are a school accepting public dollars, you must make the curriculum materials publicly available. Who is against that in the light of day? No one. No co-sponsor in the House, didn't go anywhere on the House side. That is unacceptable. And when I talk to Senator Paxton about this, she'll tell you, this isn't any secret. She'll tell you, yeah, the main reason that common sense, just basic stuff like that, doesn't move is primarily organizations like the Texas Association of School Boards, which sounds very innocuous and kind of, oh, that's great, yeah, they should have an association. Well, no. It's these taxpayer-funded entities, your local school board, supposedly the local control, that outsources that control to kind of a nebulous entity with your tax dollars that then goes and kills something like this that, I mean, if you pulled something like this law for these books in the streets, it's got to be close to 100% of people would say, well, of course we should be able, if your kid is going to a school, to see all of the books being used there. In fact, it should be very simple, easy, made available at the local library. So that's just one of so many examples of the kind of, backdoor shenanigans that go on with these different vested interests that I think is even more nefarious, frankly, when your own tax dollars are being siphoned off to advance an agenda that undermines your basic rights as a citizen. And we just can't stand for it anymore.
I have a story. So since winning the primary, I have a lot more friends. And these lobbyists are very friendly. And I spoke to one that lobbied for an entity, a taxpayer entity in my district. And he sat down with me and he said, now, I know you're against taxpayer-funded lobbying, but I want you to know that even if I wasn't paid, I would still be lobbying for this for free. And I'm like, exactly! That's exactly the point, because when something, I was like, great, do it, go for it. Like, we want a refund. Because when something is worth it, you'll go lobby for it for free. I know, I did it. Nobody paid me to go and tell the legislature that we want pornography out of our schools.
That's right.
Nobody had to do that. I was compelled. Like, that's what kept me up at night, was thinking about our children and their future. So if there's a cause that you love, go lobby for it. But don't use our taxpayer dollars to work against our interests. I didn't consent to that. I didn't sign up for that. If private entities want to pay for lobbyists, go for it. But the other thing is, like, if there's a public entity, what is a representative for? Go talk to your representative. I mean, you don't need a lobbyist to do that be that in-between person, and it just creates a lot of manipulation.
Yeah, so let me tell you a little bit about how Texas Municipal League and TASB, how they're funded. So it's by membership. So where are the membership dollars coming from? Your tax dollars. So every local government, a school district, or a city council, and there's one for a county called TAC, but they pay thousands of dollars every single year to these organizations. Now, for a show of hands, how many of y'all are from a small town? Okay, probably, okay, so a majority of them are from a small town. So just know that you are not represented at all by these organizations, because their biggest funders are people like the city of Houston, like the city of Austin, like the city of San Antonio. And so what are they going to do? These organizations are going to push Austin, big city, urban values that don't represent strong conservative Texas values, because most of their money comes from these big cities. And so these are people that, you talked about how they didn't show up to get rid of taxpayer-funded porn. These people are going to be either complicit or lobby against you each and every single day, while people like your parents are working hard and to pay their taxes. Those people are using your tax dollars against you to make sure that your parents are paying higher taxes with the city council, or that your kids or your brothers and sisters are indoctrinated in the school district. And so it's morally wrong, and it's up to people like me, the local elected officials, and passionate people like y'all, to go lobby and to stand up for issues. not to use your tax dollars against you. And that's the issue, because it's taxation without representation. That's exactly what it is.
I got one more thing to say on this, and it's back to these elections matter, kind of get involved. On the Senate side of things, Senator Mays Middleton has been a consistent voice on this, banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. Not just because it's a great winning issue, but he's got a real passion for it because it's so outrageous. So then the question is, okay, we all agree it's outrageous, let's ban it. The problem is on the House side, and that's why these primaries were so important, and that's why my election is so important. It's going to be close. It's going to be close next time around if we can get a new wave of conservative leadership that says the people will not stand for this taxpayer-funded lobbying. We're going to ban it, period. Doesn't matter what TASB or anybody else says, we're going to get that done. I think we can and we will, but when we're in these elections where it's a couple of hundred votes that are going to swing it one way or another, it matters. Every door we knock, it matters for this.
One more thing, and by the way, these organizations, these liberal taxpayer-funded organizations, have a monopoly on training of your local elected officials.
Yeah.
So every single one of them are, TASB, they're required, school board members are required to go to TASB trainings.
You're required to go to training. It doesn't have to be TASB. TASB is just the biggest
one.
Training.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's training, but it's really the indoctrination session.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I first got elected, just a young, strapping 18-year-old. I mean, they just completely they never once mentioned taxpayers. Never once. They talked about city staff, and they talked about regulations and how bad the state legislature is, and how they add all these rules to make to make us hard to govern. Which, by the way, I think that's a good thing. I think it's good when we're not passing laws and ordinances, because it means more freedom. But anywho, these people are indoctrinating your elected officials every single time.
Guys, this seems like kind of a marginal issue, but we cannot highlight how strongly, this is what actually moves the needle. Yeah. Making these changes that are, TASB, what's that? I haven't heard of it. This is what actually makes a difference in how the government works.
Yeah.
Well, thank y'all. Reviewing the Texas legislature, I was wanting to hear what you think the top conservative victories from the most recent session were, and then looking forward, the most important things you think the legislature should pass next session, either from a general conservative agenda standpoint or particular issues y'all really focused on.
I'm gonna jump on this one. So it was a little frustrating if you were watching this last session. It took a regular session and 4 special sessions to do the business of the state. We didn't get good tax reform. We didn't get good border security or election integrity. The priorities that we were hoping for were a hard fight. But what we did see in the regular session were protections for our children. We were able to get mandatory library standards. The Reader Act was something that I was able to work with Representative Patterson very closely on, and that passed. We were able to ban gender modification in minors. Huge. And so when it came to protecting our children, that's when we saw the needle move a lot. The family-friendly drag shows, although that's in the courts right now. So that was where we saw the needle move. And I also want to say that historically, school choice legislation made it farther than it's ever made it before. And while we might be a little discouraged because we didn't get a school choice bill, the fact that it made it to the House floor, where there was a vote and the line was drawn, so we got to see where our legislators fall on each side of the line, was everything. I mean, we needed that because you could see from that vote on, there was so much momentum. It essentially exposed where our legislators fall, if they're falling with parents and voters and what they want, or if they're falling on the side of associations and organizations and that maintain an institution.
So that was an excellent answer. I'm going to echo a little bit from a different approach. If some of you were around for the gala last night, I think Governor Abbott gave a great speech, and one of the things he highlighted that we should all be proud of is we're the #1 state for business. 9 national championships, he characterized it as. It's great. I'm an entrepreneur myself, I'm for business. But understand something else that's very interesting. one of the primary conduits through which this leftist agenda is being pushed is through businesses, primarily Fortune 500, big corporate international businesses that, because of our climate here, are disproportionately relocating their headquarters to Texas. And then you often see in the headlines, well, this company or this event, the Final Four, or whatever it is going to cancel events or fire people or whatever if you take a stance on social issues where our conservative values are being undermined. I think what we saw in this last legislature was a pivot on that front that really clearly sent a message that we are the best place in the world to build a business, but that doesn't go above the family values and the Texas values that make this a great place to live. And nowhere was that more apparent in the ban on this ridiculous transgender transitioning for children that is a barbaric practice. It has no place in any decent society. And the vitriol that we saw from all different manner of organizations and companies saying, this is, you're bigots or whatever, didn't stop it. And there was a firm coalition in the Senate and the House and with the governor to say, no, we're taking a stand on this. And I want to continue to build on that in the next legislature and prove to the world that you don't have to bend the knee to a globalist agenda that says this moral relativism will prevail where there's no right, there's no wrong, there's no truth. No, we're not going to stand for that. I think that's a big win that we can take out of the last legislature and make me proud to be a Texan.
I think one thing that was really great about the legislation, we had really good wins, like, banning family drag shows, which, the fact that those two words are together, family drag shows, it's wild. I don't think those two, it's an oxymoron, but, the largest tax cut in history. But I think one of the greatest things it did, it shed a light. It shed a light, and it got people like Hillary Clinton elected and kicked out a complicit, just establishment representative that never advocated for his tax cut. You got people like Steve that went a primary because people were started realizing that they thought because they were friendly, their elected official, their representative, they thought they were doing great, but we were able to see and hold people accountable through votes that these people aren't representing their values in the state legislature. So people were able to realize that, and throughout Texas in May, they swept the floor, right? Good principled conservatives were able to sweep the floor all throughout the primaries, and we got runoffs going right now. But I think that's what's phenomenal, because the whole landscape of the legislature is going to change this next legislative session, and I think really great things are going to happen.
We are now 3 years into the Biden administration, and we've seen the disastrous effects, particularly on the border and with the economy. What can Texas do at the state level or the local level to push back against the Biden administration and the effects of their policies?
I think we see overall encroachment of the federal government onto states' rights. It's the states that establish the federal government. We've got to nullify where they're overstepping, and the way when they're not doing what they are endowed to do. We have to stand and hold the line. Texas is doing everything possible to secure the border, which is a federal power. And so we also putting pressure on our national elected officials, our congressmen and senators, to step up and help. But I think, did you see like the changes to Title IX? Was that yesterday? Right, when that is rolled out into our schools and universities, I think we'll see another fight there. But I'm going to put my money on Texas every time.
So first off, I want to say thank God we have Governor Abbott.
Yeah.
He has really been a pioneer of just border security throughout Texas, and so it's phenomenal. But what can we do even further, right? Well, we need our legislature to stand firm and stand convicted and support the governor and his actions to secure the border. What can we do on the local level? Like what could I do? You know, I saw there's a county, Galveston County, county right next to my neighboring county. So Biden, after COVID, he gave away more Biden bucks, and it was he called it the American Rescue Act or something along. And so he gave cities millions for COVID stuff, for experience with COVID. You're able to spend it on X, Y, and Z. Like the city of Alvin, we spent probably like $20,000. I think we tallied about $20,000 on anything COVID related, and that was like PPE and stuff. And we got over $5 million back. So a lot of these districts got a lot of money. Galveston County, what they did is they used that money and they sent their sheriff's office down to the border to help relieve our National Guardsmen and the state troopers down there. So that's a great thing that local government can do. Another thing in the border is we've seen the crisis of fentanyl, right? Fentanyl is one of the #1 killers in our generation. Fentanyl, just think about this for a bit. Fentanyl has killed more people in America than the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, and the Vietnam War combined. We all know somebody that probably have succumbed to fentanyl. I know there's 2 people in Alvin recently who have died because of the fentanyl crisis. And the human trafficking crisis as well. That stuff is happening in our backyards. If you live in the Houston area or from the Houston area, Houston is one of the hubs for human trafficking. And this stuff is evil. What we can do is elect people, or you run for office, that will support police officers, that will enforce law and order. And right now, because it's really hard for police officers to do their job because they don't feel supported at all. And so we can create ordinances to make sure that we're tougher on crime, to make sure that police officers have more ability to stop this fentanyl crisis, stop the human trafficking. But the fight it's ongoing, and thank God we have Governor Abbott to help us lead that fight. But a lot more needs to be done.
So I agree with everything that Joel and Hillary just said. I'd like to characterize this as kind of this broader battle that's going on, and then give you some concrete examples. So the broader battle is we have a federal bureaucracy of unelected people that are consistently looking for ways to circumvent the Constitution, undermine your personal rights, spy on you, censor you, and erode your private property rights. That manifests itself in more ways every day than we can count. I think that states like Texas have to be the tip of the spear, that when a new threat manifests itself, we are the first to say, no, not for Texans. Okay, so concrete examples. In the last legislature, I was down in Austin advocating for a resolution from the state of Texas to say we oppose a central bank digital currency. It's not the #1 headline, I understand that. But let me just say this. I'm not aware of anybody who thinks that we should have political money centralized in the government where they can see every transaction and have a button where they can stop you from using your money. I'm not aware of a single person that thinks that's a good idea, whether it's a Republican or Democrat in the White House. It's un-American. And yet our Federal Reserve continues to put money into researching that kind of technology. Thankfully, Senator Cruz has been very vocal at the federal level that that is ridiculous, unconstitutional, and will not stand. But that's an area where the states have to say, you don't have this authority. You can't just foist a new technology that's completely outside the purview of what the Federal Reserve is supposed to be doing. That passed the Senate in the state legislature. Every Democrat except for 3 voted for it. Most people agree we shouldn't have political money, right? Couldn't get a hearing in the House. Another example of why I think we need more people in the House that are willing to step up and take this battle to the federal government. Another example is the evolution of artificial intelligence. I think that AI has tremendous potential to enhance our lives, make us more prosperous, and frankly, the advancements that I see each month are astonishing. What we cannot stand for is for a couple of companies to create an oligopoly and close off these models where you don't know what the inputs are, what the data are, and it's basically proprietary, and then the government is using those models in even military applications. So I think it's really important for states to say, no, if we're going to use models, the foundation for training this kind of technology should be open source, which is a battle that Elon Musk is waging in a very public way right now. So it seems like kind of this weird techie thing happening on the sidelines. Well, you don't want to wait until AI is completely not optional, because the time is fast approaching where every phone, every car, everywhere we go is going to have different models embedded there, mining data and using that to train AI models. That doesn't have to be a scary thing, but unfortunately right now the federal government is out of control. And they're colluding, frankly, with the likes of Microsoft and Google to take that in a very dystopian direction. So that's 2 examples. I'm sure there's 100 more. I'm not maybe the guy who's going to take up all 100 of those. But I think if we build a coalition of principled conservatives in Austin, we can make Texas the first place that you bring us an example of this kind of secret bureaucratic creep that's going on. And we will be fast to either call it out or use whatever laws that we can at the state level to say, this is not a constitutional, authority that exists at the federal level. Unfortunately, I think this is a fight we're going to have for our lives now. We have a monster in DC of millions of people being employed by the federal government. So it's not a, we pass this law, it's done, next thing. I think it's just a central part of our movement now, is we have to be vigilant for those kinds of issues.
Looking ahead to the presidential election and our U.S. Senate election, Ted Cruz, who's being challenged by the Democrat Colin Allred, the GOP has been losing in recent years suburban voters, particularly women, and pollsters and commentators have discussed why that is. Some point to our strong pro-life position. Others have suggested that Trump is alienating that demographic. I'm wondering, what do you think conservatives can be doing to win back those voters?
Well, first and foremost, we got to get Donald Trump back in office. We have to do that. It's non-negotiable. But secondly, I think the polling does show that we're losing in suburban areas. But we're also winning in Hispanic voters. We're winning when it comes to black voters. We're winning when it comes we're gaining votes in those areas. And so we can focus on, Hispanics are one of the largest, or will be the largest voter bloc. And so we just talk to them. We meet them where they're at. If we want to win the war, we got to get in the battlefield. And organizations like YCT is why it's so important that y'all are literally talking to people on college campuses that probably never heard the conservative gospel before, and they're definitely not hearing it in y'all's lectures. And so what we have to do is be able to show that area, because we have everything against us. We have academia against us. We have Hollywood against us. We have the mass media against us. But what we have for us is the truth, right? And as the narrative keeps on getting pushed on that Republicans are racist, conservatives are X, Y, and Z, we should be able to be willing to talk to people and stand firm in our convictions and stand up for what we believe in. Tell them why you're pro-life. Margaret Thatcher, who I love, once said it's important to be a convicted politician than a consensus politician. And what she means by that is it's important to stand on conviction and don't always give in to consensus. And so just be able to level with those people. Don't be the boogeyman. I mentioned earlier it's easier to catch a bee with honey than it is with vinegar. And so it happens every single conversation we have. There's a conversation we'll be able to do to help save America. And we have to be able to be willing to do that in a positive, happy warrior type mentality. But I want y'all to be able to realize that y'all have to have those conversations with your liberal friends. I got liberal friends, and I talk to them all the time. about our conservative policies, and they talk to me about it. We have some heated discussions sometimes, but those discussions matter, and so we have to be willing to have those to be able to save this country.
It definitely feels like there's an issue of messaging. We are really good at facts and logic, and I see two good places to focus. One, we have to get over the name calling. You're going to be called names. It's called a book banner, homophobe. And you maybe called racist or whatever, and pushing past that to get to the substance of the issue, but also messaging with compassion, connecting directly to the issue with compassion. We can see that the left, their narratives are really saturated in fear and anger. Those are very effective motivators. And so if we have a hope to come against that, we're really going to have to have that compassionate and emotional aspect to our positions. I mean, abortion, pro-life is a big one, that we're going to have to hit that straight on and reveal that pro-life is the compassionate position.
Yeah, I'd like to put this in the context of my race because it's a very interesting district. It's a diverse district, about 25% Asian population actually, which is fairly rare for a district in Texas, about 12% Hispanic. And I have all different kinds of communities throughout the district that represent different religious groups. And I say that because I think that's a good thing. In fact, my mom is from Panama. I actually lived abroad in the country of Panama for a while. But you shouldn't have to be the son of an immigrant or have lived abroad to be able to communicate with conviction that there's nothing compassionate about deliberately looking the other way when we know that our southern border is being used to traffic children. There is nothing compassionate about characterizing that with some silly platitude like no human is illegal. Sex trafficking is illegal in any decent society. Part of my mission in this race is to bring that message that we are proud as Americans to be the home of a lot of different people that come together under the banner of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I love the district I live in. I'm for more legal immigration. I think it helps us build a prosperous society. I think we need it for the workforce that we're going to need to win in semiconductor manufacturing, which is a major industry in my district. But more importantly, it's what makes life worth living. Interacting with different people and enriching your life that way. And of course, as part of my Christian convictions, loving your neighbor isn't limited to a certain political conviction or race or anything of that matter. Those are our values. They're winning values. But as Hillary said, there's a multi-billion-dollar machine perpetrating these kinds of platitudes and hate has no home here and whatever other ridiculous thing that people come up with. I think a great example is what Senator Cruz has done, particularly in this last primary season, where he was almost uniformly focused on the parental rights and school choice issue. And that is unique because it is addressing a reality that nobody can deny, which is the failing school system is disproportionately failing communities in African American areas and Hispanic areas, and anybody can see that, just drive there. It's very obvious. And it's a winning message because it's been going on too long. You throw money at it, it doesn't get better. And the Democrats are dug in that the bureaucracy will reign there. And coming with a message of no, the local community and the families will reign there. And I think that Senator Cruz has done a great job setting the tone there. I'm proud to have been endorsed by Senator Cruz. And that's the same message I'm going to take in my race. And finally, I agree with Hillary. There's no middle ground or negotiation to be had on being pro-life. That doesn't work. That's been proved time and time again. In fact, the Republican nominee that ran this race last time tried that and failed. So I'm not going there because not only is it a failing political tactic, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. So we need to stand firm in the truth and be proud to stand up for the innocent life of unborn children. That's the winning path forward. And I think that I hope to be an effective champion for that, and would love to have y'all and encourage all of you to be part of it, because the college campuses is where we got to turn this around. That is the most kind of the venomous ground where this kind of ideology is spreading. And we can and we will, and I think the moment is right for that. I think that the country is realizing something's wrong, like broadly, like what we're doing is not working. And there's an appetite to turn a corner and turn a new page. So I'm actually quite positive on this. I'm confident Senator Cruz is going to crush Colin already, and I do think that President Trump is going to be an effective leader in terms of this. We're moving beyond the messaging that securing our border is anti-human. It's catastrophically anti-human to leave the border and turn the other way when we know people's lives are being destroyed in those communities.
All right, last question. Do y'all have any advice for how college students can influence politics? And do you have any advice for someone interested in running for office in the future?
I'd say know your why. If you're right, I wouldn't recommend that you run for an office to win the seat. That you have to be centered and compelled on something that matters more than yourself or your name. And if I were to tell anybody anything, it's that whatever is stirring in your heart, the thing that you see that is wrong, there's a reason that it caught your eye and that you care about it. It's because you're being called to be part of the solution. Like when you're made aware of the problem, that's only the start of the conversation. And to look for ways to partner in being that solution. And that's like a kingdom principle. When I'm saying kingdom, I mean like eternal, beyond even why are we here in this time and this place, that we've all been given a purpose, we've all been given a sphere of influence, and to not squander that, no matter how small. For me, 14 years, I was most effective being at home with my children. And so there was a time that I wondered, well, did I miss something? Should I have been pursuing a career? But then I see that actually nothing's been wasted, that every season has had purpose. Every season I have gained something to bring me literally for such a time as this. And that is true for each one of you. And so to step back and see, why am I here? What have I been given? What's stirring in my heart? And how can I be most effective with right here, what's at my fingertips? We don't have to be burdened by what's, so far beyond our reach, but what is right here that we can influence.
I think about my decision. That was well done, Hillary. Hard to follow. I think about my process leading up to my race, because I'll tell you, I didn't just all of a sudden say, oh, I'm going to run for state house. I really started going to a few meetings in the local party because I was just disturbed that this district had flipped Democrat, and I'm saying, well, who's going to step up? And slowly but surely it started to kind of turn in my mind that maybe I could do it. But the reason I bring this up is there was a lot of doubt and fear. And I mean, Hillary said it right. You gotta find your why, which for me is my children and future generations. And I would characterize it as, we're in a time where I encourage you all to step up and be a joyful warrior. Understand that wear it as a badge of honor when there's some denigration and you're standing for the truth. Here's the truth. Erasing womanhood and having men playing in women's sports is wrong. Okay? Warrior. People call me names. It's already starting. I don't care. I'm fighting for my kids. That's fine. That's fine. I embrace that. The time for being nice and being quiet and not bringing up uncomfortable conversations, that's past. I told a few of you, I got 2 regrets in life. I've had a blessed life and I'm happy I've got 2 regrets. I wish I started having kids earlier. This cultural thing that you're not ready, wait, you need to be 30. No, I was blessed to have a beautiful wife. I should have had kids earlier. That's not a political thing, so I'm just telling you that. But separate from that, separate from that, I wish I had been more politically involved in my college days. You know, I just went to A&M, oh, it's a relatively conservative school, it'll be fine. And that was the kind of complacency that created a void that was filled by evil. So for that, I'm sorry. That was my time and generation. But y'all have a chance to be the joyful warriors. And just embrace that. Embrace that when you know you're standing for the truth.
My advice would be, if I can do it, you can do it too. There's no doubt that we need more young conservative trailblazers to run for office. There's a huge void in the market in all throughout Texas to have real principled conservatives to take the torch and be the torchbearer of liberty. You know, my family, nothing special about me. The first person my dad voted for was me, and you know, he's been eligible to be a voter for years. My great-grandmother cleaned toilets for a living until she was 75, and then she retired. I'm a second-generation American, so I mean, there's nothing special about me. I'm just an everyday American that decided to put my name on a ballot. I was in college when I did it. But I want you to be able to realize, you know, that all throughout history, you've been able to see that those young people to forge and pave the path forward for future generations. We look back at the apostles that Jesus appointed. A lot of them were the exact same age as us. And we fast forward to the founding fathers of this country who decided to stand up against a tyrant government. Those people were the exact same age as you and me. We fast forward even more to General Sam Houston when he first ran for office. He first ran for office when he was in his 20s, younger 20s. I think he was 23, 24. The exact same age as you and me right now. We look forward even more that the people that they sent to storm the beaches of Normandy to fight against Nazi Germany, those people they sent were the exact same age as us that fought for liberty and to liberate people from a tyrant government. And we know that history repeats itself. And we know that it's a time right now, we're at a fork in the road, where we can either save America, reignite the American dream, and make America and Texas the best place to live, work, and worship. Or we can go down a very dark path of government regulations, and people aren't able to fill the gas tanks and put food on the table and dismantle the family unit forever. And so it's extremely important that people like y'all are able to take that torch, put your name on the ballot, and fight for good principles, and to make sure that you're spreading the conservative gospel and never give in and always keep on fighting to make this country better and never forget what the American dream really is.
Well, thank you all so much. We really appreciate you speaking. Let's give our panel one last round of applause.
Today. Immediately to my left is Tom Lindsay, who is from the Texas Public Policy Foundation and is the Distinguished Senior Fellow for the Next Generation Texas. He has more than 2 decades of experience in education management and instruction, including service as a dean, provost, and college president. And then we have Therese Trump from Speech First. She is Speech First Executive Director and is also the host of Speech First's new live show and podcast, Well Said, where she interviews experts, activists, professors, and students about free speech, higher education, and American culture. And then we have Madison, who is a Senior Research Associate in the Center for Education Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Her work focuses on higher education reform regarding affordability and accountability, and she writes on K-12 education choice initiatives. Before this, she worked for U.S. Congressman Brian Babin, and she graduated from Lamar University with a double major in economics and finance, and has a certificate in humanizing education policy from the Pepperdine School of Public Policy. So I'm going to start with the questions, starting with, what is the state of free speech on college campuses today?
I'll kick us off just because my job is to sue universities that violate free speech rights of students. So I can give you some insight onto what we think the state of free speech is on campus. Just to give you some background on our organization speech first, we do litigate on behalf of our student members, but we also educate students on their legal rights and advocate on their behalf with state lawmakers and national lawmakers. We were founded because those civil liberties organizations that focus on higher ed were not doing a good job of actually punishing the bad actors on campus. We found that a lot of the times people were working closely with administrators or board members to kind of hold their hand and walk them through the process of their unconstitutional policies, but no one was actually saying, you know what, actually the First Amendment's your warning, we shouldn't have to tell you that you're breaking the law, you should already know, you have unlimited resources and a bunch of lawyers working for you. So why are you trying to circumvent the system, try to hide and bury these policies that clearly violate students' rights? So ultimately, that was the reason our organization was founded about 5 years ago, to just kind of go in and sue schools, be the bad guy, be the boogeyman who like schools are afraid of essentially, so that they will work with the civil liberties organizations, knowing that they can be punished. So that is, just so you understand, at Speech First, we're approaching it as if there is a free speech crisis on campus. So that is our perspective, and that's our approach, and that's why we were founded. So to give you just what we see as the state of free speech on college campuses right now is that it's bad, to use so many few words. There's something that I've noticed that really concerns me, is that actually universities are starting to characterize free speech as something that is bad. I've seen for the last couple of years now signs around campuses that say if you or someone you know has been affected by a free speech event, please come see these like 17 counseling services, or warning, free speech event ahead. So they're trying to tie free speech to a very negative and evil connotation. Furthermore, I see now a lot of protest signs that say free speech is hate speech. So students are now accepting this concept and they're rejecting the concept of free speech altogether, and they're operating as if you have the right to free speech, then that means you also are going to be offending them, you're going to be hurting them, you're going to be causing them harm. And the biggest concern about this is that means they have no fundamental grasp at all whatsoever on what constitutes free speech in this country, what the actual legal precedent is, what the Constitution was written to do. They probably haven't read the Constitution, and that's seriously concerning. So a lot of this does come from ignorance or misinformation or disinformation, whatever you want to call it. But the other thing that really concerns me is the dialogue fatigue that I'm seeing. Oftentimes when I visit campuses, I ask students how many debates they've participated in or seen. Have they watched any formal debates? Most of them have not. They don't really know what it looks like, or they haven't seen a good, clear example of what it looks like to actually have a debate, discourse on a specific issue where their time is limited. They have to focus on the facts and not on the feelings of everyone. And they just, again, like really, really are concise on the issues that they have to know. I think a lot of that comes from a couple of things. One is that dialogue to them they associate now with confrontation. Confrontation being, getting in each other's face, like being wrong is something that they put on a pedestal, and you're all students, you can tell me if this is what you put us to. Being wrong is something that's just like so bad, you can't afford to be wrong. That risk is not something that you want to take. So you only surround yourself with people who agree with you, or a lot of the students I see just don't engage with people who disagree with them because they don't want to, I think deep down they just don't want to be wrong, or maybe they know they're wrong, or maybe they don't actually know all the facts, but they just have that fatigue where they just don't want to work it out. What that means, what that does to the development of your convictions and your ideas, is that you don't get to practice them. You don't get to exercise it. You don't get to exercise your thoughts through articulation, and then ultimately you probably don't develop strong convictions that are actually based on real ideas or principles. So I'll stop it there, but I could go on for like a whole panel on this issue. But I do want the other panelists to.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think it was very well said. Generally, higher ed analysts, they look at ratings such as FIRE's Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression that ranks universities every year. FIRE's latest says there's been a mild uptick in schools that are no longer in clear violation of the First Amendment, but that's in effect saying that the ship is still sinking, but it's sinking a little slower than it was before. I fear that the day is coming and is already with us at many schools. Heterodox Academy did a study last year, found over 60% of students polled say they self-censor on campus. That's what I think is the real danger, that things have become so polarized and the punishment and cancellation has become so intense that people are just stopping to talk about the most important issues. Now think about that. Universities are supposed to be the place where you have 4 years or more to talk about. It's the only time you get. The underlying ennobling purpose of university life, teaching and learning, is dying right in front of us as we speak. Tocqueville warned about this. Tocqueville wrote Democracy in America. He said, he wrote a chapter called On the Type of Despotism American Democracy Has to Fear. And what he said was, the great accomplishment of the American Revolution, modern democracy in general, it took away the established power of kings and nobles. No longer could kings claim to rule by divine right. Everyone was equal, but says Tocqueville, equality, while true, is also a problem in this sense, that most people, most of the time, need some sort of authoritative guidance coming from somewhere. In the past, it was the king, it was the aristocracy, it was an established church. Those are all gone. So all that's left now is all of us small d Democrats. So then where do we look for guidance? Tocqueville said, in the absence of all these former authorities, popular opinion itself will come to rule the day. And not just simply with regard to persuading us to adopt opinions that we might not otherwise have held, but Tocqueville feared that there would come a time when the hold on popular opinion would be so strong that it would be impossible for us to imagine thinking differently. That's what my fear is when it comes to free speech on campus. And last point on this, I want to make clear, look, we're the ones getting canceled, so we're saying free speech, and rightly so. But the highest purpose of the university is not free speech, which tends to be the fire appeal. The highest purpose of the university is the pursuit of truth. You can't pursue the truth if you don't have academic freedom, if you don't have freedom of speech. But let's always keep that in mind, right? The means and end relationship here. Because not understanding that means and relationship, Fire now has dinged Hillsdale College. Well, Hillsdale College is very true to its mission. And I've been there on campus, and there's more open debate on Hillsdale than there is at most mainstream universities today. So that's my final point on this. Let's not lose sight of the fact that we're not just calling for an abyss to which everything can be thrown. The whole reason universities enjoy the freedom and separation from society that they do is because all were agreed that the purpose they were pursuing transcends politics. But that's gone today.
Well, thank y'all. Our next question is, what can we do to further ensure our freedom of speech is protected?
Well, so our organization sues universities, like I said, but we don't just go around being like, okay, this student got a bad grade because they said something we didn't like in a paper and the professor gave a bad grade. That's not what we're suing schools on. We're suing schools for having policies that are wide sweeping, that affect the entire campus environment, that specifically target students' protected speech. So one of them is bias response teams, and this goes a lot to the self-censorship issue we're talking about. So there are multiple reporting systems on campuses across the country where students are encouraged to anonymously report on one another for incidents of bias. Maybe some of you have had, you're all in Texas schools, right? I imagine, right? Yeah. So we sued UT Austin as one of our first cases in the Fifth Circuit, which means that's why there aren't very many. If there is a bias response team in Texas, it's likely at a private school, or it's likely watered down so much that it has no power because of how we wrote our settlement agreement in the Fifth Circuit. So that's just something to consider. We also have a couple of lawsuits. We're suing Texas State University right now against their harassment policy. And we sued University of Houston actually last year on this and won pretty quickly. Harassment policies are another form, a really, really interesting tool that universities like to use to go after protected speech. You have Title IX, which we'll talk about a little bit later, but they also have additional kind of discriminatory harassment policies that they call them, where they say that anything that's like offensive language, mean jokes, stereotyping, not using someone's preferred pronoun, those are all considered harassment under the university's policies, and those are all forms of constitutionally protected speech. So if you're at a public school, obviously it's a violation of your First Amendment rights. But the craziest thing is that students actually report on each other, that they do it often and regularly. That's what I find even actually most disconcerting is that, sure, the administrators, bureaucrats always like to impose rules and regulations and try to control everyone. But why are the students just falling for it? Why are they like, yes, my default is report, report, report? It's because that's been instilled in their minds since they started on orientation, from even in K through 12. It's like, if you find something uncomfortable, if you find anything that bothers you, you should report it. That should be your default. Don't confront it, report it. We sued Virginia Tech University, and they had signs in all their classrooms that said, see something, say something. And they were talking about the bias response team. And there's a number of campuses that have that. So suing, when you have the legal grounds to do it and clear, and not just suing to sue, like to fundraise and be like, oh, we sued this school, it's a big deal. No, sue to set major precedent that sweeps across the country or sweeps across regions. That's ultimately how speech first is determined that we solve the problem. But of course, once again, also educating students on their rights to make sure they know when they're being violated. Students have to read the handbooks. You guys should look at your harassment policies. You could probably close your eyes, point at a school on a map, and find a school that's violating First Amendment rights somehow, one way or another. It's not hard to find. Most of them do it because they've been getting away with it for decades.
I just wanted to add on to that. The free speech is kind of out of my area of expertise, but at Heritage we have Lindsay Brooks, our Center for, she's the director for our Center for Education Policy at Heritage at the DC think tank, and she sort of serves on the George Mason University Board of Trustees. And she's and spoken to this and said, wanted to encourage students to, like, that are part of groups like yourselves, you know, conservatives in Texas or college Republicans or other like-minded groups, to come and testify at those meetings, at those board meetings, to let the boards of trustees know what's going on. Because a lot of times, when you have conservative governors that come in, they're making those appointments on those boards, and so they want to hear from like-minded individuals like yourselves about the problems that you're seeing on your campus. Because oftentimes, those are the people who are able to make some of those changes on campus. So I just encourage you to get involved in that way.
You mentioned bias response teams, so I was going to talk about this later, but the question, how can we ensure our freedom of speech is protected? Under SB 17, which we'll talk about later here in Texas, so if you're a Texas Public University student, there is now a website and a 855 no DEITX and www.nodeitx. In other words, we've got our own bias response team now. And we are asking people to go to our website or to call in if they spot any violations of SB 17's ban on DEI.
Just one last thing I'll tack on to that. I wouldn't characterize it as a bias response. I would characterize it as they're forcing political ideology down your gullets. They're trying to force woke ideology, which I know that's why we have Mike on the panel now. We're going to talk about this here in a minute. And if they're doing that, they're violating your rights, and they're violating the reason why you're on that campus to begin with. So Texas is like, no, you need to tell us when that's happening, because that is not why that's not why taxpayers are paying these public schools, right? We're not doing it to indoctrinate everyone. We just released a report, just because you brought it up, I'm just going to say this real quickly. We released a report last week called No Graduation Without Indoctrination, because students had been telling us that they are being required to take full semester-long courses in DEI themes to graduate, to satisfy Gen Ed requirements. We found of the 248 public and private schools we looked at, 67% mandated DEI courses to graduate. That's crazy. 59% of those were taxpayer-funded public institutions. That means taxpayers are paying to indoctrinate their own students. That's crazy. So we propose a model policy and actually talk about SB 17 a little bit and the Florida policy, because even though these exist, the schools, just like the enemy gets a vote, right? The schools are going to find a way to circumvent the policy. They're going to find a way to duck it and dodge it, which is why you have these reporting mechanisms. But even schools in Florida that has some of the most wide-sweeping DEI policies in the country right now, or anti-DEI policies in the country, and there's still schools that have graduation mandates on their websites for DEI themed courses that we found. So again, they're going to find ways to get around this. So it's important that you're telling your state lawmakers.
Yeah, I mean, that was the reason. Immediately upon the bill being passed last summer, you had school, we got people on video saying, we'll get around it. So this is the reason for doing it. And this resistance that we're encountering to a valid law tells us something about the nature of the struggle that we're in. Because for these folks who unfortunately have become legion, for them, they're facing a crisis of conscience. Do they follow their conscience or do they follow Texas law? And that's why we're seeing the resistance. And that tells us just how deep this struggle is.
Our next question is, what can students do when they think their free speech is being violated on public and private campuses?
Let me say something about the DEI previous question. By the way, I'm sorry I just arrived. I didn't know I was going to be on this panel. I was asked late to be on this panel. I was checking out. Manfred sent me a text saying, "Will you want on this panel?" I was raised to offer my seat to women, not to take them away. So I'm sorry. I'm a colleague of Sharice, a former colleague of Sharice in Madison. I just met Tom. And I think I'm on the next panel, but I'd be I'm super impressed by you. You're a very impressive group. I don't know if this is picking an argument with some of my co-panelists here, but I don't believe in a value-neutral education. I fight DEI because every one of those words violates the Constitution, and I can go through that right now. Where Heritage is now actually in a fight with Nicole Hannah-Jones of the New York Times because of something one of my colleagues did yesterday on DEI. I believe the value of education is to impart knowledge on subject matter, of course, but also to impart knowledge of our culture. We do have a folk culture. You in Texas have strongly have a folk culture, one that needs to be imparted to future generations or it will die. So I think that is one of the functions of education at any level, especially for the many first or second generation students you will have. I'm a first generation American. I arrived in this country in 1974 in what we used to call back then, this more innocent times, junior high. I was in the city of New York, and I was probably one of the last classes to receive Americanization classes, which began during the Ellis Island period. That actually has greatly helped my success in life, because if I hadn't been taught in 8th grade what Thanksgiving was, what the 4th of July was, what all these events in American ways of doing things were, I would have been at a disadvantage with regards to people who were learning this at their kitchen table. My mom didn't know that. My mom was a Cuban Spanish person. You know, she had no idea. She knew a lot about Spanish culture, but she didn't know that much about American culture. And let me just answer very briefly the question on DEI. My colleague Jay Green testified in the House yesterday and said that DEI was, I forget the words that he used, human medicine, unnecessary. He's in your department, Madison. I think so. Nicole Hannah-Jones and another person online, Nina Nina Turner, and she jumped right on it and said, well, this is it. This is speaking the quiet part out loud. And I relished the opportunity to jump on Hannah Jones and say, look, stop using cliches about speaking the quiet part out loud. If diversity, equity, and inclusion were used in the traditional senses of the word, of course we will all embrace it. But it means the opposite now of what these traditional definitions are. Diversity is, and if you want to, by the way, I did not elaborate these definitions. James Lindsay did with other people, Peter Bogosian, but they're very good. I use them. Diversity is enforced racial quotas, which are unconstitutional. The Supreme Court says they're unconstitutional. And then the opposite of what should matter, which is the diversity of opinion. Because if everybody must adhere to a rigid orthodoxy, then you're going to have people around the table who don't disagree with each other. Inclusion means the opposite of what inclusion means. Inclusion means exclusion. If you show up in a mall wearing a t-shirt that says Jesus, you get kicked out by mall cops. Or if you're a student at the Smithsonian with a pro-life hat, you're told you have to take off that hat or we'll kick you out. That's inclusion. And it's also unconstitutional because it violates the First Amendment. And equity is the worst. It's the opposite of equality. It means that government and the private sector must treat people unequally depending on their race. So if you are the child of a Chilean neurosurgeon, you get advantages that the child of a sharecropper from Alabama who happens to be of Scots-Irish descent does not get. That doesn't make sense to anyone, nor should it. It's crazy. And it's again unconstitutional. Violates the 14th Amendment and all that. So that's the reason to be upfront and say, somebody else said earlier in an earlier panel, don't worry if they call you racist. The New York Times called me racist last year. And I got up and my wife loved me, my children loved me, the cat hated me, nothing had changed. So don't worry about being called epithets. I just wanted to answer that because I feel that I was thrust in this panel to answer DEI, and then you answered the question of DEI, and I just paused here and said, what am I doing here? What am I? And so I wanted to go back to that. But now, what was your...
What can students do when they think their free speech is being violated?
Oh, speak up. Speak up. Well, actually, you know what? Contact the Heritage Foundation. Contact Chris Rufo. There you go. You contact him.
I'm a journalist at the Daily Signal. If you want to contact me if you think you're being violated, I will have an article out about it if you're not lying that afternoon.
Get his email address and his phone number. Bother him, badger him. But stand up for your rights. I don't want. So one thing I say to people, I have a relative of mine who says, the HR came along and told me to put "I'm an ally" on my desk. I just said to them, are we at war? Why do I have to put this sign that says I'm an ally? And HR was not happy. I don't want that relative to be fired. I work at the Heritage Foundation. I'm not going to be fired for saying these things. But I understand that everyday Americans who are fighting the fight for freedom, worried about their lives and being canceled. So what I try to do is change the policy at every level, in Washington, at the state, local level, city councils, to make sure that we don't live under Soviet rules, that we don't have to fear for our lives and our livelihood.
I'll just add real quickly. So yes, so one thing I'll tack on is that most students, well, probably not everyone in this room, are actually fear to have their identities kind of all over the internet associated with being called racist or bigoted. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't speak up and that you shouldn't get your stories out there. I absolutely encourage that. But in a day and age where every future employer is going to Google you and see what you posted and see what your social media accounts say, it's possible that they may not want the drama associated with some sort of incident that occurred while you're on campus. So in situations where absolutely you can get the story out there because you want to expose the bad actors. We do a lot of media at Speech First. We really lambast the schools in the media. But I would also say for the legal side, our organization protects the identities of our plaintiffs. We don't expose any names. When you come as a plaintiff, it's student A, student B, student C, and that's actually how you sign the documents. There's no way to find out who you are. We do that As a membership org, that's part of the reason we modeled ourselves that way, so that students can come to us whenever they are not sure if this is a violation, and that they know that their identities will be protected. I will say there is a difference between private and public universities when it comes to how you can fight back, a huge difference actually. Public universities are taxpayer funded, which means they're absolutely 100% beholden to the Constitution because they are an extension of the state. What that means is that you can pretty much sue every time they violate your rights, and you can sue it in the appellate court all the way up to the Supreme Court if you want. With private schools, they are private institutions. So they kind of get to make their own rules, and they're certainly not as beholden to the Constitution as public schools are. In fact, but they do have like Title IX, Title VI, etc., Title IV. They all have to follow all the federal regulations. But you can still go after them. Because if your private university says, writes in the handbook that they've promised to protect all of your constitutional rights or your First Amendment rights, or they sign the Chicago Principles for free expression, or if they make any kind of promise like that to you, and then they violate your First Amendment rights, you can sue them for breach of contract via private right of action. So this is not the typical case where your identity will be protected, it's not going to be a constitutional case, but you can say it's a contractual like harm case. So you can actually sue under private right of action in most states and say, you violated my contract with you, you promised this, and then you said no. Or you can also sue them over neglect, saying that they did not properly enforce their policy. You can sue on discrimination if they're specifically discriminating against you because they're only enforcing a policy against one group versus the other. So there are ways to go about private school, to go after private schools as well. Just wanted to put that out there. And Mike mentioned that HR and DEI. I will say that to me, they're like one and the same. We could live a whole world without an HR department. I don't think we need them because I think HR is just like, DEI is basically just HR on crack. Like, that's pretty much what it is. Like, if we really want to be honest. It's like people like power hungry, know things, don't have anything else going on. Sorry for anyone who wants to like be in HR. But, so I will say, even in its most benevolent form though, DEI is 100% unnecessary. We already have protections in the Constitution for races, for sex, and for all of these things, because they say that Congress shall make no law. There's equal protection under the law clauses and our Constitution. It's all protections already exist. You don't need DEI; it's redundant. The only reason you need it is if you're trying to do something else with it, something more nefarious, and that's what we were talking about today.
A couple of points. First, I found I wasn't seeking it. It wasn't pleasant. The cancellation actually makes you stronger. It makes you stronger morally, intellectually, and spiritually. Because I've wrote here, this is an intellectual and spiritual crisis that we're going through. Winston Churchill said, "You've made enemies? Good, it means you stood for something." Life will go on. In fact, it'll be better because you didn't bend. You followed what you knew to be the truth. And then on Mike's earlier point, value neutrality, to which I say amen. Value neutrality is both impossible and undesirable. Unfortunately, we're the victims of our own social science. Right? Modern social science is predicated on a radical distinction between facts and values. That can only be considered scientific for them, which deals with facts, which can be empirically verified. Everything else, philosophy, religion, is often frou-frou land, right? Can't be known, not the proper purview of science. That's led to this false notion that the value-neutral university is, no, you can't. Look at how modern social science tries to be value neutral and what it teaches you in classes for which you unfortunately have to pay tuition. We know that ethnocentrism is a sin in modern. Why? Because all cultures are equal, therefore you shouldn't judge one culture as better or worse. So then they go and they do their so-called value neutral questionnaires of non-Western cultures. And that I mean less in a geographic than in a philosophic sense, meaning those that haven't embraced modern social science. And what do they find in these non-Western cultures? They don't think that all cultures are equal. They think theirs is the best, it's human nature. So now what must the social scientists say about these non-Western cultures? They're wrong. But if they're wrong, that means they're inferior to to the relativist Western cultures, meaning ethnocentrism is right back in. So it's a self-defeating argument. Universities are about truth and they're about civic education. Thomas Jefferson said, any nation that expects to be both ignorant and free expects what never was and never will be. And yet today, serious study of the Constitution of the Declaration is pretty much gone from all universities. Whereas 50 years ago, you couldn't graduate from college without doing that. That's a big part of the problem that we face.
Is it on? What we're teaching right now is the opposite of ethnocentrism. It's oikophobia, which is the hatred of your own culture. And that is done on purpose. I don't mean to flog my book, but I just published a book 3 weeks ago. It's called Next Gen Marxism, which I co-authored with Catherine Gorka. And what we're saying is that this continued indoctrination into saying that we are a damaged culture, that we're systemically racist, that we're colonialists, that we're misogynists, is just something that Marxists have done throughout forever. It's what, the Bolsheviks hated Russia's rich traditions. The Chinese Communist Party set out to extinguish every aspect of dynastic Chinese culture. Pol Pot came into Cambodia declaring 1975 year zero. Everything began with him. I saw this early in my life, in the 60s, in the very early days of the Cuban Revolution, when everything that had come before it was described as, yes, racist, sexist, and unjust. So what we're doing is the opposite. We're right now, and it's on purpose. They're teaching you, I think this group is safe, but they're teaching your friends to hate America for a reason. So they will set out to destroy America. So they set out to dismantle, that's their word, decenter. If something is systemically problematic, then the logical solution is to destroy the system. If we live under a structure of oppression, then you have to destroy the structure. We're not stupid. We understand what they're doing, and you should be aware of what they're doing. It's not on purpose. Sorry, okay, thanks.
Thank you. On the topic of DEI, recently SB 17 was just passed, which just went into effect in January, and it prohibits public colleges and universities from having DEI offices, which the bill defines as offices with the purpose of providing or advocating for the provision of differential treatment to individuals based on their race or sex. So what will the impact of this bill be? Are universities complying with it?
I want to let the Texans here describe what's going on here, because I support it completely. You have one of the best, I don't know who's better, Abbott or DeSantis, but they're both, what they're doing is fantastic. But I want you to know the details of the law.
Last summer, Texas passed SB 17, which banned all DEI offices, training, and programs. It doesn't touch the classroom and it doesn't touch student organizations. Now the question is, will universities obey it? The law has a guillotine clause, and that's this. Each university has to sign off saying, yes, we're following SB 17. And if they don't, then they've got 6 months to clean up their act. And if they still don't, then they can lose funding. Now, will that be enforced by the legislature if there are violations? Last month, Texas Public Policy Foundation, we had our annual conference, the Texas Policy Summit. And there, Texas Senator Brandon Creighton, who is the chairman of Senate Education, and who was the author of SB 17, he said publicly to the universities, this is a law, it's not a suggestion, and we're going to follow up. We have been, since October, submitting public information requests to all 36 Texas public universities covered by the law, asking just two simple questions. Who was on your DEI staff, job descriptions, titles, salaries before this bill was passed? And then where are they now that the bill took effect in January? You would think that's a simple question. I continue, they keep asking me to narrow my questions. You're supposed to get, public information requests supposed to get a response in 10 days. For 6 months now, it's been, well, can you narrow it more? We're not sure. We don't have anything called the DEI office exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is part of the reason why Creighton made the statement he did, because he's aware of this. So now they've called a special hearing, Senate committee hearing, in which they're going to bring the university presidents in May. So I'm optimistic that our resolve will match theirs. And and I talked about the struggle and how for them this is conscience, right? This is an issue of conscience. I mean, they see themselves as persecuted martyrs, right? I mean, and that's of course how the mainstream media present it. Ultimately, it's going to be decided by whether we love our freedom more than they hate it.
I just want to comment on this really quickly because I think it's important to recognize when it comes to DEI on campus, they have gotten away with this for decades now, for multiple generations on campuses, and no one is prepared coming out of K through 12 to properly deal with it. So it is entrenched into every single aspect of student life, as far as I can tell. I think it absolutely has to happen. You have to cut off funding from DEI departments. You have to fire the formal DEI officials. You have to get them out to turn off the spigot. But because it has existed for so long, it is embedded in the curriculum. It is embedded in academic departments. It's embedded in dorm life. Like, it is not going away with just defunding DEI departments. There has to be much more done. And that's what our study was trying to show, was that this is, it's going to be there for a while before you can get out. Because, I mean, Mike wrote a lot about this, and we don't need to belabor the point about Marxism too much, but I mean, ultimately that's what this all comes down to, right? It's ideological. These ideas started on the campus like 50, 60 years ago, decades ago, they're un-American ideas, but they took advantage of the liberal kind of academy that's like open to new studies and whatnot, and they totally took advantage of it and embedded it into our entire curriculum system and the academy itself. So it's built in various ways, and for example, like we can get rid of DEI mandates, we can get rid of training mandates, but a lot of schools are still going to require you to use people's preferred pronouns or like ask for them. That is part of the same ideology. That's critical gender theory. That is part of this woke ideology, whatever you want to call it. Students tell me all the time, and I find it incredibly frustrating, oh, it's just about respect, just being nice to each other. Like, no, it's not about respect. It's about forcing you to bend to their will, right? Because that's what they're getting you to say. They're getting you to say 2 + 2 = 5. They're getting you to deny reality. The only way you can deny reality is by having total control. This is why Marxist regimes always turn into totalitarian regimes. Because the only way for those ideas to survive is to not have the logic and the rationality be spoken for. That's why speech is such an important component to control. So when everyone says it's all about respect, it's like, who's in charge of enforcing respect? Is, society you can find people to respect, you can do it on your own. Should a government entity be forcing you to compel your speech, to forcing you to respect one another? That's the real question you'd be asking. It doesn't even matter what your opinion is about the transgender movement. The question you should be asking is, who's in charge here? Who's the one who should be telling you what to say? Right? Okay, sorry. Just kidding.
Very quickly, that if you're curious about what other states are doing on this issue, obviously Texas is leading, but other states like Florida and Iowa have really jumped out on this issue. The Heritage Foundation has a great tracker on our data visualizations page where we're tracking the DEI legislature and anti-DEI legislation in every state in the country. So if you're curious, if you're doing research about that or you want to get involved, feel free to take a look at our webpage.
And what's the webpage?
So heritage.org, and then type in the search bar data visualizations, and then it'll be the DEI tracker at the very top.
Let me just add to what Cherie said about why this is Marxism and why whether it's, gender theory or critical race theory, it's all the same thing. The issue is never the issue is the revolution. Marxists figured out between the 1920s and the 1960s that the worker wouldn't fight. The worker would not revolt. Marx said, oh, the worker's going to be constantly revolt. Throwing revolution and overthrowing the capitalists and killing the bourgeois and raping his wife. And it didn't happen. The worker was interested in a better life. The worker worshipped God, which Marx said had to be abolished. The worker loved his family, which Marx said had to be abolished. The worker loved his nation. He was patriotic. Marx said that had to be abolished as well. Marx didn't know a single worker. He was the original limousine Marxist. He spent this whole time in the London library doing research. There's no record of him having ever been on a factory floor. So what the Marxists realized was, well, we need another revolutionary. And in the 60s, the New Left, much impacted by this cultural Marxism, actually set out to find a substitute proletariat. And what they find is they look at the riots that are taking place, and Herbert Marcuse, I'm quoting him directly, these are not my words, he said, the revolutionary is going to come from the ghetto population. This, I'm quoting him directly. From people of other races and other colors, quoting him directly. And then, or it will come from the marginalized sexual groups. In the first page of the manifesto, Marx says that all of human interaction boils down to an epic struggle between the oppressed and the oppressor. In German, for those of you who speak German, this is Texas, a lot of you are probably of German ancestry, it's Unterdrückte und Unterdrücken. I'm just mangled that because it's Spanish, I don't know. It is that Manichaean view of the world. And so what they do now, because they're really intelligent, by the way, they're much more intelligent than conservatives. They use that paradigm over everything. So it's not really about race, it's not really about sex, it's not really about Gaza, it's not really about climate, it's about changing the American system. Trust me, it is.
One thing I would add to this, all of us are here thinking this is terrible and we're right. How do we turn it around? Ultimately, the answer is education. There's, I mentioned in my earlier remark that today precious few universities require serious study of American government, the Constitution, the Declaration, the Federalist Papers, Lincoln Douglas debates, stuff that everybody had to do 60 years ago, and they were better for it. Well, it's because of that students are so malleable and so open to false doctrines. I mean, just very simple example. Today, because of bad education, people hear equity, and they think equality, and they think the Declaration of Independence, central truth, all human beings are created equal. What's the problem, right? Well, the problem is this, and again, an introductory course in American government would be an antidote to all this, that the Declaration tells us that equality is a natural fact, and it is, but then we read Federalist 10, the most famous of the Federalist essays, and Madison shows us the problem with equality. And the problem is when people who are different and have different opinions and different interests are free to express it, suddenly you're going to have problems of faction, which he calls the mortal disease of Republican government. And he recognizes that the battles between rich and poor have always been what destroyed democracies in the past, because they were great students of antiquity. Well, what Madison shows us is, if you have equality of opportunity, which is what the Declaration statement that all human beings are created equal means, if you have equality of opportunity, and people are free to express and pursue that, then because by human nature people have different interests, different talents, different proclivities, Madison says you're going to have unequal results, right? Equality of opportunity equals unequal results. This is why you can have the Declaration of Independence in the country it's produced, or you can have DEI, but you can't have both, because equity means equal outcomes, even though they'll deny it every time you argue. But think about it. what is always the argument? Look, here's a 0.2 of a point difference in college scores or in jobs or in, there could be a million reasons why there are these differences, right? The most important being natural differences, but the answer always is racism, sexism, etc. If we could restore genuine civics education, American citizens would see through that lie.
Thank y'all. We're going to move on to our student loan cancellation topic. Can you talk about the proposed rule regarding student loan cancellation recently unveiled by the Biden administration?
Yeah, so I'm sure you guys have heard of this, but just last week, President Biden announced his third attempt at mass student loan cancellation. His third attempt, wow. Here at the Heritage Foundation, we would say that it's unlawful, it's inflationary, and it's expensive. This was a 279-page rule that he's trying to get through in a 30-day comment period where the public has the availability to comment during that period. I'm going to pull my notes up because I just want to make sure that I explain to you correctly the 4 different categories of cancellation that borrowers can now apply for. So now, borrowers who initiated their loan payments before 2005 for undergraduate loans or before 2000 for some graduate loans. So these are borrowers who have been making payments for 20 to 25 years will now see the rest of their balances canceled. The second group is borrowers who owe more on their loans now due to accrued interest than when they initially began repayment. So these are borrowers who were late in making payments. They didn't make their full payment. They were only not accounting for the interest. So now this full amount will be canceled for borrowers. The third category is borrowers who meet the existing loan cancellation program criteria but have yet to apply. So those who are eligible for PSLF or other forgiveness programs such as that will now see their loans automatically canceled. And the last category is so borrowers who enrolled in a degree program and later lost eligibility for federal funding due to poor performance or fraud are now affected. So, crazy. So the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget came out last week and said this proposed rule is going to cost American taxpayers $150 billion. Wow. We know that this rule and these changes the Biden administration is trying to make is not simply debt, and it's not just simply just forgiven. We know that whenever debt is transferred, that it's transferred from the individual who went to college knowing that they wanted to, pursue an education, and it's put on all of the American taxpayers. So, we're just going to call it what it is. It's simply a debt transfer, and it's really bad for the American taxpayer.
And the universities will keep increasing their costs. I think some are like almost $100,000 a year now. Like, this goes up every year, no matter what's happening in the economy. It goes up every single year because they're subsidized by the government. So
it doesn't go to the faculty either, that's the best part.
No, it goes to the bureaucracies on campus. Some campuses, I don't know if you guys know this, have more administrators than students. Right? And let's not include faculty. That is crazy. What is the bureaucracy for, Mike? It's to control. Yeah, it's to control, to regulate. Why are bureaucrats even around? Because their goal is to make laws and to enforce them. That's it.
And is this Biden's first attempt at a massive student loan cancellation?
No, absolutely. So this is his third attempt. So his first one was in August of 2022 when he was doing a one-time cancellation. You probably heard of it. Those who are making less than $120,000 were eligible for $10,000 in cancellation, and then if you received a Pell Grant, you were going to get up to $20,000 in loan cancellation. The Supreme Court struck that down in June of 2023 and deemed it unlawful. The second attempt was his new program called Saving on a Valuable Education. It was a new income-driven repayment program that has now almost gone completely into effect. But it is a massive program in which we probably will only see only 22% of undergraduate borrowers pay back their loans under. So thankfully, states like Kansas, Missouri have sued sued the Biden administration regarding this plan. So we're hoping that if this lawsuit does carry out, that we will not see the plan fully implemented in July of 2024, which is when it's supposed to go fully in implementation.
Question, yes.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry, is this an attempt to buy votes as well?
Absolutely. So this new plan that you just came out with last week, so the final rule, which is when they can actually start implementing some of these provisions, is going to go into effect, we're thinking November 1st. When is that? Just a couple days before the election. So yes, Senator Bill Cassidy called President Biden out on this and said, yes, this is exactly what it is. It's a ploy to try to buy votes.
And I know you hinted at this a little bit in your first point, but what implications does the rule have for taxpayers, and like what are the costs?
Look, this makes all of us think that society is broken. I finished paying my student loans when I was in my 40s. I never complained about it. I never thought it was unjust. We were poor as church mice because we were immigrants. I had to get a lot of loans. And now, because I've done well in this country, I just finished two of my children in college. I pay a lot of money for them, a lot of money. And I just feel like, my wife and I have been complete fools. We should just kind of loans to the max. It sows skepticism, and it just makes all Americans feel that the system is corrupt. Later on, I'd like to go back to what Tom said about the dichotomy between equality and freedom, if I may. Because I think it's very, very, yeah. Well, no, when you said that the more freedom we have, the less equal we will be on an individual basis. And I think Marxists understand this, and when they're honest, they tell us. Max Horkheimer said that. He said, towards the end of his life, the guy who invented critical theory, he said, it's true. The more they have it's an inverse relationship between freedom and equality. But equality, but freedom of opportunity, equal opportunity is what matters. I've looked at the New York bar in the 1880s. It was like 7% Jewish. And Jews were then kept out of the legal profession for many years because WASPs didn't want them to get into the good law firms, onto the good financial firms. What did Jews do? They established their own law firms, their own financial firms. They didn't just come in and say to Protestants, hey, you have to hire me. They just, because we had a system of laws that allowed them to do that. Today, the New York bar is like 70% Jewish or 80% Jewish. That allowed that to happen. So when you have a system of laws, even discrimination, which is heinous, which we must all fight, you can defeat discrimination if you have equal opportunity and a system of laws that will allow you to do it. Sorry, I didn't interrupt that.
Well, I'll just tack on just before we get into the technicalities of some of it. So I think it's really important to recognize, and it doesn't get talked about enough, I don't think, that about the financial aid forgiveness. It's not just forgiving people who graduated from college, all right? So like if you look at the percentages of people who are in debt, a huge chunk of them are people who dropped out, who did not finish or get degrees. So that's who we're rewarding that. Like we're paying their loans for not completing college because they didn't know what they wanted to do with their lives. Or maybe, maybe they dropped out for other reasons. There's always something that happens in people's lives, and that's fine. But the question is, like, what exactly are they bringing to society with the money with the debt that they just incurred? The assumption is, if you're forgiving a student loan, then maybe it's because they've done something to contribute and reinvest back in society through their career path. But if that's not necessarily true, then what are we doing here? The other thing is most people don't talk about how much taxpayers pay for remedial classes, because students who should not be graduating high school are being graduated because the districts want more money and they want to show that they're DEI, right, like compliant, by graduating high numbers of minorities who do not qualify to be graduating school. And then guess what? Their first year in school that where taxpayers are funding are all remedial classes because they can't do well, or they have to go to community college first and then transfer. So this is again something we're talking about, where the money is going and what we're spending it on. It's not just for your degrees or master's programs.
Yeah, so just to add one other point. So in terms of what the implications are for taxpayers, so I don't know if you guys have heard this, but whenever the department was undergoing negotiated rulemaking, so this is what they typically do before they come out with the proposed rule, because under the Higher Education Act, they're required to work with stakeholders that represent various interests and kind of come together and see, whenever they want to make these changes regarding higher education, they have to come together in this rulemaking session. And in this session, they also considered a proposed rule, which we're thinking that the Biden administration is going to come out with in a few months, that would basically allow the Secretary of Education to cancel debt for those facing hardship or for those who are likely to default on their loans. Wow. That represents 71% of borrowers who are now part of the student loan program, 71% of borrowers. So the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget said, we're gonna look at what the cost would be for taxpayers if the Biden administration were going to implement a proposed rule such as that. And they're thinking it would cost anywhere between $250 billion to $750 billion. Biden's first attempt at max student loan cancellation that was struck down by the Supreme Court at max was gonna cost taxpayers $600 billion. This could cost up to $750 billion, so absolutely crazy.
That should be like.
Okay, so we have one more question for you, and it was if, like, the school systems are too far gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple things that we haven't talked about yet that are really important to touch on are the anti-Semitism on campus in Title IX. So one thing I'll mention real quickly, that this is, when we're talking about the far left or the woke or DEI, apparatchik, whatever you want to call them, however you want to characterize them, I think we did a good job kind of explaining what their ultimate goals are. But this is also a group that firmly believes that the ends justify the means. So I think it's important whenever you're approaching anyone who's advocating for something that's far left, that you're kind of like, why would you advocate for the murder of Jews in their beds? Like, why would that be like something, you must see how crazy that sounds. But if this is someone whose view on the world, their entire perspective is based on the ends justify the means, that's how they can justify it in their heads, right? That's how they can advocate for this type of behavior. So it's really important that when we start to approach students that we understand, like, that's in those situations, that is kind of their worldview. And one thing, I just want to quickly touch on the anti-Semitism stuff. I think it's important to note that anti-Semitism existed long before on campuses, long before October 7th, right? So it's always been an issue on campuses. There's always been groups of students advocating for divestment of Israel. The boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement has been around for a long time. Students have regularly attempted to shut down Jewish groups or force all student clubs on campus to participate in the BDS movement through Student Government Association fee allocation. So that's something that's always been going on. But it was really interesting to see the Ivies especially, but some of the universities really spiral in not understanding this. We talked about institutional neutrality earlier. Suddenly, all of the schools have become institutionally neutral. They weren't neutral about Dobbs. They weren't neutral about a bunch of other political questions. They weren't neutral when they were shutting down Turning Point chapters for hosting a tabling event. But now suddenly they're neutral when there's a bunch of pro-Palestinian protesters on their campus screaming at Jews. And I would like to say that there was a lot of that went on with the Claudine Gay et al. Hearing, the first hearing, not yesterday, or not the other days, with Elise Stefanik. Clarity on this is important because it touches on what's going on with Title IX right now. She was asking the presidents to say what, essentially to admit that pure speech, which is calling for the killing of Jews, to be classified as conduct, harassing conduct. There's two important points on this. One, the universities, Harvard, Columbia, all these schools, they're private. They can classify it however they want, really, because they can say, we don't allow anti-Semitism on our campus, we're not going to allow you to do this. They can shut it down if they want. They have time, place, and manner restrictions, they can use any avenue they want. They chose not to, so at least Stefanik actually had them between a rock and a hard place. Because they knew that if they said yes, it violates our policy, then suddenly the question comes to then why aren't you doing anything about it? Why are you allowing it to happen? But what also was happening was that this was actually conduct in most cases. If you look at the individual cases of the anti-Semitic riots and protests on campus, what they were referring to at the time, especially with what was going on at Harvard, was conduct. Students were being stopped from their dorms. They were being told by police officers on campus that it's a hostile environment, that it's not safe to go out this exit, you have to use this exit. They were being locked into libraries. Their equal access to education was being violated. That is a violation. That is harassing conduct. So these professors or these presidents also failed to acknowledge the actual double standards and incidents that were taking place on their campus. And we can talk about Title IX, but I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in on that.
Tom, you want to say something? Sure. Because I want to.
Go ahead.
Well, you go ahead, and then we can talk to wrap it up. So go ahead.
Yeah, the question is, are universities too far gone to be saved? And I hope the answer is no. And the reason I say I hope it's no is because American democracy depends on American higher education. In our increasingly secular society, the ruling opinions in our culture come from the universities, for better or worse, as we've seen, right? So my hope is that the university, as currently composed, meaning in its current sickness, is dying, and that new visions, new universities will rise up, and students and their parents will vote with their pocketbooks and impoverish the universities that are practicing this. But they have so many other sources of support from government that I'm just not sure. But what I am sure of, and as we saw at these, it was confirmed at the congressional hearings of the Ivy League presidents. But look, DEI is the cause of anti-Semitism on campus. If you divide the world, as Mike was saying, from the first page of the first chapter of Marx's Communist Manifesto, if you divide the world into oppressor and oppressed, expect this, right? Because with it comes no moral responsibility on the part of the oppressed. For them, the rule of law has no moral basis because it's merely a rationalization devised by the ruling class to continue to oppress minorities. So it wasn't accidental that we saw this anti-Semitism on the Ivy League campuses. These students aren't rebels. They are doing exactly what they've been taught.
I'm losing 45 seconds. Is education too far gone? Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, says that we're going to have to decide which institutions are too far gone, and we have to let them go, or which institutions we can reform. It's your generation who will decide this major question. I was just in Santa Barbara at another conference 2 days ago. Victor Davis Hanson said he was looking at TV, he was looking at Claudine Gay, and he was saying, shaking his head going, this is not Claudine Gay's Harvard to destroy. He was looking at Liz McGill and said, this is not Liz McGill's pen to University of Pennsylvania to destroy. I think I'm with Tom here. I think the Ivies are worth fighting for. I think we need to take them back. We need to reform them. They're too important to America, all colleges, but select top colleges, we're not going to hand them over to the left. We're not going to hand them over to the Marxists. My recommendation to you, and it's your generation that will decide it, fight for them.
Before we wrap up, I feel like we really do need to talk just a couple comments on Title IX, because the rule that the Biden administration proposed came out yesterday morning, and it's really important you understand what it says. Well, especially, my perspective is going to be primarily the free speech angle, but they took out really important free speech protections from Title IX, all right? And they also added gender identity as a protected class along with sex characteristics and a couple of other things, including, what was it? Not just pregnancy now it's like pregnancy characterization or something, which includes, I'm assuming, abortion is what they're referring to in that. But what that means is that granted, this goes into effect on August 1st this year, and it's going to be, there are going to be a lot of legal challenges coming out of the woodworks on this, so hopefully we can get it stopped. But it's fundamentally, for speech, going to put you in a position where your speech is going to be compelled, because now it can become a Title IX violation for you to not use someone's preferred pronoun. It can become a Title IX violation for you to have a strong opinion about abortions. It could be a Title IX violation for you to not use gender affirmation language, or for a professor to accidentally dead name a student. That is a serious, serious accusation. Most campuses have a policy that if you are accused of a Title IX violation, you're removed from campus during the investigation to protect the victims. This is going to totally screw up people's lives if it's actually going forward. It's also compelled speech, and it's fundamentally unconstitutional. The federal government does not supersede the Constitution as much as they like to think that they do. So there are going to be a number of legal challenges, including ours, on the horizon. So I just want to put that out there so you all know what's happening. Yeah.
Ismail, who he mentioned briefly in the last moment, he's a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation, also joined by Chuck Darrow with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. He is the current Chief National Initiatives Officer at TPPF, as well as he was a member of the California Assembly and served in the Reagan Pentagon. So kind of start us off, the questions for today, I'd like to ask both of you, what do you view as the current state of kind of world politics right now, and how has it changed since the beginning of the Biden administration?
Chuck, we can, either one of us hit this one over the fence. I'll let you go first, and then I'll back clean up.
Right, very good, thank you. So clearly things have deteriorated significantly with Joe Biden and all the adults in the room that have come to rescue us from Orange Man Bad. And I think that the root of what we're seeing right now is the rot that is at the very center of our foreign policy clerisy, and they are a clerisy. It's like a closed system. They take people from certain Ivy League schools, certain schools of thought, and they populate key agencies like the State Department and the CIA, et cetera. And they're infamous for their groupthink. And where I think things went wrong and are being amplified right now is that during the Cold War, in the period of decolonization out of both Africa and Asia, you had the understanding that we had basically a zero-sum game, that any nation that fell into the Soviet orbit was a nation that was not going to be coming into the orbit of the Western democracies. And so it was very important at the time that we did nation building. You saw that in South Korea, you saw that attempted in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. But at the end of the Cold War, and with the advent of 9/11, then things fundamentally changed. And at that point, you no longer had this global ideological competition. Unfortunately, it really plays to the egos of the people who are running our foreign policy establishment to somehow think that you can transplant what came about through centuries of religious warfare and lessons about how to tolerate other religions that came out of Great Britain and was transplanted to North America, to somehow then believe that people who have this yearning for freedom and liberty are able to have self-ordered liberty and rule of law all over the globe. And so that's where you get into this error of committing trillions of dollars to nation build in places like Afghanistan or Iraq, where all we should have done is mounted a punitive expedition, killed the people who needed killing, and then leave and let the rubble take care of itself. Because if you kill us, it does not incur an obligation on us, and no moral obligation to go rebuild you. And so unfortunately, what we're seeing today is the end result of that philosophy brought in spades. That's why you have the disastrous chaos in Kabul. That's why you have the Houthis firing missiles and shutting down one of the world's major waterways in the Red Sea leading up to the Suez Canal. That's why you have missiles being fired at Israel. So I'm just going to be thankful if we get through to, what is it, January 20th of next year in one piece.
Let me add to that. This is on? Okay, can you hear me? So a little bit of this, what Chuck just described, in the Bush administration, I was in the Bush administration, I was at the State Department, had to do with this division between Colin Powell and Donald Rumsfeld. Colin Powell, I think wrongly, obviously very wrongly in our view now with 2020 hindsight, when he had what he said was a China shop rules, you break it, you own it. And that was wrong. You know, we haven't behaved that way before, although we have also behaved that way. We did with Korea, Japan, and West Germany. Chuck and I discussed this offline earlier this week. But I think right now what we're seeing is something not as grounded in foreign policy as that, is that we're being led by very unserious people. You know, Biden and Harris and Anthony Blinken and Jake Sullivan are not a third string, they're JV. They're non-entities. They things. I have sat at a lunch with the foreign minister of a country, the former foreign minister, the man had just been a foreign minister, and he said he waited for Anthony Blinken to come in. Sorry, Anthony, I keep forgetting that he doesn't pronounce the H. And Anthony Blinken, this foreign minister had many important things on his agenda to discuss with the Secretary of State of the leader of the free world. And he wanted to discuss trade and the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And Anthony Blinken was there to discuss what his government wanted to do with interracial relations. So this foreign minister was telling me he was just thinking to himself, the bubble above his head was, this is none of your business. You know, you're not dictating to me something, what to do. Well, right now, I have, I can show you, I have it in my iPhone, a video that the American Embassy is funding in Buenos Aires, trying to sow interracial conflict. You know, I've been to Argentina. Argentina is like 99% white. Argentina has very few Native Americans, very few African Argentines. And we're funding this video saying, you know, all these things that we should have no business doing. Argentina is a friendly country, especially now that is being run by Javier Milei, who is very pro-American. We should not be doing this. We should not be, you know, provoking Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, who is actually an ally. He's a member of NATO. He is pro-American. We have done everything. Our ambassador there is a clown. Our ambassador there fills Budapest with posters, you know, insulting Orban and insulting his pro-family policies. Why are we doing that? You know, so yes, the world is a complete mess right now. You know, Donald Trump had bad tweets, and Donald Trump was too personal for my tastes. And we could go on and on and on about all the bad aspects of Donald Trump, but Donald Trump left us a world that was more or less pretty much at peace. Vladimir Putin, you know how many, you know, how much territory Vladimir Putin invaded during Trump's zero. Under Obama, he invaded a lot. Under Biden, God knows he's invaded a lot. And what is the casus belli of Putin's invasion of Ukraine? It's not NATO expansion. It was our humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan. You know, the English language was tasked to come up. It didn't have enough adjectives to describe how insulting and humiliating that was. That withdrawal was a disaster. And it told all the tyrants of the world, hey, there's a fire sale right now. Invade your neighbor. Do anything you can, because Joe Biden is in charge and he thinks that his uncle was eaten by cannibals. You know, so China, Taiwan, yeah, that could happen, and it's going to be really bad. You know, October 7th didn't need to happen. Didn't happen under Donald Trump. Orange man bad, as Chuck says. The guy with the bad tweets. We're in the disaster that we're in with a world, and this really impacts you. All of you are of military age. All of you, and then now we're going to press, you know, women into combat service as well. So all of you are implicated in this because our people, the people who are in charge of foreign policy, are clowns. And I'm sorry, I wish I could have something from Clausewitz or Sun Tzu, something more erudite to say, but that is the reality of the world.
I'm sure German has a complex word that's about 33
yes,
characters.
Added to yes, which I did.
So earlier during our higher education panel, Mike, you mentioned this idea that schools are promoting and teaching a negative view of American culture. How has that impacted, and those influences on upcoming generations impacted our approach to foreign policy?
Well, we have a humongous recruitment crisis right now. Why would you want to go and lay your life on the line for a country that is oppressive, that is systemically racist, that is heteronormative and misogynist, that is, as is often described, one of the worst countries in the history of humanity? Why would you do that? Who would want to? And what would in our own? So, April 2nd. Anthony Blinken appointed Zakiya Carr-Johnson to be the head of DEI at the State Department. Zakiya Carr-Johnson says that we have no hope as a country. This is all like you can Google her, Google what she said. Time has run out on what she calls a failed historical experiment. Failed historical model, quote unquote. This is what she thinks is the United States. She is now the head of DEI at the State Department, And you would say, well, the DEI is not really. No, she can affect the promotion and hiring and behavior of our whole diplomatic corps. She can affect the behavior of 30,000 people who work for the State Department. Okay? And it just emanates from there. She thinks that we are, everything I just said, racist, heteronormative, misogynist, that we need to change. What did she say? We need to change the traditional structure of society at every juncture. That's another quote unquote. Our ambassador to the United Nations, what is her name? I forget now. It's another double barrel name. She also thinks we're like a really, that she's, I'm going to remember her name. It's Linda, you're going to Google that, thanks. Linda, ambassador to the United Nations, Linda, something.
She's a clown.
Yeah. She says that our founding ideals were wrong. The very thing, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, these are the people who lead us. Why would anybody want to safeguard, protect American interests? Thomas Greenfield, Linda Thomas Greenfield. Google her as well. So if we're logical, we wouldn't want America to do well. We wouldn't want American interests to be protected. And that is what we have a foreign policy, to protect you, to protect your interests. For Pete's sakes, to dig Donald Trump because his foreign policy was America first? What is America foreign policy supposed to be about anyway? If not America first. So anyway, I think this is why I think it emanates. I used to do foreign policy a lot. I was at the State Department. I was a foreign correspondent. I lived overseas for 15 years. I wasn't born in this country to begin with. And I was, for the last 4 or 5 years, I've written nothing but stuff about America because I think the enemy is within. I was sitting with my daughter at Donuts after Mass one day about 5 years ago. She goes, we all understand it. You used to fight enemies overseas, and you were really comfortable with that. And now you're fighting enemies inside, and that makes you feel much less comfortable because they have constitutional rights. And you're fighting your fellow Americans. We all get it. We all get it at home, by the way. Don't worry. So I was like, oh my gosh, she understands. She was like 15 at the time. This is where I think foreign policy emanates from who we are.
Couldn't have said it better. That's good.
So we have these hotspots that are controlling the news cycle at times. It seems Ukraine, Gaza. What are some other key hotspots that y'all are seeing that aren't getting talked about that we truly need to keep an eye on?
It's a great question, and I think this is the point where you might want to just remind yourself, if you're leaning towards a neo-isolationism, to remind yourself that you may not care about foreign policy, but foreign policy cares very much about you. So the first thing to look at hotspots is you just look at geography, and it's important to understand that the vast majority of the world's population lives very close to the ocean. And the vast majority of trade moves by ship, not by aircraft, by ship. And as a result, choke points are very important. So you look at places like Panama, you look at the Suez Canal, you look at the Straits of Hormuz, you look at the Red Sea, you look at the Strait of Malacca down across from Singapore. All of these areas are potential hotspots, especially given the decline of the U.S. Navy relative to a rapidly expanding Chinese Navy. China today has 250 times the shipbuilding capacity that the U.S. has. I'll say that again, 250 times our shipbuilding capacity. We still have more tonnage of U.S. Navy afloat than do the Chinese, but at the rate they're building, they'll probably pass the size of the U.S. Navy insofar as displacement in about 2 years. And so that then expands the potential for troublesome areas, for hotspots. I would say right now that the areas that I'm looking at the most would be the South China Sea, especially near the Philippines, where China claims they had this quote-unquote gentleman's agreement with the former corrupt president Duterte. And the new administration under Marcos is saying, show us the paperwork, where's this agreement? Oh, it doesn't exist, does it? And so we have a treaty with the Philippines that if China were to kill or attack any of their vessels, we would be obligated to come to their aid. of course, the China-Taiwan conflict, and China also claims islands that are owned by Japan. So any of those areas along the first island chain are extremely important to the US, and important to world stability. And the reason why Taiwan is important goes way beyond the fact that, yeah, it's an island nation, 23 million people, they've got self-governing democracy, okay, yada, yada, yada. I don't care whether they're a democracy or if they were still ruled by the ghost of Chiang Kai-shek. The fact is that Taiwan is the linchpin of the first island chain. You take Taiwan, and that allows you to then unhinge the ability of the US to defend the Pacific by threatening simultaneously both Japan to the north and the Philippines to the south, and at that point it's all over with. So I'm extremely concerned about those particular areas.
Yeah, I agree with Chuck. I prefer defending a free and democratic and capitalist Taiwan and defending a Taiwan under Chiang Kai-shek. But you're right, Chuck is channeling a famous British statesman who said countries don't have permanent friends, they have permanent interests. And we have a permanent interest in making sure that China does not choke off shipping lanes in the Pacific. China is not only claiming islands, China is building islands. It gets an atoll or an islet and it pours concrete and it begins to add and add to it. It's like, oh, this island is now a Chinese island. It extends our territorial waters. China is going to be your big problem for your generation. The Cold War, I'm a 20th century person. The Cold War was one main thing, but China's going to be your big problem for people your age. One hotspot that people don't often talk about is, Venezuela could very easily invade Guyana, and is getting ready to invade Guyana. Guyana, why is that important? Guyana has a lot of oil. And it's going to be, I talked about a fire sale for tyrants around the world. It's just going to add, again, it's like, hey, it looks like bad orange man could become president unless they put him in prison on January 20th, and the fund's going to stop. If that happens, we might as well, take over our land while we have, the guy with Uncle Bozy in the White House. Another thing, and this is, we're in Texas right now, Mexico has lost, AMLO, Andres Manuel López Obrador, has lost control over vast swaths of his own territory. They could, this very better than I do. This is where you work. It's controlled by the cartels. His abrazos, no balazos, hooks, not bullets, it rhymes in Spanish, approach means that some of the top cartels have taken over big parts of Mexico. I know companies in New York who have do the production in Mexico. They can't, quality control people cannot visit these plants. Because the cartel, because they will be kidnapped. So they have to subcontract to other people to visit and do the quality control. This is how bad things have gotten. Ecuador is another country that could be easily lost to affiliates of Mexican cartels. I think this is an often untold story. Now, I don't want to leave a gloomy scenario about Latin America. I think that we're seeing hopeful signs. Malay is a hopeful sign. Brazilian civil society is fighting against Lula. But there again, here we have this aging, corrupt, Marxist dictator, not dictator, he was elected, but with dictator inclinations, Lula, Inácio Lula da Silva, he was embraced by the Biden administration. Why? Juan Gonzalez, who until last month was the head of the NSC of our Latin American policy, he actually said this in a meeting which a friend of mine attended. He told me, a private meeting. Juan Gonzalez said, we knew that Lula was going to give us foreign policy headaches, but we embraced him because we agree with him ideologically. Who was running against Lula? Bolsonaro, Jair Bolsonaro, who was best buddies with Trump. So Bolsonaro was seen as Trump south of the border, so we embraced the Marxist anti-American who's pro-China, not because this is good for American interests, because they don't care about American interests, they don't care about your interests, they care about ideological allies. This all has to stop. This has to stop. We have to go back to hard-nosed for American interests being protected overseas.
Thank you. So, we talked about these smaller, less obvious hotspots. How has the active conflict in Ukraine impacted these other hotspots and the work you do with these hotspots?
Well, we're spending money that we don't have. We're borrowing money from China. I think where Heritage has run the numbers, we will have spent on Ukraine $1,400 per household. And I'm anti-Putin. I don't think Putin should be allowed to win. I was an election observer in Ukraine. I visited Ukraine. I visited the countries that used to be members of the Soviet Union. I don't want Vladimir Putin to take over Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania or Georgia. I think Vladimir Putin is a really, really bad guy. But I just want to leave it here. I want Chuck to weigh in. But Biden has yet to show us a strategy. We're just spending money, again, borrowing from the Chinese. We're not spending money on a budget. We're borrowing from the Chinese to spend money without a strategy. What is the strategy? We keep asking them, they produce nothing.
The issue of no articulated strategy in Ukraine is extremely important. I don't believe that Biden himself is capable of articulating a strategy that is coherent to the American public, so he's never done that. And the people around him are profoundly unserious, so you're not likely going to get it. I do think, though, it is important to characterize the aid that has been sent so far. I may disagree slightly in the sense that if you look at some of the military aid that's been sent, a lot of it was of heavily discounted used equipment. And so, just like when you buy a car and you put 100,000 miles on it, it's not worth what you paid for it. So in many cases, a lot of the equipment we've sent was due to be demilitarized in the U.S. in the first place, which we would have actually spent money to demilitarize. So if you look at the cash that's gone over, what is it, about 30 billion, 40 billion? And so that really adds up to like $90 a person in the country. If you look at the cash that's been sent, big difference than over 1,000. But I completely agree on the issue of no articulated strategy. And here's where things I think get very dicey. And you have some honest disagreements within the conservative movement, which is going through a profound change right now because, of course, we don't have the Cold War that more or less united most elements of the conservative movement. And then, of course, after 9/11, you had, again, more or less unanimous cooperation. And now we're losing that. And so I would argue, though, that we are potentially facing the opening moves of World War III. And I say that as a retired Army intelligence officer. We're taught to brief the most likely course of action and the most dangerous course of action. And what I see going on right now is that China is becoming more and more open in providing overt military assistance to Russia. This reminds me of the lead up to World War II in many different ways. And so our view of the war in Ukraine needs to take into account that what if China and Russia are working together on this issue? How can we get Europe more engaged in defending their own back doorstep? They've got money, they've got technology, they have the ability to greatly expand their armed forces if they decided to. And in the meantime, China, much like Nazi Germany was in World War II, China is the main threat. Russia would be somewhat analogous in that analogy to either Italy or to the Japanese Empire, insofar as the relative power and ability to inflict harm. And so the U.S. really does need to be focused on China. And what I would say, again, yes, we need an articulated strategy with Ukraine, but let me add a couple of more things to make you think that maybe something bad is about to happen. You asked about hotspots earlier. There are growing news reports of increasing numbers of military-aged Chinese nationals now illegally concentrating in Luzon, and that's the main island of the Philippines in the north. That's one of the three main invasion areas for the Philippines. That's one of the three that the Japanese invaded in 1941. So you have somewhere around 7,000 or 8,000 illegal Chinese students that are up in students, in air quotes, up in Luzon. You have large numbers of Chinese nationals now in Guam, and they continue to penetrate the security perimeters of the U.S. military installations there. And lastly, of course, we have something like a 6,000% increase of Chinese nationals coming across the border since early 2023, representing, I think we're looking at north of 40,000 people now, almost all of whom are of military age. A lot of these individuals are going off and working at illegal marijuana grows, where they're raking in billions of dollars and sending it back to China. But one wonders how many of those individuals might in fact be here for other purposes. Not like distributing drugs illegally and sending the profits back to China is bad enough, but what if we have some of those individuals that are here for other purposes, like, oh, I don't know, sabotage teams or assassination squads. So I'm concerned, very much so, that we may be seeing the beginning of a pretty powerful alliance between Russia and China.
Chuck's mention of World War III just reminded me of another hotspot, and I completely agree with Chuck on World War III. And another potential hotspot could come between Serbia and Kosovo, where it's touch and go constantly now. And obviously, World War I began in Sarajevo, not too far from Serbia. And Serbia is a complete, Serbia is Russia mini-me, right? It's an Orthodox country whose government and people have strong sympathies with Russia. Russia always supported Serbs when Serbia was occupied by the Ottoman Empire. So these are centuries-long connections between the Serbs and the Russians. And I think one of the reasons behind what Chuck is saying about World War III is that we have a lot of different conflicts, and it's the people on one side are theirs, and the people on one side are ours. And it's not connected yet. Don't forget that not all world wars were nominated as world wars, denominated as world wars. We had the 7-Year War, what we call the 7-Year War, we call the French and Indian War, which the Europeans call the 7-Year War, which was kind of took place all over the world. And we know it because we had a lot of action in New York and in Quebec. Western Cuba was taken over by the English. In fact, my wife's ancestors fought against my ancestors. So in the 1700s, and you had it also take place in India. It was a world war without us calling it a world war. The same thing with the Franco-Prussian War. Also had different hotspots. So we're in a very dangerous time. If Serbia invades what it sees as its own territory, Serbia has never recognized Kosovo. It will never recognize Kosovo. It sees it as hollowed Serbian ground. That would be another front in this war, and it will be the same people, the Chinese, Russian-backed side against a NATO-backed side.
So that kind of leads into my next question. You've talked about the impact that we're seeing in the involvement from China. What about Iran? What are your thoughts on Iran's involvement in these hotspots?
So ever since 1979, when the Ayatollah Khomeini was brought back from exile in France and the Shah was toppled because, going back to your comments about ideology, Jimmy Carter and his administration viewed imperfect friends and allies as less desirable than an imaginary perfect enemy. And so this has been problematic for the U.S. ever since. Now, what I think is very interesting about what's going on, Iran is trying to achieve hegemony throughout the Middle East, and they have a difficult time doing it, at least so long as Israel and America remain somewhat strong in their face, because of two reasons, both religion and ethnicity. So the Iranians are Persian. Most of the rest of the region is Arab or some other minority. The Iranians are Shiite. Most of the rest of the region is Sunni. And there's a lot of bad blood and a lot of insults that go across between the two, right? The Arabs kind of see the Persians as effete, right? They see Shia Islam as heretical, and yet, more or less, there are majorities of Shiites in Iraq, in Syria, significant numbers in Lebanon, significant numbers down in Yemen, where the Houthi rebels, they're Shiites. Even within Saudi Arabia, they have a restive Shiite minority. And so what Iran is trying to do is essentially achieve kind of a new empire. And what happened under Trump, and more or less continued with the momentum because it made sense, was that you started to see some of the Gulf cooperation nations, Saudi Arabia, UAE, begin to make a detente with Israel, which was huge, right? That was earth-shattering because the status quo, unimaginative thinkers in the State Department never thought that, well, you have to solve the Palestinian problem first before this is going to happen, right? Well, no, actually not. They actually don't care much about the Palestinians. It's a different, I mean, it's one thing to say a few things, it's another thing to predicate your foreign policy on them. And so I think what you're seeing now, especially when you saw those 320 ballistic missiles, drones, and cruise missiles fired at Israel just a week ago, you saw active cooperation from Saudi Arabia and Jordan to help down those missiles. And so I think we're beginning to see the emergence of a bloc against Iran to contain their ambitions. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has continued this very wrong-headed Obama-era policy that because they see Israel as this illicit outpost of colonialism, they view Iran as this counterbalance to Israel. Now, I'm hoping that in the wake of the massacre by Hamas, which is heavily supported by Iran, and I'm hoping in the wake of the missile barrage, that some of the individuals within the Biden State Department are beginning to reevaluate their illogical love affair of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Chuck, I think that's hoping for too much. I think what we've had this week with the Iranian attack on Israel last Saturday that Chuck referred to, and then what happened, the retaliation yesterday by Israel, is we've had clarity. This has never been about Hamas, it's never been about the Houthis, it's never been about Hezbollah. These are proxies for Iran. Proxies for Iran. The Trump administration cut off Iran. You know, Orange Man bad tweets, cut off Iran, took away their money. And the Trump administration initiated the Abraham Accords. These are the accords that Chuck referred to. In a rational world, you know, Robert Greenway, who's now my colleague at the Heritage Foundation, who was the top negotiator of the Abraham Accords, should be given a Nobel Peace Prize. Because this is a real step towards peace. In fact, the reason why Hamas, which is really not Hamas, which is Iran, Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th was because Israel was about to sign a treaty with Saudi Arabia. So we have to understand now. Chuck is absolutely right. The reason, and they're not going to get this, Chuck. They have put Israel is bad because Israel is an oppressor. This is what I said in the last panel. They reduced everything to this epic Manichaean struggle between the oppressor and the oppressed. Israel is U.S. mini-me. So because we're bad, we're settler colonial society. Israel is a settler colonial society. These people have never been to Israel because more than half of Israel now is Arabic looking. They're Sephardic. They're not Jews from
or from Ethiopia.
Yeah, or from Ethiopia, right? They're not the first generation of Israelis, Ben Gurion and Golda Meir, came from Eastern Europe, and they were European looking. But then, as Arab countries began to a genocide of Jews in their countries, in Morocco and Syria and Iran, they left these countries and went to Israel. So now the people, at least half of the country, is Arabic looking. They're Sephardic Jews, descendants of Spanish Jews. So that frozen paradigm that they have will not allow them to understand what Trump understood, which is that Iran is, and not Iran, by the way, the Iranian people are wonderful. It's the Iranian people, the Islamic Republic, who severely oppress the Iranian people, who throw acid into the faces of young women for not wearing the veil, who throw homosexuals off of rooftops. These are people who are really, really bad, oppress the Iranian people, and yet we are giving them access to buildings. Kirby, an admiral, who's now the State Department spokesman, goes on TV, and Sharon Bream says to him, he's like, well, money is fungible. So no, money's not fungible. This money that we allow them, they can only use it for humanitarian purposes. Has he never run his family budget? Does his wife do everything? You know, money is the most fungible thing there is, next to water. So I don't, it has to be ideological. They should be able to get it. They went to college, but it's ideological. They will not be able to see it.
I'm not going to drink out of your water bottle, though.
So you've talked through different possible hotspots, different ongoing hotspots, different nations that are involved there. So who do each of you personally view as kind of the number one threat to the U.S. as the current world is?
For you guys, China. I mean, this is something, China's going to be your adversary. They're very, very, John McCain, a lot of problems, but he was also very smart in many ways. He called Russia a gas station with nukes. And that is, Russia doesn't, whenever a company is hit in a cyber attack, if it's a sophisticated thing, everyone's like, no, it's China. The Russians are going to be able to do this. They do ham-fisted stuff. I listen to Sputnik Radio, which is Russia's English language propaganda network here in the U.S. It's completely heavy-handed. What does China do when they want to have propaganda in the U.S.? They buy a radio station and they don't let you know it's Chinese. It's just like an American radio station with American flags. And it's spewing Chinese propaganda, but it's so sophisticated. Or they tell the Hollywood studio, hey, we have the second largest box office take in the world. If you want your little movie to be shown in China, you're gonna have to submit the script to Chinese, to CCP censors. And so they do this all the time, and your generation may not be aware of this, but you are pretty smart, you probably are. For movies that you see, Hollywood, television programs that you see, radio stations that you listen to, are impacted by Chinese propaganda and you don't know it. So China is trying to change the way you think, the way you look at the world. Is going to be the big issue for you in the decades to go forward. I believe.
So yes, China, as well as, of course, their manipulation of the U.S. To get their way, so also the internal threat. How many of you all have TikTok on your devices? Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot more. If you were honest, there would be more than half of people would be raising their hands, right? So because you have TikTok on your device, China knows everything about you, right? They know where you are right now. They could be listening to this presentation. They also have specific algorithms that are designed to get in your head and make you think that, for example, that you have a problem with your weight, or maybe you should be committing suicide or changing your gender. The Chinese equivalent of this back in China, by the way, makes you do your homework. Right. It's literally a completely different app. And so when you look at things like that, you begin to realize what sort of an enemy we're up against. During the height of the Cold War, the Russian economy achieved probably no more than half of the US GDP output with about 10% more population. So that is a per capita output, they're about 45% of ours. China's population, while it's now heading into decline because of their disastrous One China policy, when you think about it, it's like, well, do you think China can be more efficient than the old Soviet Union with a more of a fascist sort of way of controlling their economy as opposed to pure centralized control socialism? Yeah, they could probably be a little more efficient. Plus, the Chinese have a greater history of capitalism than the Russian people do. And so if you think, well, they've got about 5 times the number of people we do, let's assume that they got to the same level of productivity that the Russians got to. They got to maybe 45% per capita. well, that would mean that their economy would be about 2 to 2.5 times that of the United States. And historically, the last time we fought a nation with a bigger GDP than ours, they burned down our White House. So just saying, maybe we should keep an eye on this. China also then has a lot more resources that they can put into things like espionage and intellectual property theft than the Russians ever could pull off, right? When I was in the legislature in California, they actually emptied their consulates in San Francisco and Los Angeles to do a full court press to defeat a bill, a Tibet Day resolution. This was, I think, in 2007 or 8. An FBI agent came and visited me and asked me if I had been lobbied yet by the Chinese, that they were shocked. They'd never seen this level of activity before. And I said, well, no, they probably aren't going to bother because my novel, China Attacks, is banned in mainland China, the Chinese language version of it. And I think they know who I am. And as it ended up, they defeated the bill. And there are members of Congress today who were in the legislature in California at the time, who are now serving in the legislature, who flipped their votes, who the Chinese pressured to flip, and they flipped against, in other words, for China's policy. One last interesting thing about, again, their method of operation. California voters passed in the late 90s a prohibition against the use of gender or race, ethnicity in any sort of education or hiring or state contracts. Of course, the UC system and the Cal State system have managed to kind of wiggle around those prohibitions a little bit. But the Democrats have really wanted to lift that prohibition, and to do so, they needed to get votes out of the legislature, 2/3 in each house, and then they put it on the ballot. They've tried a couple of times. The first time they tried, when the Chinese found out that this would, because of mathematics, eliminate a huge swath of foreign national Chinese students that are studying in the UC system and stealing federal defense contract research because they're, a professor, right, from Beijing studying lasers on this contract, this grant paid for by the Pentagon. When they found out that if this thing went through, they'd lose those slots because there weren't enough white non-Hispanic students left in the UC system to be able to eliminate enough more to be able to have more other students come in. The only other group that you could eliminate that was dominating the admissions were Chinese nationals. And so when China figured this out and thought, oh my God, we're going to lose access to all this great intellectual property we're stealing, they did a full court press and activated the Chinese diaspora in California. And I was able to find Chinese language newspapers in China talking about this problem in California, and then finding newspapers in California that are all paid for by China using the exact same language to reach and to propagandize the Chinese diaspora in California. Needless to say, they succeeded, and that program, now interestingly enough, I would have voted against it too because I don't think we should be discriminating, but it's fascinating. That was, I guess, the one time that I was on the same side as Communist China, but for different reasons.
And they pay top dollar, by the way. The children of Chinese Communist Party cadre who come to U.S. universities, they're called princelings. They pay the full, they pay $100,000 to Columbia, to Harvard, and all that. I was once in the green room. I was about to take the stage to speak at a huge university, and the president came to the green room. And he was chit-chatting with me, and then I realized what he wanted. He said, by the way, I've been reading your stuff. You're not going to criticize China today, are you? And he said, why not? I wasn't thinking of it. And he goes, it's a big money maker for us. We have a lot of the students here. So he said, oh, you know what? Now I will.
Don't think about an elephant.
So we need to go ahead and wrap up this panel. But as we do y'all have any piece of advice for any students that might be interested in getting into international work, international policy,
Foreign policy is beautiful. Don't let it intimidate. It's a great area to get to go out there and defend your country against its enemies, to make a case for your countrymen, to make a case for your country, your culture. it's one of the highest callings that there is. Don't overthink it. It's useful to read a lot of history. I've read a lot of Chinese history. I've read a lot of European history. I've read a lot of Latin American history. It's useful to learn the foreign language. As a foreign correspondent, I spent 10 years in Asia, 8 in China, 8 in Hong Kong, 2 in Korea, and then I spent as a foreign correspondent 6 years in Brussels. And because I speak Spanish, French, and I can read Italian and Portuguese, I can tell you that I did a much better job as a correspondent in Europe than I did in Asia, even though I didn't do badly in Asia, but it doesn't compare. I worked at the State Department. The State Department is full of, as Chuck said, people who go to the Ivies, who are supercilious, who consider themselves elites, and who don't agree with you politically. Don't let that deter you either. It's a high calling. If you want to email me or text me, I would recommend foreign policy, a career foreign policy to all of you. As long as George Shultz, the Secretary of State for Reagan, used to, when a diplomat would come into his office, he would have a conversation, and they would say, he'd go over to the globe, he goes, hey, point your country out to me. And the guys are going to El Salvador, sir, it's right here on the map. It was like, no, he would take his finger and put it on the US. He goes, that's your country. As you go to El Salvador and become ambassador there, don't ever forget that your country is the US, not El Salvador, not Estonia. And I think this is a very good graphic demonstration of how sometimes diplomats forget who they're here to serve. They're here to serve you.
I would say, I echo all of that and just underline the importance of diplomatic service right alongside military service. One of the great weaknesses that you saw coming out of Imperial Germany and then later on the Third Reich was that the Germans had this really good German general staff, right? You had the best and the brightest, 50,000 officers that could help plan an invasion of Russia or an invasion of France, and no other country had anything comparable to it. But then you look at the German Foreign Service, and it was starved for talent. You had hardly anyone of merit relative to the general staff. If you go over then to, if you look at the British Empire, you'd see the ratios were probably close to reverse, not quite, but probably close. And yet who prevailed in those conflicts in World War I and II? And it's because of the British and their knowledge of international relations and how to get allies on board and just the basic mechanics of how the world works, where are the shipping lanes, what points on the globe are really important, what's the background of the peoples in those areas, how can we get along better with them and help them see, our point of view. So certainly something that I would encourage anyone in this room, especially if you had an affinity for language, which certainly is not easy. I only studied a couple of years of Arabic, and it got pretty rusty pretty quick.
Arabic is one of the hardest languages to learn.
Yeah. And I was able to maneuver my way around the water pipe bars of Cairo, right? Well, Shisham and Fadlak.
I can order beer in Korean.
Yeah, exactly. Height or Obi, right? Yeah, Obi beer. Anyway, so thank you so much for your participation, not only in this panel, but also with the Young Conservatives of Texas. I know that to me, as a refugee from California 12 years ago, it is so important for Texas to have you engaged and active and helping to elect people, and someday yourself perhaps running for office, or maybe even being an ambassador to El Salvador someday.
Yes, you're a great group.
Oh, I wanted to mention, I brought some copies of my latest historical novel that I'm going to be selling outside with a signature. It's a novel about what happened to America when we did not ratify the Constitution, because it was a very nearly run thing. It almost didn't happen. So it takes place in the late 1700s, early 1800s, and I'm sure you all would really love it.
Buy my book, Next Gen Marxism.
As a retention of the Articles of Confederation, I assume then?
Yes, although they get broken pretty quickly. But they abandoned them in 1799 when Washington dies.
All right, let's give one more quick round of applause.
Now I'm back here helping on an ad hoc basis, whatever we need while I live and work in Washington, D.C. I am currently unemployed, but I will start work on Monday for Lynn McClay, who is the Executive Director of the Club for Growth Foundation. At the foundation, she leads the charge in defending free market principles to make sure that we keep having the world's greatest economic engine, no matter how hard local governments, the state government, the federal government try to take down our wonderful economic machine with regulations and taxation, all sorts of things we don't need. The foundation she directs and manages its 3 core programs: a fellowship, a federal and state economic scorecard program, and a growing policy program to equip conservative leaders and the public with the principles of economic freedom and limited government. She first joined Club for Growth in 2016 as a field director. In 2020, she was promoted to national field director, and last year she became the executive director. Prior to joining Club for Growth, she served as the executive director of Bill Schlafly's Eagle Forum in Washington, D.C. She is originally from Snyder, Texas, a small town in Texas Panhandle, which I'm sure WTU knows exactly where it is. She currently lives in Arlington, Texas with her husband and 3 kids, where she is proudly involved in her church and her community, and she's also a 4th-generation graduate of Baylor University. So please give a round of applause for Glenn as she talks to us about the importance of free markets.
Join our team over at the Club for Growth Foundation when we started looking for someone to fill the role that he will be filling. As soon as I saw his application, I thought, this is easy. He did such an excellent job at building YCT, and anyway, his reputation and his work goes before him, so we're excited to have him. It really is an honor to be with all of you today. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for letting me bring my family. I really didn't give them an option. I just said, okay, they're going to be with me. I've got my husband Richard with me. He is a recovering Politico. We actually met in Washington, D.C., and we had a higher calling. And he went to the mission field for a couple of years, and now he's the lead missions pastor of a church in Arlington. We've got our 3 kids. Fletcher is 6 and in kindergarten. Isaac's 5 and going to kindergarten next year. And Anna Margaret is 2. And then we've got my in-laws with us. They came in to watch baseball this morning, but as you see, there was no baseball to be played. So anyway, thank you guys for having us. I wasn't really involved politically when I was in college. I guess you could call those my lost years. But I want to commend all of you for having the foresight to know what's important, for being a part of an organization that stands on principle, for being a part of an organization that takes hard stances, that calls balls and strikes, that sometimes chooses to do the hard thing because it's the right thing. That's what makes politics worth it. It's not the titles, it's not the pedigrees, it's the principle. It's working hard and taking principled stands because it's righteous and it's worth it. My dad actually passed away really unexpectedly a few years ago, and I found a note he had written me. He was sending me my insurance card when I was living in Washington and I was depressed and ready to come home. And he just wrote, he wasn't much on encouragement, he wrote just a little line in there that said, keep fighting. You're fighting to preserve our way of life. And I really believe that what we're doing is not just a battle for ideas, we're fighting to protect a way of life. Like Manfred mentioned, I grew up in a small town in the Texas Panhandle, and it was there that I learned, without truly understanding it at the time, what sets America apart from the rest of the world. And I'm speaking broadly, of course, but Texans have generally been free. And as a result of that liberty, Texans work hard. Texans are ingenious, they're industrious, they're resilient and self-reliant by nature. And as a result, they are faithful, community-minded, and incredibly generous. We just want to work hard and provide for our families, to love our neighbors, and to leave the world a better place than we found it. And we don't need the government to do that. Amen. These ideas are central to our founding and to the American way of life. I've always been moved by then Governor Reagan's words from his inaugural address in January of 1967, with some paraphrasing.
He said, "Freedom is a fragile thing, and it's never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not ours by way of inheritance. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation, for it comes only once to a people. And those in world history who have known freedom and then lost it have never made it again." Knowing this, it's hard to explain those among us who even today would question the people's capacity for self-government. If no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? President Reagan then ended with this quote from Montesquieu: "The deterioration of every government begins with the decay of the principle upon which it was founded." Those words were as true then when they were written in 1748 as they were in 1967 and as they are today. But why? Well, why is protecting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness so hard? I'd argue it's the human condition. Some of you may have to forgive me, maybe it's my thirst for understanding or because I'm a pastor's wife, but I think to truly get the fight that we're in, we have to go back to Scripture. We have to go back to the beginning, and I mean the very beginning, in the garden, when we were created as free people, purposed to live and work freely in communion with God. Unfortunately, man wanted to become like God and be all-knowing, and that freedom was destroyed there. And we became a sinful people destined for death. From that point, though, God began his plan to redeem and restore us to that original freedom. He established Israel as his people, and he eventually put in place a decentralized system of prophets, where leaders emerged in times of crisis and were accountable to God and to the people. Eventually, Samuel was called to be Israel's prophet and intermediary with God, and toward the end of his life, he put his sons in power, you could say, as judges over Israel. But unfortunately, his sons didn't walk with God, and the people looked at them and decided that instead of demanding godly leaders, they wanted to be like the rest of the world. They demanded a king. And God tells Samuel, warn them of the oppressive nature of kingship. It will erode their freedom and autonomy because a monarchy will concentrate power in the hands of a single ruler and diminish their ability to govern themselves. Nevertheless, Israel persisted and rejected God's direct authority over them. So God gives them what they want and tells Samuel to anoint Saul as their king. Saul's leadership ultimately contributed to political instability and internal divisions within Israel, and his insecurity and his impulsiveness, his disobedience, strained his relationship with Samuel and led to God's rejection of him as king. So you may be thinking, why is she telling us this? Why do I give you that narrative? And it's because I believe that there are intrinsic lessons to be learned from that history. From the very beginning, we see humanity relinquishing freedom because they chose to do what was wise in their own eyes. Not because they wanted or had even considered the consequences of that control, but because they saw problems and they looked to the world around them to solve the problems. Adam and Eve wanted to be like God. Israel wanted to be like the world around them. And I'll just summarize by saying this. Praise God, who, despite human error, always makes a way out for his people. He made a way for Israel through King David to Jesus, who made a way for all of us to be freed from the chains of sin and of death. True freedom comes from God through Jesus, period. But God never promised But God never promised earthly freedom or a thriving economy to the American people, unfortunately. But his word says that he puts his wisdom in the hearts of those who know him, and we should be thankful for that providence, because as a result, we get to take part in this beautiful piece of history that is known as the American experiment. The blueprint for America was defined by freedom, by equality, by self-governance. The Founding Fathers didn't look at the world around them, but labored and toiled to conceive of something that had never been done before, to create a beacon of hope and freedom with opportunity. And at the heart of this vision lay the concept of the free market, an engine of economic prosperity fueled by competition, ingenuity, and enterprise of the people. Our founders recognized that a market economy driven by competition and innovation, free from the grip of centralized or authoritative control, was the only way to unleash the full potential of its people. And as a result, America has fostered an environment where individuals are empowered to pursue their dreams and to create wealth,
Industries have flourished and technological advancements have been made. Living standards have risen decade after decade, century after century, and millions have been freed from the chains of poverty. The dynamism of the free market has enabled America to become a global economic powerhouse. Yet, time and again, man has tried to destroy that vision of freedom. And even now, within the conservative movement, there are those who are reverting to that age-old trap of believing that they are wise in their own eyes. Our economy is at a crossroads, and we face a choice. We can either embrace a mirror of left-wing demand and control economics, or we can apply tried and true free market principles. In the past, the divide over our economic engine was most clearly seen as a divide between liberals and conservatives. Despite the constant pushback from proponents of big government, both Republicans and Democrats alike, conservatives have always championed the idea that economies thrive in the absence of the heavy hand of government. But over the last few years, we've seen national leaders who were elected as conservatives fighting for big government. In 2020, we started seeing conversations about conservatives finding merit in so-called industrial policy. You may be wondering, what's industrial policy? Never shoes on while giving a speech, you guys. It's like the number one rule. I do communication training within our fellowship, and it's the number one thing to come out, the number one thing to start talking about, and then I do it. I was even chewing it in our wedding. That was a terrible bit ago to watch back. Anyway, industrial policy. Do y'all know what I mean by industrial policy? Okay, well, good. There are a lot of definitions. So I asked trusty old ChatGPT to tell me what the definition was, and it told me industrial policy refers to a government's strategic intervention in the economy to influence the development, and growth of specific industries or sectors. Its primary aim is to enhance overall competitiveness, productivity, and sustainability of domestic industries. Industrial policy can take various forms, including financial incentives, subsidies, tax breaks, infrastructure development, trade protection, research and development funding, and regulations. Now, I generally agree with that definition that ChatGPT gave me, except that I'd argue that government intervention is never strategic, and it always has unintended consequences. Further, industrial policy doesn't have a good track record in the US nor around the world. Now, historically, we could go back to the founding to understand what industrial policy is, but I'm just going to start with the modern era. In the 1980s, proponents of industrial policy in the US were convinced that if the American government didn't intervene, then America couldn't compete with Japan, who had been implementing industrial policy since the 1950s. So just what were these policies that Japan was implementing? Let me know if this sounds familiar. Government support of specific industries deemed strategic for economic development, close collaboration between the government, industry, and financial institutions, import tariffs and export subsidies to protect domestic industries and to promote exports. Now, while these individual industries grew, this effort led to overcapacity and inefficiencies in the economy and developed a model of collusion and cronyism at the expense of productive investment as government and business interests became grossly intertwined. And all of these policies led to a zombie economy defined by inefficient allocation of resources, a lack of competition, and resistance to reforms like deregulation or market liberalization because of the tangled web of cronyism and collusion. Ultimately, these policies led to a speculative bubble economy in the late 80s with inflated asset prices and excessive borrowing. In the early 1990s, the bubble burst, and Japan faced a prolonged period of economic stagnation known as the lost decade, defined by deflation, recession, and banking crises. One of the most comprehensive studies of industrial policy's long-term impact in Japan was conducted by the Peterson Institute for International Economics, and it concluded that Japan's industrial investment produced, quote, little, if any, positive impact on productivity, growth, or welfare. And the most ironic part is that Japan's two most successful industries, cars and electronics, were not even recipients of the extensive government support. The evidence indicates instead that the most resources went to large, politically influential
and backward sectors. Backward sectors are parts of the economy that are often associated with declining industries that haven't kept up with technological advances or changes in consumer preferences. So that means that the greater the amount of government support to a given sector, the slower the rate of growth and success in the market. So you may think, okay, Glenn, that was last century, that was halfway around the world. American industrial policy could and should look different. Senator Marco Rubio actually recently wrote that he's for industrial policy done right. Conservatives like Senator Rubio, who are promoting these ideas, think that as long as the right people are in power, then industrial policy will work. Interestingly enough, in this recent op-ed he published in the Washington Post, Senator Rubio acknowledged that President Biden's industrial policy has failed. And he argues that the government needs to, quote, get serious about deregulation and permitting reform to create a competitive business environment where industrial policy can actually work. But therein lies the problem. Industrial policy cannot exist without increased government involvement. So, he's arguing that government needs to get out of the way so that we can fix the economy with more government. We can actually test Senator Rubio's ideas, though, through evidence that we have from our beautiful little laboratories of democracy, the states, most of which have been implementing industrial policy for decades. Here's an example of industrial policy done with the right people in charge. If we look back to Wisconsin in 2017, Governor Scott Walker, who is a conservative hero in many ways, played a prominent role in negotiating a deal with Foxconn, a Taiwanese manufacturer that produces Apple products, and bringing them to the States. Foxconn planned to build a massive LCD panel manufacturing facility in Racine County, Wisconsin. The project was a major economic development opportunity, a projected $10 billion investment that would have been the largest investment ever made by a foreign company in a new U.S. location. Foxconn promised to bring 13,000 jobs and to generate billions of dollars of investment. President Trump said it would be the eighth wonder of the world, and the Wisconsin legislature thought that they would sweeten the deal to entice Foxconn to Wisconsin by offering the company $3 billion in tax incentives. Let me give you a few more facts about the Foxconn deal, and you could draw your own conclusion as to the motives beyond the economy. President Trump touted it as a major economic victory amidst his threats of tariffs on Chinese imports that included products assembled by Foxconn for Apple. The Foxconn deal handed Governor Walker the state's largest ever development deal as he was gearing up to seek a third term. And it targeted a site in the districts of both the U.S. Speaker of the House, then Paul Ryan, and the Wisconsin Assembly Speaker, Robin Vos. Now, to the Republican legislature's credit, they did tie the tax credits and the sales tax break to the company's progress, which is wise, because by the time President Trump flew to the state for the groundbreaking the next year in 2018, Foxconn had already scaled back its original plan for the facility. And by the time Governor Walker lost his re-election and Paul Ryan retired from the House, Foxconn announced a refocus on research and development. And they decided, never mind on the state-of-the-art screens, the eighth wonder of the world. They opted instead to focus on smaller LCD screens and other products. This is after already getting some government money. Unfortunately, those plans never came to fruition either. Although, I did read, they produced 100,000 masks during COVID. Other ideas for the Foxconn site have come and gone, but nothing has actually materialized. After 2 years, they fell far short of their goals to earn any state tax credits. So in 2019, under the new Democrat governor, contracts were renegotiated to vastly reduce the credits and the progress goals. And as a result, they qualified for $43.7 million in tax credits in 2022. Now you may be thinking, what's the big deal? Promises made, promises broken. It's just a few million in tax credits. If you are thinking that, you're probably in the wrong room. But there are many details that I could share that get even more nefarious than what I've already said, but I want to end with this because I think it's really important. Central to this entire plan was the establishment of Wisconsin Valley. Foxconn and Racine County spent millions of dollars to buy more than 2,500 acres from the county's residents. While many landowners were probably fine to sell, others made the gut-wrenching decision to sell their generational family farms because of the threat of the use of eminent domain. Hundreds of millions of dollars were also spent by local governments for water lines, local roads, and sewers. And the state kicked in another $134 million to expand highways and upgrade electric service. Even after Foxconn built 4 big buildings, over half of the site's hard-won land remains vacant. So, state and local officials started pitching the site to other tech companies, and Microsoft recently paid $225.8 million for 1,300 of the 2,500 acres. And unlike Foxconn, Microsoft, guided by the invisible hand, did not ask for tax incentives. And they even got the last family that had held out selling to Foxconn to sell its 407 acres to them. So I ask you, do you think that it was worth it? Billions of tax dollars, hundreds of families displaced, and 1,000 jobs. A few big buildings. They even have this big, glass globe. Promises were made and promises were broken. And the Racine County executive actually recently went on record to say, we don't get the opportunity for Microsoft without Foxconn. I'm glad we did it, and that we will be the center of a technological boom. I hope he's right. So for anyone thinking that that entire situation was just an isolated dumpster fire, let me take through a few more examples to make my point. A decade ago in China, automakers, encouraged by government subsidies, waded into electric car manufacturing, producing huge numbers of early-stage EVs that are now unsold, abandoned, and piled up in what they're calling EV graveyards due to oversupply and lack of demand. About the same time, a decade ago, with substantial state incentives and subsidies, Solar City, later acquired by Tesla, announced plans to build a solar panel manufacturing facility in Buffalo, New York. However, continued setbacks have resulted in scaled-back manufacturing plans and delays for the facility. In 2016, with significant tax incentives and infrastructure investments, Tesla established a gigafactory in Nevada that has not met its promised targets for job creation and capital investment. And in 2020, in a major economic development win for South Carolina, Boeing received substantial incentives from state and local governments to take the production of its 787 Dreamliner there. You'll be shocked to hear the project has not delivered the expected economic benefits and has faced production delays, quality control issues, and labor disputes. Here's the thing, I'm sure an industrial policy apologist could stand here and give us 4 more examples of industrial policy success. Because yes, when you pump millions of dollars into a project or an industry, you're going to see growth, you're going to see job creation. But the bottom line is government intervention always leads to inefficiencies and distortions in the marketplace, coupled with investments that cannot be profitably sustained without taxpayer bailouts. Further, instead of being determined by market forces, intervention is determined by political forces. And perhaps most distasteful, instead of creating a free and fair environment for all, industrial policy picks winners and losers in the marketplace, creating opportunities for corruption and dependency. And who is usually left behind? Small business, entrepreneurs, and taxpayers. There's nothing fair or equal or level about industrial policy. Senator Rubio also noted recently that his plan won't be easy, especially as long as Biden and his allies in Congress put the interests of lobbyists and activists above those of the nation. But what he seems to miss is that it doesn't matter if it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump or any other politician. Cronyism is cronyism. Regardless of party, industrial policy will always create an environment where preferred industries or those with the most powerful lobbyists will prevail at the expense of economic growth. So, in sum, why does industrial policy fail? At the very root is that it requires the government to be sovereign and omniscient, something it could never be. Perhaps Nobel Prize-winning economist Friedrich Hayek said it best in his 1945 essay, The Use of Knowledge in Society. He argues, in sum, that no single person or authority possesses all the knowledge necessary to centrally plan an economy. These attempts to do so are inherently flawed because they overlook the dispersed nature of knowledge and fail to capture the dynamic and complex interactions of the market process. Prices capture information that even the best data analysts could not gather, and entrepreneurs play a crucial role in driving innovation and growth. Finally, industrial policy, led to its natural end, isn't something that helps the market. It will lead to the action of seizing and controlling the market. This is exactly what President Reagan meant when he said, If no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? How can you seek to control the means of production as if that won't lead to eventually controlling those who produce? That is socialism. That's communism. What if, instead of targeting specific industries and saying favorites, we targeted the economy as a whole? What if, instead of giving tax breaks and subsidies to specific companies and businesses, politicians cut taxes and stopped interfering in the marketplace? And what if, instead of trying to play God, government just got out of the way and let the market work? Which brings me to my last point. You may hear people say that the free market has failed us, or that capitalism just doesn't work. And to that I say, when is the last time we actually had a true free market economy? The reality is that the government is largely to blame for our current economic situation. It's defined by burdensome regulations from the government, crippling taxes from the government, and rising inflation because the government keeps printing money. Freeing the people and business and industry from the grip of government would have exponentially positive results. If we focus on free market reforms to taxes, regulation, energy, infrastructure, and education, then we can reduce the size and scope of government and allow business and industry to grow, to invest, and return to the U.S. I encourage you to consider these solutions, and Manfred and I will make sure that you all receive a copy of our forthcoming policy handbook that will dive into great detail on each of these issues and solutions that could return prosperity to America. And here's the thing I want to be clear. Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Josh Hawley, populists, the new right, however you define yourself, we all want the same things for America. But we've got to get the reforms right. We can't risk the failures associated with industrial policy, and I hope you hear that. I can't end my time with you on that note though, because it's just too, I don't know, something. But the last few things that Manfred read in my bio are actually the most important things that I do. I'm a wife, I'm a mom, my husband and I are in ministry, and I'm an advocate in my community, I work in my children's schools, and those are the places where true generational change can happen. We can lobby Capitol Hill all day long and release scorecards and policy reports and empower people with data, but none of it matters if we don't actually reach the hearts and the minds of people. If we don't build relationships with people that are outside our natural realm of influence. If we don't teach our children how to think and not what to think. I think you can tell I'm passionate about reforming government and I'm passionate about getting the policy right. But my calling in life is to educate and to empower and to mobilize. My husband and I do that in ministry, and that is largely what we're doing at the Club for Growth Foundation with our fellowship program and our state economic scorecards. The scorecards are bringing transparency and education to the people, and the fellowship is connecting and empowering and equipping the rising leaders in America from both the public and private sector. So I just want to end by encouraging you with this. This movement for freedom cannot survive if each one of you don't engage and find your God-given purpose in it. Each of you has been created and called to fulfill a specific purpose in this. That purpose may change and shift and ebb and flow over time, but God gave you gifts and talents. He placed you in the family you're in the school you're at, the location you're in for purpose. So be intentional in your pursuit of that calling. It's for your good and for God's purposes. And I pray that He blesses you and gives you favor and establishes the work of your hands in whatever you're doing. Thank you.
All right, give another round of applause for them. All right, we've just got a couple more minutes to wrap up, finish eating. While they're going to start beginning to clear plates. All right, thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Leedy. I am a co-chair at the University of Texas, YCT chapter. I have the honor today as moderator of the propaganda panel, where we are going to explore some aspects of conservative journalism. Joining us today are 4 lovely panelists. We're going to start with, let's see if everyone's sitting. We'll start with Chris. Let's do this. Chris Putnam is the CEO
CEO of Dallas Express. But besides that, Chris has a lifetime of experience in business, politics, and media. Chris has had a passion for media since he was an opinion writer in college for the TCU Daily Skiff and has been published in many tech industry journals and major newspapers. A former Colleyville City Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem. Chris also has a decade of experience in local politics. His 2020 race for Congress was featured in the New York Times, Politico, The Hill, and other national publications. All right.
Funded in large part by Club for Growth, by the way. They put $2.5 million in that campaign. And Glenn left, so I couldn't thank her.
All right, next up we have Garrett. Garrett is a senior at the University of Texas. He is majoring in government and minoring in journalism and history. He is the editor-in-chief of the Texas Horn, UT Austin's award-winning conservative student publication, and the only conservative publication at UT Austin. All right, and next up we have Josh Evans. Josh Evans is the Associate Director for the Collegiate Network, the Intercollegiate Studies Institute's Student Journalism Program, which supports independent campus publications and provides internships and fellowships to outstanding student reporters, writers, and editors. He earned a BA in political science with a minor in communications from the Grove City College, where he also worked on the student newspaper, The Collegian. Most recently, he managed the Writing Fellows Program at America's Future, along with a number of the organization's other professional development offerings. Originally from Plant City, Florida, he currently lives in Berlin, New Jersey. And lastly, we have Tony Kinnett. Tony Kinnett is an investigative columnist for the Daily Signal and the host of the Tony Kinnett Cast on 93 WIAC in Indianapolis. He is a former award-winning teacher, junior education policy advisor to Governor Walker of Wisconsin. His investigations have resulted in federal actions, vetoes, state investigations, and very grounded lips. All right. Please join me in welcoming all of our panelists. All right, now on to the first question for the panel. We're going to start with Chris and go all the way down. Tell me a little bit more about your publication and what makes it stand out.
Yeah, so the Dallas Express is about 3 years old now. We have 350,000 subscribers, which is actually more than the Dallas Morning News and Star Telegram. It's completely free. You can visit us at dallasexpress.com. The only thing we ask you to do is sign up for the daily newsletter, which occurs like most daily newsletters. It just shows up in your inbox in the morning. We also have an app with push notifications. The idea of the Dallas Express is to be the center-right alternative to the Dallas Morning News and the Star Telegram, which of course are famously liberal. Morning News didn't used to be, of course. Their flip-flop about 20 years ago was pretty extreme. Star Telegram is just ridiculous. You know, they were actually owned by a bankrupt California company, McClatchy, that was purchased out of bankruptcy by a New Jersey hedge fund. So I call them the New Jersey Star Telegram. And what's interesting about covering the DFW Metroplex, of course, is politically, the two counties couldn't be any different, right? In Tarrant County, you got a very firebrand conservative leader in Tim O'Hare, Manny Ramirez, and others. And of course, here in Dallas County, you have Clay Jenkins, who's just abysmal. We do have in Dallas, interestingly, have a mayor who happens to be African American that's decided he's a MAGA Republican in deeply blue Dallas. So we're still trying to figure that out. But the history of the brand is that the Express was actually founded in 1893 as an African American publication. And it was the largest paper of that kind in the entire South. And so when our publisher resurrected it, he resurrected the brand. And of course, that didn't make progressives too happy, which I think was his point entirely. We actually do strive to have a lot of balance. We have an editorial point of view, of course, just like the Washington Post and the New York Times have an editorial point of view. We're not explicit about it, but you can see it in the kinds of stories we choose and the voices that we feature. For example, if we're writing a story about Elon Musk, it might not be about what an awful guy he is. Right? And so, yeah, that's it. I mean, we're growing rapidly. We actually had Elon comment on one of our stories last week, which led to over 2 million views. And I think the last data I saw from Friday showed us growing about 15% quarter over quarter, so it's going really well. And we're really committed to the idea that being being free. The business is structured, it's not a business, it's a nonprofit, it's 501(c), and so we do accept donations, sponsorships, both large and small, so please check us out.
All right. I think the switch is on the side.
On now? Great. Yeah, so at the Texas Horn, as Jordan alluded to earlier, is the only and award-winning conservative student publication at the University of Texas at Austin. UT Austin is a notoriously left-wing and progressive campus, and a notoriously left-wing and progressive city, and a notoriously left-wing and progressive county in the state. And we serve as an alternative to the Daily Texan, which has been around for a very long time, but it's very left-wing, it's very biased. A few years ago, an article was published by the editor-in-chief, and this was in I believe 2022, stating how conservatives should not have free speech, how the paper should not cover conservatives equally, and that conservatives are radicals. And Texas Horn was created on, we actually started created on Texas Independence Day in 2021. And we were created to serve as a platform for conservative students that had been rejected and shut out by the institutional paper at our university, rejected. We're there to serve as a platform for them to express their opinions, which are often rejected, not only by the campus paper, the main paper, but by the plurality of people at UT. And we have covered various news stories. We've covered vandalism done to YCT by left-wing students on campus. We've covered various DEI efforts by the university. We've interviewed many elected officials and candidates, state senators, congressmen, soon-to-be state reps, and ultimately what makes it so special is that we're a place where conservatives can speak their mind and express their opinions.
My name is Josh Evans. I'm with the Legion Network, which is not a publication in and of itself. But what we do is we provide support to independent student journalism. The biggest thing we do is we support independent student-run, often conservative publications, including Texas Horn. They're a member of the Legion Network. They're one of the best. They do very stellar work. What we do is we find students who are kind of noticing exactly what Gary was just talking about. The establishment paper on campus it's left-wing, it's not providing a platform for conservatives, and often this is more so, they're often neglecting news, important news on campus. If it goes against the sort of progressive narrative, they're not going to be covering. For example, I know there's the law passed in Texas really clamping down on DEI in university administrations. The establishment left-wing campus is not going to be covering, left-wing paper is not going to be covering violations of that, like compliance with that. Those are exactly the kind of stories that this should be covered. We give the student body to know how their tuition dollars are being spent, the taxpayers to know how their taxpayer money is being spent. So we try to fill that gap by finding students on campus who notice that problem, who have the passion to do something about it. So we provide funding for students who want to start something up, things like if you want to have a print publication, we'll pay for the printing costs, with sort of software and design work that needs to go into that, with sort of marketing and advertising to get your work in front of other students. But more importantly, we provide a lot of training. Starting a publication is a lot more than just sort of writing articles. There's a lot of management and strategies and things like that. So we work with students sort of from the ground up to build a successful publication that is going to last, ideally for years and years. And we have papers in the network that are 40 plus years old and have been there with institutions on their campuses that often rival or even outshine the establishment
publications. And on top of that, we also, the hope is that those students with you will go on into the journalism industry itself and improve the quality of conservative journalism, maybe make them some mainstream publications and try to kind of rein that in a little bit. So we also offer some internships and some summer internships and some year-long fellowships that are full-time work, fully paid. And those are open to anyone, not just those associated with the campus publications. And I found that an incredibly valuable contribution. Just an introduction, I was involved in this publication. I went to Grove City College. It's a conservative school. Me being a conservative was not an obstacle to being a part of the campus newspaper, but that's not the case in a lot of colleges. And so that's really what I find most gratifying about the Collegiate Network is providing access to that opportunity, because it's an important service for your campus, and just as important as getting free education. We've had a number of YCT chapters who have now spawned a Collegiate Network paper out of their works. If that's something you may be interested in, please you can talk, please reach out. We are happy to get you set up.
And I can fully recommend the Collegiate Network and ISI's internships. As a former writer of Lone Conservative, which is a college-oriented kind of like a junior NRO for conservative college students, you guys hosted a number of my colleagues at your internships that are now doing some really incredible things. So yeah, definitely check that out. Internships are great, as long as they're not for really bad congressional offices. So, hi, I'm Tony Kinnett. I am the senior investigative columnist over at the Daily Signal for the Heritage Foundation, and then I am also a radio host of the Tony Kinnett Cast. I swear I did not come up with that name, nightly on 93.1 FM in Indianapolis, which I guess I'm going to go ahead and say publicly is now the most watched and tuned in news talk show in Indiana for the 7 p.m. slot, beating out all of like the CBS, Nexstar networks. So random conservative news show is now doing better than local TV networks, which is to the advent of free speech networks and independent platforms, again like Twitter X, which are just getting things like that out there. As for the Daily Signal, which is my primary work as an investigative columnist, we are an organization that was founded in 2014, the Heritage Foundation, because we had a lot of really great experts. That's what Heritage is known for. You have the experts on that policy for conservatism. And the problem was AP and NPR and all the left-wing news publications don't really want to bring on Mike Gonzalez to talk about anything because they don't agree with the kind of stuff that he says. And so we started an outlet which provided an opportunity for us to report on what was going on in Washington, D.C. to the rest of the country. And then we would be able to utilize the resources of the Heritage Foundation's experts, as well as kind of the idea of what if you gave a news outlet all of the resources necessary to get really good reporting done. And that's really how the Daily Signal expanded. Now our daily news podcast by Virginia Allen in the last year hit number 3 in the top U.S. news podcasts, which was a really great thing to see. We've exploded in coverage. We have Mary Margaret Holohan, who exposed the weird D.C. Abortion clinic that was selling the remains of fetuses. We have Tyler O'Neill, who's exposed the Southern Poverty Law Center's everything in the garbage that they're doing. Actually just found out today, this is from an investigation that I did. We'll save that for the big journalistic impact because it was kind of a fun announcement. But like Bio said, we've caused everything from federal investigations to state vetoes. Kind of crazy as a conservative news outlet to get Governor Gavin Newsom to veto something because of it. But hey, you know, miracles happen. And realistically, what our publication has been able to do that is unique is take the kind of expertise that comes from people who know the issues and not put people to sleep. And actually be able to say, here's the high-level stuff, but we're going to break it down for the average American who's working in the factory all day and doesn't have time to listen to Senator Who Cares argument on the House floor. And then actually break that into a story that they can use and then affect really great positive changes in their local communities, the state level, and the federal level. And so that's the kind of cool stuff that we get to do. I'm only a small part of that. And realistically, we're just going to keep on going and see great stuff happening this year.
Awesome, well, thank you all so much. start with Tony this time, and going down again, what was throughout all y'all's journalism careers was your greatest journalism accomplishment?
That's some good moderating so that people don't have to, keep that one in the back of their heads. Let's see, greatest things over the last couple of years. This is from when I used to run an outlet called Chalkboard Review, which was an education publication. We found that there was Anderson University, which was a Christian university in Indiana, separated its students for orientation into black and white student groups. So I don't know if you know the term for that. That's called racial segregation. Can't do it. So we reported on it and got the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights to issue a cease and desist letter. That was pretty great. Got Gavin Newsom to veto the "if you don't affirm your child's gender, we call it child abuse" bill. Let's see, so many other things. Today we got a school board member in Flagstaff, Arizona to resign after she tried bringing through this wacko sex education reform, which would have stripped the language boy and girl out of sex ed. As a former science teacher, I hope I don't have to tell you that that's kind of important to sex education. The whole thing. If you don't know, we can talk about it later. I've got some helpful flashcards. So those are the kind of impacts that we do on a daily basis. I mean, exposing the Southern Poverty Law Center, exposing congressional nonsense, getting the congressional leader to not attend a pro-Hamas rally and speak because she's morbidly embarrassed. That's just the kind of fun stuff that we do on a daily basis.
My personal journalism is not especially interesting, but I'm happy to talk about the excellent work that the Collegiate Network students are doing. I really love to highlight the work that one of our papers at the University of Chicago did, called Chicago Thinker. And they started up right around the peak of COVID craziness, just the ridiculous masking requirements, and vaccine mandates, and social distancing requirements, and all that was happening on their campus, and especially the University of Chicago is conservative is being a little overstated, but it has more of a friendly reputation to the economics department. And they did some really excellent work, just highlighting the ridiculousness of the university's laws, or requirements rather, and really pointing to very concrete harms that were caused by it. One really interesting angle that they took on it was they were talking to some students with deafness and hardness of hearing issues who were very dependent on lip reading to basically be able to function in their classes. And the math requirements just totally denied that. They got a lot of attention in national media. They were interviewed on Fox News, and bit by bit they were kind of, they weren't able to get a total reversal of campus policies, but they were able to sort of chip away at some of the biggest excesses. And that really just goes to show how even something as simple as campus journalism, which is in a lot of ways not taken seriously, can have real concrete effects if you were thinking about those unique angles and if you were really pushing it back.
So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what other writers from my publication have worked on, because all my work has been interviewing people, interviewing candidates, elected officials, and those have been really important because they have boosted our ID among various officials in the state. But I'm going to talk about two stories that we've done. One happened earlier on, a little bit before my time of being an editor or even a writer. We broke a story about an activism event that our chapter of YCT did. They put out little flags to commemorate the number of lives, to commemorate those killed by abortion. And overnight, it was all the flags were gone, vandalized, the signs that were made were vandalized, and so the team at the time, they were on the story really quickly, and got picked up by the Daily Wire actually, and Texas Scorecard, and really generated a controversy. I know from hearing from Jackson Paul back there, the former editor-in-chief and one of the founders, he's told me that the university was very quick to say, oh, we had no involvement in this, and it was some leftist students on campus, but that's one story, one big story that we've done. Another one, more recent one we've done, Ethan Zubek there, he wrote a story on, to provide some context, University of Texas Austin recently laid off many employees that were hired in DEI offices, and this has generated a lot of controversy at our campus. And as a result, some of the very progressive racial organizations on campus that were DEI groups, they mentioned like the Lotus group, which is I believe like a queer and trans Asian group on campus that had like this university-sanctioned little space where they could meet at. They posted on their social media that they had actually been in talks with the interim dean of student affairs, and that the interim dean of student affairs has agreed to form this committee to work with these various groups, pro-DEI groups, to, I guess, collaborate on how to essentially continue and manage the resources that are now going to be lost as a result of the university shutting down the Women's Center and the Multicultural Center. So those are two news stories that I think have been important. It's definitely getting the word out on a lot of the stuff that flies under the radar, because the Daily Texan, I don't recall them ever covering the abortion event by YCT vandalism, and I don't recall them even covering the interim dean of student affairs getting involved. So yeah.
Tag team in that example, I happen to have a friend who's a billionaire hedge fund guy here in Dallas, and he's a member of the UT Board of Regents. He gave me a call one day, and I sent him a story about the fact that Texas A&M was implementing an LGBTQ curriculum, like a formal curriculum. And I'm like, what have you guys been doing about your problem? And that kind of launched him into action. He immediately called the guy at A&M, and we ran a story. We held it for a couple of days because he wanted a little bit of time to go like massage the issue internally between the two courts, but they got that program killed as well. So that was one of our big ones actually here recently. But we have a huge focus on exposing corruption in local government. And another big one we had recently was the Dallas city manager, who was just absolutely horrible, this guy, T.C. Broadnax. After years of us exposing like a lot of the, not just corruption, but just mismanagement in the city of Dallas, there's a complete lack of focus on crime and rampant hopelessness and aggressive panhandling and all these things that, at the expense of, DEI programs. And so he eventually resigned. You guys now have inherited him in Austin. Sorry to say, that's not going to work out too well for you. And then of course, this last cycle, we covered a lot of races, and as I mentioned, we're very fair, we're very balanced, and we were covering a lot of primary races. Again, I think most people would say our editorial bias is center right, but when we get turned on to a story like this one out just about a little bit east of Dallas, and a state rep race is very competitive that Katrina Pearson happens to be running, Trump's former communications director. We were alerted to the fact that the incumbent in that race was doing some fairly shady real estate deals on behalf of a partner of his, when his clients were people that own this real estate where he was managing the trust. So we report on that story, got picked up nationally by, of all publications, the Newsweek, which who knew they were even still around, but a few others as well. So there's something every day, honestly. There's something every day that can make an impact.
As y'all can tell, we really do have a lot to be proud of here. Alright, moving right along. Chris, we are starting with you again. What are the biggest threats to conservative journalism, and how do we combat them?
The biggest threat to conservative journalism? The biggest threat is just journalism economically as a business is changing dramatically, as you all know. And it's hard, it's a very tough business, particularly print journalism because of the cost, right? We have to be completely digital, which makes it efficient, and we happen to have a number of wealthy donor sponsors that provide a significant amount of our funding, which is an advantage over the Dallas Morning News, who's traded publicly, and Their market cap's down to like $20 million a year, which you never expect. And of course, the Star Telegram has been bankrupt, and that hedge fund is running them as a harvest model, just like it'll suck the remaining revenue out of it until it's dead. And so it's really just the capital to sustain it. And in conservative circles, of course, there's a lot of these outlets. You know, at some point we probably need to look at more consolidation, just to create efficiencies within the donor and support network, and even the people that pay for subscriptions. Because as everybody here knows, like, news is extremely fragmented now, which in some ways is good, because you get to go pick, you know, and select or curate the types of news that you want to see and from who. And that's valuable as long as you are ensuring that you do get the alternative perspective, at least understand what the other side is saying in a fair way. But I'd say it's the economics. Very challenging. We have a multi-million-dollar budget, actually, which for a publication our size is pretty healthy. But like these guys who run student publications and the pick and axe businesses to help student publications, you know, I just say continue to do what you can to support them financially, because that's the biggest challenge.
Yeah, so I'm going to build off that a little bit. I'd say the biggest obstacle to conservative journalism is the lack of institutional power in the field of journalism. Many of our journalists, many of the mass media today, as you know, is incredibly far left, incredibly progressive. They have an agenda, and with a particular focus on student journalism in Texas Forum, starting these alternative news sites, independent news sites, it's a very difficult task. You know, Texas, like starting from scratch, the Texas Forum, you know, we're going up against the university's publication that receives funding through the university, that's been around for a very long time, and we're new. We have to build. It takes a long time to build a brand, to get people to know about you, to be able to cultivate sources, and to actually build a reputation. And going beyond student journalism, for example, so the Texan, founded by Connie Burton, who's supposed to be speaking, who I replaced, she founded that as an alternative to the Texas Tribune, for example, which if you pay attention, is, you know, quite left-leaning. And that certainly wasn't an easy task. Like that had to be, you have to get donors, you have to actually build a reputation off that. So the lack of institutional power is a major obstacle. And to further go on, I think with the big obstacle with journalism as a whole is something that I want to speak a little bit to my experience as a student that studies journalism at a university. In the classes, in these journalism classes, students, these aspiring journalists, are not actually taught to be journalists. They're taught to be essentially political activists. They're taught that, for example, in a lecture I had on Tuesday, we're taught that objectivity is made up. Objectivity is quote a tool used by old white men, this is legit, to justify their viewpoint, their way of looking at things. That, and as that journalists should not cover both sides equally. There's different theories or academic schools of thought of how to actually do journalism. We've been learning about pro-democracy coverage. And in pro-democracy coverage, in the theory is that journalists should take firm positions of being, quote, pro-democracy, pro-science, and anti-racist. Now, premise of the fact that professors and students probably couldn't actually define what those things mean, students are being taught to be radicals, to be activists, to be partisans, that one side, the left, is on the side of truth, and that the right, the conservatives, they're not on the side of truth. And going further, and this is like a broader societal issue we're having, this idea that there really is no truth. what is the job of a journalist? The job of a journalist is to pursue the truth, to report the truth. But if we can't even figure out what truth is, we can't even agree on that, how on earth can you be a journalist? So I would say that those are some of the major obstacles that journalism faces.
So I think the biggest obstacle, really for journalism as a whole, really just kind of the financial side of things. But I think maybe the biggest problem, more specific to conservative journalism, is kind of what Eric was saying, this a lack of influence, particularly outside of sort of the more conservative echo chamber. I think the recent case of coverage of Claudine Gay's plagiarism at Harvard is a really perfect illustration of this. Really impressive major revelations from the reporting by Aaron Scaram at the Washington Free Beacon and Chris Rubio's reporting work. But Harvard didn't really start to respond, at least in any kind of meaningful or concrete way, until that reporting started getting picked up by the New York Times. Even the more established conservative outlets like National Review or Conservative that have some institutional power, at least with conservatism, they don't really have that much influence in the more broader institutions outside of that. It sort of leaves conservative journalists in this weird place where there's a sense in which maybe your best audience is the reporters of the New York Times, because if you can get them talking about something, then people now will actually start paying attention to it and maybe starting to act on it. And right now, as far gone as they are, publications like the Times have tried to retain at least some scrap of journalistic integrity. Like in this case, they recognize that this is big enough news. We can't ignore this. But we certainly don't want to be dependent on that sort of goodwill. And I don't want to diminish what conservative journalists are doing. I'm not saying that it only matters if New York Times writes about it. But it is much harder to do that, to have any kind of significant impact, especially on these sort of issues of national interest like that, if your work isn't crossing over into mainstream media coverage.
So I'm going to disagree with my three colleagues here, because I don't believe that money and capital nor institutional credibility are a threat to conservative journalism. So I'm going to give you an institutional example currently, and then I'm going to give you an example from my work in journalism. So first of all, I don't believe that having enough money and capital is a threat to conservative journalism itself. It's a threat to the entitled journalist model, where I would go work at a regional paper and I would draw a large salary to report on local events. The fact of the matter is, people are not willing to pay for that anymore. And that's not in and of itself a threat to conservative journalism. It just means that the people who are providing the conservative journalism are not going to be drawing full salaries at regional papers. And that's a tough truth to come to terms with, but that's not a threat in and of itself to conservative journalism. Also, having multi-billion-dollar donors is not necessary to run an outlet. I ran Chalkboard Review from the grassroots with no money at all, except what was in our own pockets. And we were garnering between 350,000 and 700,000 weekly readers by the time that we ended up selling the organization. And the reason we sold the organization was because we wanted to. As far as institutional credibility, it is not that the New York Times reposts your work that gives something credibility. Chalkboard Review, this piddly little nothing organization, nothing outlet, that did not have people with journalism majors, actually provided educational reporting that was mentioned in the halls of Congress and in dozens of state houses around the country without credibility. The major threat to conservative journalism is the idea that we need to continue to rely on these kind of institutional standards that the left has somehow made some kind of magical standard definition. So first and foremost, I'm talking about the AP Style Guide. All of these unbiased organizations, there's no such thing as an unbiased journalist. I'm going to pop the bubble right now. Every one of you has bias. And even so, if you try to report something objectively, you choose or do not choose to write a story based on whether you think that's relevant. And you know how I know that? Because many of you are on Twitter. How do you choose what tweets to retweet? They're the ones that you think that you like or that you find important. And so everything has bias. So therefore, the critical Achilles heel for conservative journalism is allowing all of these nonpartisan outlets, like local news media, like anything from News Nation or Nexstar, to receive some type of immunity from scorn, because while we're using language that accurately defines certain events that are happening, these unbiased journalists will use language like anti-abortion instead of pro-life. They'll use undocumented migrants instead of illegal immigration. They'll talk about gender-affirming care even after Mayo Clinic studies revealed that these hormonal treatments were extremely carcinogenic, whereas some of us have been talking about this for 2 years. So if we're talking about threats to conservative journalism, I'm sorry, I don't want journalism majors to work with. I don't. And by the way, when I was in education, I didn't want someone who had master's degrees in education to come in and lord their college degree over me like they were special. That isn't how that works. And also, I've had a lot of billion donor individuals that I've talked to that have pumped billions into organizations like Gannett, the newspaper organization that runs USA Today, that is closing newspapers left and right because guess what? No one's reading this garbage anymore. And so if we're going to pretend that I need $1 billion from some nonsensical Coke donor who's going to tell me that my people on my staff can't write about certain things because it hurts their feelings, they gotta wipe their tears with their Benjamins, I don't. Because the people who are reading my work is not some Wall Street fat cat. And by the way, the majority of donors to the Heritage Foundation are individuals around the United States who believe in the work that we're doing. So respectfully to my colleagues, I understand what you guys are saying. This isn't personal, this is just the panel, have a conversation. That realistically, the threats to conservative journalism are continuing to pretend that just because the AP News reported on something, it's any more credible than what the Dallas Express or the publication at the University of, what do you say, was Austin? Oh, you poor man. And the other unfortunate facts of this country, because, for the last time, Chris Rufo has pointed out things that didn't necessarily start to gain steam because the New York Times talked about them. There were already billionaire donors that were calling Harvard and going, hey, you know what I don't like? The anti-Semitism that you're allowing to fester on this campus, and I'm going to pull my funds. And then the New York Times reported on it. Just because some guy in Kansas suddenly knows that what's going on at Harvard is bad, didn't make Harvard change its mind. Harvard doesn't care about people in Kansas. So it's a reliance on pretending that there's unbiased journalism, that's number one. And number two, it's somehow pretending that we need this traditional model from the 1960s, where I put on my little journalism cap with the playing card and the fedora, and I walk into my regional newspaper office like that's ever going to be the same. Quick check here. How many of you guys are still using asbestos to insulate your homes? Anybody? No, you're not. You know why? Because it's outdated. The traditional journalist model is outdated, and clinging to it and pretending we can somehow go back to 1965 when the newspapers were printing off the presses is silly and stupid, and basically clinging to old ideas of getting things out there. That's what's going to kill journalism.
Thank you. I actually agree violently. I think the best analogy to what's going on in the media business has been going on, for the better part of a decade now. It's very much like what happened in the music industry when it went digital. And the economic challenge is when the product has been devalued, in the way that it has been. And I also agree with you that traditional journalism majors are not required. We hire a lot of non-traditional, people who teach how to write. Or they have basic writing talent, and we dictate our own style guides too.
Some of your education reporters are fantastic, and I know that you guys don't use the AP style guide because when I
we use our own.
Yeah, exactly, and it's because I don't groan when I read your outline.
Yeah. The challenge though is the financial challenge is scale, and with media as fragmented as it is, the issue is how do we get our collective arms around it to create enough scale that there is effective competition, not co-opting, competition with the likes of the Times and the Post who do have outsized unfair influences. And that's not to say that conservative media has not been incredibly influential, particularly as more and more of these independent journalists strike out and don't affiliate with a media outlet. I don't know if you're familiar with the Milton Friedman Foundation. It's based right here in Dallas, Alexander Muse. And he's doing fantastic work. We're actually contributors to his efforts. But even in that model, in order to maintain the scale that those reporters, folks like Glenn Greenwald or Logan and others have, you know, it just requires constant infusion of money. And again, as the model continues to pivot, print becomes less relevant, the profits shrink, it gets harder and harder and harder to pay people to do original stories, and I think we're maybe going to touch on AI and the scary impact there. But like, because that from an economic point of view becomes very intriguing to journalists, and it can also be very dangerous. But that's where I believe that there, at some point, has to be some sort of rational consolidation in the conservative media industry to create, you know, more scale, so it is less fragmented, and we can compete at that level in a better way.
When you say scale, you need to break down what that term means for me. Do you mean just like putting it in front of more eyes, or do you mean scale as in more conservative outlets reporting on news from around the country and local regions?
In both, in the same way. And so if we're going to minimize or de-emphasize the impact of what so many other legacy media, and it is, and while it is in some ways dying, on the print side in particular, less so on the broadcast side, it is still incredibly influential to, I mean, everybody here understands the difference between, you know, people who consume news from certain sources and people who watch, you know, NBC News, right? I mean, they're generally less informed, and they are manipulated, and those organizations do have scale, and they influence politics in a very big way. If they didn't, this election in November wouldn't even be competitive.
Does scale from a national outlet, though, or scale from an outlet getting it out there, does that not grow based on the actual quality of the coverage? Because Turning Point USA has this issue, right?
Yes.
They throw a lot of weight behind things in advertising, and then they have to retract something because the story's not true. And it's a monumental embarrassment. Just throwing money behind something because you believe it has more scale, or saying that something deserves money because we need more scale. I'm going to point to the free market idea that if my publication is good, if my writing is good, if my radio show is good, then naturally it's going to grow. I haven't run a single advertisement on my radio show. It's grown because people enjoy the show. I mean, we're talking about like the greatest.
Couldn't agree more that the content quality is key. And that's when we see our stories get picked up, and that's when we get economies of scale. I'm not talking strictly economically. But I think the larger point is we need to find ways between these organizations to partner more effectively to create that scale. It doesn't have to necessarily require huge infusions of capital.
Partnership and co-amplification, absolutely. And then just to clarify, I'm not saying that like his ideas are wrong or dumb. We're talking about like the most important threat to conservative journalism, and therefore what's the number one solution? So like, I agree with what you're saying, but it's just like, what do we prioritize right now? And that was kind of my idea of response.
All right, as I mentioned before, we all know that AI is a very powerful tool, and with its recent increase in popularity, I want to ask y'all, does AI have a place in journalism? And if so, what is the proper role of AI in responsible journalism? And we're going to start down here.
I'll go fast since I've been talking long. So, of course it does, but in the same way it does in just about every industry, it needs to be responsible. And I can tell you that every newsroom across the country now is experimenting with AI. We took our style guide just a couple of weeks ago, handed it to an AI vendor that's more value-oriented with us and said, show us what it can do. And it's frightening. You know, it produces, you know, fairly high-quality stories, particularly in a category like a rewrite. And for those of you who aren't familiar, like rewrites make up a fairly healthy percentage of any papers or media outlets' daily stories, taking a story that's been reported elsewhere and, you know, writing it under your own byline, changing it a little bit. And that's where AI can be very effective, and it can create a huge cost savings opportunity. But of course, like everything else, you put the wrong style guide in there, like, hey, people can give you a bunch of garbage that comes out.
So I'll also be quick. We don't really have any thoughts on this, but it's something that's Jack Butler from National Review told me once. He's to paraphrase him, I don't quite remember exactly what he said, but essentially he's that for journalists, our skills need to as a writer, as a journalist, my skills, our skills need to surpass that of AI, do a job that AI can't do. And so there's like a certain sect of journalism where people just kind of like republish already published news stories, maybe rewrite it a little bit. course, AI has potential to have significant challenges and changes to the journalism field. I know at the Texas Horn, we've used AI to help us edit things sometimes, and sometimes it does a good job, and sometimes it doesn't. And so that's all I have to say about that.
I want to know just real quickly, like at DX, we're eliminating rewrites as a practice. We're instead going to do aggregation. So because we're focusing more of our original content locally, and we have probably 30 writers, so it's considerable. That's where a lot of our original content will come from. But then we're going to open up the channel to state and national partners that, frankly, have more scale. And just like in a zero hedge or drugs-like environment, include those stories within our feeds. And that eliminates the fluff and all the effort that goes into producing the fluff. And we then partner with people that are values aligned in our own ecosystem. And from a movement perspective, everybody wins. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of creating scale.
So I have to admit a certain skepticism. I guess the question is, does AI have a place in the newsroom? Will it? Almost certainly. It does have. Newsrooms are integrating it. Should it? Probably not. So I guess, in the interest of being charitable, I would say what I could see as maybe the best case scenario of integrating AI is that it gets used for, I guess you might call it just sort of the routine stuff. The kind of news aggregation work, the kind of just writing up the, minutes of the local city council meeting or whatever. It could then, free up journalists' time to engage in more, meaningful kind of deep investigative work. That's the best case scenario. I have to admit, I'm not especially optimistic about it. I think, journalism and writing in general is a craft, and when you farm it out to something automated, you're kind of diminishing that skill in yourself. Kind of the issue of these, we call it AI, the large language models, whatever we call it, it's basically just taking massive amounts of inputs and then sort of reorganizing it in the way that you've asked it to. Which means there's sort of a cap on the quality of what you're getting. So whatever journalism that you're doing through that is only going to be as good as the input. So if you're just using the place of the actual talented writer, those standout journalists are not going to have a place in the AI newsroom. Now again, if we're in the ideal circumstance that I described earlier, okay, maybe that can work out. I would say to don't use ChatGPT or whatever to edit your work, because again, these companies basically are making profits off of the inputs, and then at least the inputs you're putting in. So your journalism work that you're going out and doing is then going to basically enrich this company. So don't do that.
The threat of AI is the most overblown, nonsensical fear-mongering that I've ever heard in my entire life. So how many of you remember the 1990s? Anyone? Yeah, that's like no one, because most of you are in college. Okay, so those of you who worked in 1990s, there was this thing that came out. It was called home computing with Microsoft Windows. It was amazing. It revolutionized things. Before you laugh, hear me out. Seriously, hear me out on this one. Former science teacher going to give you the lecture here. There's this commercial that I encourage you to look up. It's called Introducing Microsoft Excel. And it involved these two dudes who were late for a meeting, and they were traveling up an elevator 60 floors. And this guy makes a Microsoft, you've seen the thing? Yeah. Great commercial. He basically explains a lot of features Microsoft Excel had to do things no spreadsheet had ever done before. Things that the entire corporate structure of the United States now runs on. It's a tool. It is a tool. It calculated data. It used a very limited algorithms and equations, and it allowed you to display those in a very easy-to-use interface. Guys, that's AI. And he's exactly correct when he says that it is limited on the individual. Everyone out here thinks of AI has this idea that it's Cortana from Halo, who's going to tell Master Chief how to eat the Covenant. Or some computer robot from some Family Guy cartoon where Stewie Griffin makes the robot, right? That's not how it works. It's not. Guys, one more time, computers do not have souls. Mankind has tried for a very long time to create something that can in itself be creative. There's just one problem, we're not God. The only individual in all of human history who has been able to create something with a spirit of creation, i.e. the image of God, has been, Jehovah Yahweh. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the idea that AI is gonna, that you talked about it right with reprints, which, you'll forgive me, I don't think that reprints have a whole lot of value, having written a few of them myself. I get done and I'm like, why did I just rewrite something that Zero Hedge wrote? Why didn't I wish that, there's a conversation to be had about simply talking with the author about republishing his work directly, which is honestly a little more honest than me sitting down and rewriting something he wrote as though it's my own work, which it isn't. AI is just a tool, like Microsoft Excel. It's not some threat to creativity, because no matter how hard we've tried, I'm sorry, the portraits still come out with 17 fingers. It's a computer. It cannot engender the creative aspect of man. And so therefore, will it have I use it all the time. I use Write Sonic to evaluate some of my old research that I've forgotten, because I have ADHD, bet you didn't guess that one. And it allows me to say, hey, here are 48 studies that I've written. Show me 3 correlative data points throughout those 48 studies. And you know what? 2 times out of 5, it gets it right and gives me something that I can use. Or if I have a long article, I hate writing introductions. Anyone out there write the middle of something before you write the beginning of it? Right. AI can give you a few suggestions to write that. It's just a tool. And it's a stronger tool, but it's not a threat, because we always like to fearmonger something like suddenly Elon Musk is going to brain chip robots and it's going to create the Terminator movie. That ain't how it works. I'm sorry, but like, humans are stupid. We're not that good at creating stuff. I'm sorry, we're not God. So that's kind of my idea on that.
Thank you all so much. I'm going to go back to an earlier thing that you said, Tony. You spoke of your disapproval of the journalism major, and I was wondering what alternative things you would have in mind to kind of replace that.
I'm glad you asked. As a former education teacher and philosopher, there was this idea that worked throughout all of human history called the apprentice and master model. And it worked like this. When you reached a certain age, after you learned the very basic things, how to eat and not die, you would sign on with this person called a master in a trade or craft. And this master would take you around and would painstakingly teach you, a teenager, all of the tools of that trade. And this cool thing happened. It worked masterfully, no pun intended, because you actually got to see things at work. And as the master trained you how to do that job, they let you do a little more. Hey, why don't you handle doing this bit of stone cutting? Hey, why don't you handle teaching this next part? Why don't you handle reciting these verses with the kids? And all of the other industries that mankind is known for. And when we stopped doing that, and we started this idea of general liberalized education, that everyone learned the same things because society was too specific and fields were too dangerous to trust something to a master, we ruined it. By the way, that's how one-room schoolhouses worked. The teacher would teach the students in the earlier grades, and then when those students got older, the teacher then assigned those older students to work with the younger students. That's where mentoring and tutoring comes from. So when we look at journalism, you do what I did. I learned from Chris Rufo for a year. I watched journalists, I read what they did. By the way, if you want to learn how to be a chef, don't go to culinary school. Watch Binging with Babish on YouTube and learn how to do what he does. That's how every field should work. And by the way, I'm the same guy in education who learned relatively nothing in my undergraduate. But when you get to student teaching, or when you get to clinicals, if you're in the medical field and you're actually on the job, you start learning it bit by bit. Did your parents sit down and instruct you guys on the methods of potty training? Did anyone out there go, all right, so where is she going to sit on the toilet? No, none of them did that. What did they do? They slapped you on the toilet, sometimes with them in the room on their bigger toilet. Sorry, I'm a parent potty training right now. It's just what I have. And the kid does what you do. Mastership and apprentice model. It's worked for thousands of years. Journalism is a no-brainer. That's why some of you have already asked to email me, so I can teach you how to do some writing and get you in some publications.
So I'd like to add on to that, and I absolutely agree. In my experience, I've enjoyed parts of my journalism mind, but overall it is pretty much a waste. I've learned a lot more about journalism and writing and the industry by actually doing it, by actually getting involved in my publication, by actually getting internships at other publications and news outlets. And I actually kind of want to raise this question to the panel, because I think it's been kind of touched on a bit. But how do we feel about just abolishing schools of journalism, schools that teach journalism majors? I don't know the words, see what everyone else has to say
better take this before I ran it.
Yeah, I mean, I think journalism is better learned by doing than by sitting in a classroom. You know, I would very much recommend it if you're interested in being a journalist in a particular field, covering a particular topic. You know, study that topic and get the hands-on journalism experience through your campus publication, through internships and things like that, rather than just studying journalism. You know, if you want to cover politics, assuming your school has a good program, which a lot of variation obviously, but study politics, study the workings of the government, federal government, state government, or whatever, so that you can build up the journalistic skills through practical work, and then you have that be the actual knowledge of the thing that you want to cover. Because a lot of specialized journalism is just so bad. My first internship, interestingly enough, was a telecom trade publication. But it kind of sparked an interest in me, so I kind of started getting into that. And then as I got more into it, I would read the coverage in more mainstream publications of these issues, and it was just terrible. They would constantly get things wrong, they would conflate different issues. So that's something we think, okay, if the coverage of this thing that I know is so bad, how bad is the coverage of the other topics that I don't know? So studying the thing that you want to cover and get actual practical experience in journalism rather than just studying journalism.
I actually think that's really critical, and that is the way new journalism works. A good practical example that is not somebody necessarily in our ideological ecosystem is Patrick Svitek, right, formerly of the Texas Tribune, who is the guy that you went to when you didn't understand campaign finance, or during elections, and who's receiving money for who. And there's a million other examples, right? But if you become an expert in your niche, then you have a measurable amount of writing ability. You can learn the rest, and people will come to you.
I have a big issue with any kind of federal, so the problem is not that there are journalism majors, the problem is that I'm paying for them. And the problem, I shouldn't be paying for any kind of higher education, that's silly. Because if there was a need for that industry, then there will be funding that goes towards it naturally. I'm sorry, but your desire to have a lesbian dance theory degree does not matter to me at all, I don't care. This idea of entitlement, being like, oh, I'm in college, there has to be, where is my journalism major? Where is my this major? Who cares what you want? That's not an idea. If you want to be a journalist, then I expect you to go out and solve the problem. I don't need to provide you some kind of buffet du jour so that you can figure your life out like it's a Disney movie. I don't care about you following your dreams. I want you to provide a service for me that I want. In Indianapolis right now for the Indy Star, which is a trash publication, we have a sports journalist named Greg Doyle, who just sexually harassed an Indy Fever WNBA player who came to the state. And it was really creepy, and everyone thought, wow, do we need to rethink how we do sports journalism majors? No, because I would rather hear about sports, not from some wonky journalist who has some garbage degree, but from some old boy who's watched 10 seasons of whatever sport he's commenting on, and actually has it fresh in his memory. And to your points, both of you, about, I was an education major, I was an education teacher, and have also 2 worthless degrees in Masters of Education. That's realistically what helped me be prepared as an education journalist for a while, is because I understood what was going on in the classroom. So I know I don't want to abolish the programs. If you want to go through there, sure, but don't expect that you have fancy letters next to your name for me to think that you're qualified. So don't abolish it, but for God's sake, quit making me fund it.
That's right.
All right, going down the line here, starting with Chris. What is the best way to stay up to date on current events, in your opinion?
Just generally?
So that's the way generally stay updated on current events. I don't think people need a lot of help with that anymore. At least not the people in this room, right? Everybody knows where they're going for news. I will say that I've become very dependent on X, and X is where the news is. And X is the only true, free platform out there that, when I say free, that actually practices the First Amendment, that we can all rely on. I actually feel really bad for you kids because until Elon bought that thing, it was frightening. absolutely frightening. And so, yeah, I mean, the news lives on X. And as far as I'm concerned, we put most of our energy and attention there. We are actually, because of this Elon Musk show, we're at 500% just week over week. So we'll increasingly depend on that platform. There's many others, of course. But to me, you know, go find your trusted sources there. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. And we curate, you know, your own personal news network and consume news the way you want.
Yeah, to kind of build off that, Twitter, X, great place to go. I'm always on there. I always get a lot of my news updates from there. But I would say that just go to a lot of your more independent and non mass media sources. So I'm going to plug them. I love them. Full disclosure, I used to intern for them, and I've been with them. I've been a follower since the very beginning. But the Texan, for us Texans here, the Texan is, I think the premier source of news in the state. The reporters do a fantastic job. I highly recommend it. Can't recommend it enough. They do such a great job. Go follow the Dallas Express. They do a good job. Go follow the Texas Horn. We do a good job. And so I would just say go to, you know, those independent, non-mass media, established media sources. That's what I do. That's what I recommend.
I would actually recommend a mix of both, like Wikipedia and stuff. I think it is valuable to follow the big, mass media stuff because, unfortunately, they're just sort of drag the conversation. And it's just, if you want to be fully informed, then you should know what is going on or what they're talking about, as well as what the case we're talking about. I also think there's sort of maybe a hyper obsession over knowing every single thing. I don't think you need to feel like you need to know every single thing that is happening in the world. I think it's perfect enough to focus on, your community, whatever local news you may have. I don't know much about the specific Texas news, the ecosystem. If there are particular issues or policy areas that are most important to you, definitely follow that. And a lot of publications, especially specialized publications, have very good email newsletters. That's where I tend to get most of my news from right now, is from signing up from newsletters from various publications that are in the fields that I'm interested in, the news reporting I trust. Twitter, X, whatever it is, useful to sort of garbage floating around there too, as opposed to be judicious.
I'm really glad that you brought up that because obviously I'm on Twitter all the time, on it too much. I not only run my personal account and I not only run the Daily Signal account, but I also run the satire page called the U.S. Ministry of Truth. And it is I like the knowing laugh from a few of you. You're online too much, go touch grass. The reality is, and what's bothered me, is the number of people, and therefore the Reuters journalist, who have fact-checked my satire tweets because people are taking it seriously. And there's a reason that people are taking it seriously, and including the reason that a lot of people on X, including, this problem happens to be something that a lot of populists fall into the trap to, is believing something and then confirmation biasing your way around headlines to therefore saying that's true. And that is the dumbest thing. You guys want to actually know what's going on? I'm going to level with you. Very few, if any of you, read articles. And you know I'm right. Most of you read headlines. You do. You read headlines, you read the summary of the tweet from your person that you have deemed trustworthy, and that's what you do. And the smiles tell me that I'm right. Read articles and read books. Honest to God, that's how you do it, because you guys are smart enough in here. I see most of you know how to tie a tie. Most of you will talk about that later. And therefore, you can read an article and recognize when something gets fishy. You can read the tone of the author changing when they start to cover for something, because since you were little kids, you've recognized what real was and what fake was. You won't know that until you're reading an article. Right now, most of you read headlines and you read tweets because that's all that's required of you. And so you find enough individuals who are saying what you want to say in a headline or on social media, and you call that a day. And then you have usually some individuals on a certain section of the right that get out there and say really stupid stuff that was discredited in the very article that they're citing. So you want to actually stay up to date? I'm not even going to tell you, well, here's your blend of left-wing and right-wing sources with your BBC and your Daily Wire and also the MSNBC. We don't even need to talk about your formulas for news reading in the morning like you're a 65-year-old man waking up at 4:30 with a cup of coffee. We really need to talk about you actually reading the things that you're sharing. Then we can talk about how to stay up to date.
Awesome. And ask this next question because a lot of us are still trying to figure out what to do post-college. But I'm going to ask each one of you, when was the moment that y'all decided this is the career I want to do? And we'll start down there.
I felt the eyes roll because everyone was afraid I was going to talk forever again. I did not know at any point in college. Every single time that I told God what I was going to do, he laughed. And originally I was going to be an Army officer, and I didn't want to do that, so I ended up wanting to be a music teacher, didn't want to do that, and then like 5 or 6 other times. Realistically, the moment that I realized that I wanted to do journalism was when I tried it out and decided that I really enjoyed it, and also that I was good at it, both of those things. And then it kind of stuck, and God let me do those things. And so I can't give you a specific time, but now that I'm doing it, I really enjoy it.
And while obviously not working directly in journalism, I've kind of had a passion for it for a while, and it really just happened by random chance. Literally just when I was starting high school, filling out my schedule, I had a spot for an elective. My dad said, "Hey, I did journalism in high school. You might like it." So I signed up for it, and he was right. I did that. Why things. Let's do it.
Yeah, so to preface this, my post-grad plans are not to go into journalism. I am open to it in the future, but we'll see what the future has in store. But going to college, it didn't even cross my mind that I could possibly be doing journalism. But my freshman year, the Texas Horn was created, and I wanted to write an op-ed about something that my professor had said, and after months of procrastination, just kind of like slowly working on an article, I finally got it done, and just having it published, I've always liked writing. I didn't really know how to really explore that, to really develop that. But after I published my first article, I got into it, and I've always had an interest in politics, state politics. And one day I came across this person who was like a political figure in the state. He had this very, I'll say, interesting opinion, and so I wanted to interview him. I read his book, I wanted to ask him a few questions about it. And then from then on there, I really liked speaking with grassroots figures and people running for office, candidates, elected officials. And I like picking their brains and asking them about all these policy areas and all the campaigns. And so just from there, it just took off. And now I'm in charge of the only conservative student publication at UT Austin.
I started my elementary school newspaper in 6th grade with a really cool English teacher. And as I mentioned, I started as a journalism major in college, and I was the editorial writer there for the TCU Daily Skiff, and I hated it. That's back when you had to go to the newsroom and punch in every story every week, right, into whatever machine we were using at the time. And I would just get assaulted by these leftist students in media. And then I interned at the Star-Telegram, and that was even worse, for those of you who know Ben Kennedy. So I gave it up in college. I went into business, and I had a really long, successful career in tech, and then ultimately in politics, which was a different kind of accident, and was brought into this not 4 months ago. And it's this intersection of my passion for media and a little bit of experience in journalism I did have, and business and politics that just makes it a great fit. And it's been the most fun thing I've ever done in my life. And it's just so ironic that I'm going to get to end my career doing the thing I intended to start with.
Wait, in your career?
Oh yeah, I was retired for 5 years before this. I was skiing. Manfred could tell you. Or running for Congress.
It's about to start writing an article. Local journalist expert starting to retire. Breaking news.
That's awesome. It sounds like a lot of y'all had some sort of role in campus newspapers, which is really great to hear. I was wondering, in y'all's opinions, what the ideal newspaper would look like. Bipartisan, just the facts, partisan. Tell me a little bit more about your ideal college newspaper.
College? I'm going to pass these guys. I'm so far removed at this point.
So I think this is an interesting question because Josh and I were actually discussing something very similar yesterday before the dinner. A few weeks ago, I went to an ISI conference on investigative reporting in Palo Alto, California. And there we had two journalists, Aaron Siberium, I believe is his name, from the Washington Free Beacon, and then Chris Rufo. And as we were discussing, both had, I think, completely different takes on how to, I guess, like what conservative journalism looks like. You have one that has very like straight, I guess like this older model that was previously brought up, like this straight facts, objectivity, just straight reporting, and then one's like very aggressive. You take that conservative angle and like you're very aggressive with it. And so, like for a student paper, I mean, I admit I am personally a fan of the older model. Now, that might be like a flawed way of thinking, but I think that given the, I guess, the nature of the game, that maybe more aggressive, actually being like openly conservative, taking an aggressive conservative angle, maybe the way. I mean, both styles I think work. They both may have their flaws. So all that to say is that I don't really know. I think both have their merits.
The ideal campus newspaper is, of course, one that is a member of the collegiate network. My original comment, not just whispered into my ear a minute ago. So I think part of the ideal for a campus newspaper is one that is in fact a newspaper. One issue that I definitely see a lot is, I think, an issue in conservative media more broadly, but definitely one that I encounter as I'm working with students to start up kind of independent and more conservative newspapers is kind of an excess of opinion and commentary writing, which is, I think, a problem, like I said, for conservative media generally, but it's especially a problem for campus publications because no one cares about a 19-year-old's opinion on Ukraine. Sorry, it's just kind of a fact of the matter. There are a lot of people who are just better positioned to know and be able to offer like actual insights in that circumstance outside of you. What campus journalists should be focusing on is where they have the most expertise, where they are in the best position to write about. And that's not what's happening on their campus, with their campus administration, with their student groups. And of course, there's a place for opinion. I don't want to just say no opinion ever. And I think a lot of publications have done well with the sort of style of reported opinion, right? They're going to go out, they're going to gather facts, they're going to gather information, they're going to conduct interviews, and they're going to write that out, but then they're also going to provide their own opinion and analysis. And I think that's fine. But what I don't want to see is just sort of pontificating on kind of national, international news, because there are people who can do that better than you. Focus on what you can do better than anyone else. Right? Nobody is better positioned to see, I think I said this earlier, but, whether or not your campus is complying with the new laws around the DEI restrictions, or the Supreme Court case, kind of getting rid of affirmative action and admissions. Right? Every student paper should be looking at, demographic information of a previous class and new class. They should be looking at what's on the college application. What does the language look like on the application before the Supreme Court decision? What does it look like this year? What's it going to look like next year? Just tracking that year over year. Because that's where you can make a difference, because nobody else is going to be looking at it as closely. It matters. I mean, a few weeks ago or months ago, Columbia added a video portion to their application, which is very obvious a way to be able to look at students and figure out what their race is and make decisions based on that. And then a reporter reached out to them and asked, hey, what's going on here? This is trying to skirt that Supreme Court decision, and they immediately pulled it down. So that can make a difference. You need to be asking those questions because nobody else will.
Yeah, I think that's crucial. I've never actually had my answer change as you guys were talking, but that's definitely one of them. I can't report on it from a national angle unless you write it. And by the way, the idea that your 19-year-olds say probably shouldn't be writing op-eds on foreign policy is fair, and I'm going to tell you a story. I used to write for the Lone Conservative. The very first article that I ever wrote was called Teachers Quit Coddling Your Students. And it was a really good article. It was good. It just talking about how everyone just wants to be all hugsy-feely with kids instead of actually holding them to standards. The second article that I wrote was called "The Libertarian Case Against Prostitution." Guess who got royally destroyed online for writing a very poorly written article about something I really had no business writing about? It's okay to be 19 or 20 and not know everything. And that's not condescending, that's not an insult. When I write an article about foreign policy, you can bet your biscuits Heritage runs that by our foreign policy experts. Because guess what? The last time I was in Turkey was 8 years ago. I probably don't know what was going on there last week. So that's an important thing. As far as my ideal college newspaper, if you have one, I have one of two visions for it. Either number one, I would realistically like to see less of a newspaper focus, and if you're interested in anything political, start writing. Start writing. Get something in the Daily Caller, get something in NRO. It's not that hard. I've seen some of the people write for some of these national outlets, and they suck. You can do good. If you want to write opinion stuff, get it out there. By the way, that article that I wrote, the really awful one, it's still up. Because I learned from it. I learned how it was garbage, and I wrote a later article that corrected a lot of the junk. You have to get out there and start writing. And some of us can help you get into places. You guys have an amazing internship. National Review has an amazing internship. The Daily Caller News Foundation has an amazing one. Heritage has a phenomenal internship program for that kind of stuff. Get out there and try it. You'll never know. My ideal college newspaper, though, would honestly be like a meme page. And here's why. Because, again, it's entertaining. Reading your university's dry newspaper, I haven't read your newspaper, so I'm not commenting on yours, is likely going to put a lot of people to sleep, and it's not interesting. Because, again, it's a bunch of 19-year-olds pontificating on what's going on and who cares somewhere else will. So, like, things that are entertaining to the student, like a meme about something that's going on campus, an inside joke, paired with articles that are at that university, that's interesting because that's relevant to me. I'm in on the joke, right? It's part of being, it's like almost being in part of a club about knowing that stuff. But if it's just very generic and bland, then honestly at that point it's just wasting whatever shelf it's on.
I like that. We're getting close to the end of our time together. Before we open it up to an audience Q&A, I'm just going to ask you all, starting with Chris, to just pretty much give some advice to students who are interested in journalism.
It's just like you said, just start writing. And we're also very big on reader developed content. We solicit op-eds. We actually don't do a lot of our own. We try to stay clear of that as much as possible and have our writers stay clear as much as possible, but we want yours. And anything that you feel like is reasonable or that you're interested in writing about, to his point, where that you have a original take on, we'd love to see it. And if you live here locally in Dallas, we're doing internships this summer as well. So just start writing.
Yeah, I would just say, keep an open mind. As I stated earlier, I had no intention of going into journalism. So you might not even know that it's a possibility for you, that you would actually like it until you try, you try to write, you write something. So I just say, keep your options open, keep your mind open. There are many organizations like ISI that I would recommend getting involved in, starting your own student paper, and just get involved in that way.
I mean, number one thing is just write. It is a skill. You improve in practice. Just always be writing, and also always be reading good journalism. I mean, with the skill, you don't want to just kind of go off on your own, do your own thing, unless you kind of just teach yourself wrong. Look at other people who are doing it well and see what works, what doesn't, and use that to kind of refine your writing. Obviously, apply for a Collegiate Network internship or fellowship. I actually have a couple slots still open for this summer's internships and the fellowship study this year. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely talk to me, because yeah, it's just the best way to learn is by experience.
My best piece of advice for you is don't do what you don't want to do. And I've given this advice a lot in the last couple of weeks. So many people think I'm a good writer and I want to get into writing, so I should just be an editor, right? Like I should try editing because it's kind of related. No. It will bother you and you will hate your life while you're doing it. If it's something you don't want to do, don't do it. If you want to write fiction, don't start writing political news. Unless you want to work for Vox, then it's the same thing. So realistically, don't waste time doing what you don't want to do. I have done that. I have wasted my time thinking, oh, well, I'll just, be an editor. There's a lot more to being an editor than just copy editing. especially in like a civic subject. You need to know enough about the topic to say, hey, you're wandering off into no man's land here, or your point here doesn't make sense. Don't do things that are ancillary because you think, oh, they'll hire me for those reasons. No, don't try to strategize your life as though, well, I need to get these 3 side quests to unlock the main quest. No, it doesn't work like that. Do what you like in regards to the field that you want to do things in, and then you will not only improve, but you will enjoy improving. Don't waste your time doing stuff you don't want to do.
Awesome, thank you. And now we're going to open it up to the audience Q&A. I see that Jackson, you have a question, and this goes for everyone. Make sure you speak really loudly because we're all the way up here.
Okay, I guess we're not having a microphone for questions then. So thank you, all of y'all did an excellent job. It's very, I think, informative. The question I'd like to ask y'all is related to the idea of objectivity in journalism, where obviously, you know, there's no such thing as like true neutral journalism. There's no view from nowhere. Like always in journalism, you're going to be operating like on some sort of value system. But on the other hand, you don't want to just turn into, you know, mere propaganda. You don't want to be like, we're only going to report on things that, you know, make my particular version of conservatism look good, because then you're just, you know, shooting yourself in the foot by denying yourself kind of an accurate view of reality and denying your readers that as well. So my question is, how do you all balance that? How do you approach the question of how do we approach things in a way that we acknowledge, you know, is like guided by our conservative values and guided by understanding of truth, but is also being fair and also giving the people who read it an accurate view of reality?
There's no, I mean, as you pointed out, there's no true objectivity, right? Because we're all human beings and we have a point of view. And so what I think is important is what you said, the word balance. So if you're gonna do a campaign profile, for example, just make sure you go out of your way to let both sides have an opportunity to present their case to the voter, right? Or if you're gonna cover, you know, some sort of controversial issue like the radical increase in sexual trafficking in Dallas County, I don't know, maybe go find some pimps to talk to, I don't know. But the point being though, just the balance part is important, because the editorial bias happens in the types of stories that you select and the voices that you feature. And in every publication's, you know, got that bias. So as long as you're really trying hard to go out of your way to present at least give the other side an opportunity to present their side of the story, I think that's the fairest way to do it.
Yeah, I don't really have much more to add than that. I would just say do your due diligence as a reporter. Go out and at least make it like reach out to, so if you're gonna like write a story like, for example, for the Horn, we did the story about the interim dean of student affairs. Obviously, like, we're a conservative paper, we don't support DEI, but, you know, we're gonna go out of our way to, you know, reach out to the interim dean of student affairs to see if they have any comment on it. We're gonna reach out to the Lotus Project, you know, the trans and queer Asian group. You know, we're gonna ask them and say, you know, what exactly is the point of this committee reform? So I guess just go out and do your due diligence. That's really all I gotta add.
I almost think that maybe rather than the emphasis on objectivity, it's almost better to focus on, you know, honesty and integrity. Right? Like, you know, obviously you have your own bias, you have your own views of things, but that should not keep you from striving to report the facts as they are, to, you know, convey them accurately. It's not withholding convenient facts. I'm going to misrepresent it in that circumstance. But you also shouldn't necessarily like keep you from providing worthwhile analysis and context, and from, you know, also just kind of exercising kind of editorial judgment of, you know, what stories are worth focusing on. You know, if the left-wing media is targeting a conservative figure, is it really like worth it for you to also report on that, because it's the news, so I have to report it to be fair and objective? And it's already being covered. What are you adding to it? How does that?
Respectfully, I think that your question is wrong. The idea of balance, hear me out. The idea that if I am to be objective, therefore I have to balance it with my political view, like by being a conservative, I'm lying somehow and not being objective, is wrong. That's not a thing. In fact, I believe that facts can coexist with the moral structure that I'm trying to convey and my policy prescriptions for it if I'm providing one. So the idea that, oh well, yeah, I'm writing this story about this policy that's going to hurt people, but I have to keep in mind that other points of view are just as valid. No, they're not. I mean, still, do you want to double check and get the other person's comment? Yeah, but not just because you're trying to be fair, but also because you could get a doozy of a counter comment that just shows the specific point. The idea that you need to cripple yourself for being a conservative is literally something the left has used for ages. And you'll never see that from NPR or any other group out there that is providing unbiased, objective news. So obviously, double check, don't lie. That's my biggest advice, and the real answer to your question, don't lie. If Crenshaw does something stupid, report it. If you think that it's important, report it. If you think Nikki Haley does something stupid, report it. Trump, same thing. DeSantis, I don't care. Being ideologically consistent doesn't mean balance. It just means being honest. So you can still be a conservative and not squelch parts of your coverage.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackson, for that question. And please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists.
When I was in college, there was not a very strong pipeline between being in organizations like YCT and actually getting hired. It was a very frustrating process. You jump through all the hoops, you do all the activism, and you look around at the end and say, well, what's next? And that was one of the reasons why I chose to be the executive director of the Young Conservatives Texas Foundation after I graduated, was well, I want to solve this pipeline issue. And so to help solve this pipeline issue, here are 5 people that can help you either get a job or an internship this summer, whenever you graduate, and help get to that next step in your career. So joining us today is Kyle Bennell of the Heritage Foundation. If you ever check your email around 10 o'clock on Tuesday nights, he tends to send an email with a list of all the jobs that the conservative is looking to hire for. If you're not signed up for it, I strongly recommend doing so. On the far end is Mike Garcia, who's been a longtime friend of YCT. He is the executive director for the Texas Freedom Caucus, and he is a candidate for the Republican Party of Texas chairmanship. We also have James Mayville, who is American for Prosperity's outreach engagement director. We have Julia Crucius, who's been a longtime member of YCT. She is currently the chief of staff for Representative James Frank in Texas. And then joining us also is Mason Morgan, who is the executive director for Run Gen Z and has been to a number of our conferences. So to start this panel off, what advice do you have for somebody looking for their first job in politics?
Well, I would say apply for internships. Is that what you mean? For their first job, post-graduation? Both? Okay. Well, if you are still in college and have a summer available to you, I would highly advise you to do an internship in a political field for any organization. So apply to a bunch and take the one that you like the most that you got offered, and then when you do it, make a good impression by working really hard and intern like it's your job, because the people that you're interning for are going to assume that you would work in your full-time job like you do in your internship. So just work really hard and you should be fairly well set up.
Yeah, I think Julie hits it right on the point about hard work and being you might be one of, team of 1 of 5 or 1 of 10, or in one case I was one of 45 interns on a campaign, and the best thing you can do to stick out is be the most consistent, reliable, hardworking, and honest members of the team, right? One thing I would say kind of specifically to the context you all find yourselves in is, members of YCT and the vast network that is at your disposal, is take advantage of where you're placed at, right? I mean, as members of YCT, you not only have the network, but you have the different partners that work with YCT, right? So, shameless plug for AFP and what we do. I mean, we work with the guys at U of H, at UHB, at SMU, right here in Dallas, and we try to connect them to all kinds of experiences, all kinds of opportunities. And so what I would say to keep in mind, whether you're looking at an internship for, and to Julie's point, don't waste a summer, don't waste a semester. Every moment you have getting experience and, to some degree proving yourself, right? Take advantage of that. But just take advantage of where you're placed at, being in this network and in this community, because there's some places where you don't have that. I mean, my undergrad is a very small private school here in Dallas, and there was no avenue for me to find opportunities. I kind of had to go find it on my own, and thankfully the good Lord, placed different opportunities in my way, and taking Julie's advice, wound up in a pretty good place. So take advantage of where you're at. That's what I would say.
And speaking from personal experience, for me, I mean, the first way that I got an internship volunteering in politics was actually somebody I went to school with asked me if I would be willing to go track for them. I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with what that is. I went to school up in Des Moines, Iowa during the 2016 Iowa caucuses. And so the way I got into the political sphere was an upperclassman came up to me and asked me to go ask John Kasich, Marco Rubio, some spicy questions at events there. And so I got yelled at a couple times, and once I got yelled at enough by these presidential candidates, they said, all right, what campaign do you want to work on? Let me get you connected. And so obviously y'all aren't in Iowa, but my point there is that something you're going to be doing once you get into politics is recruiting volunteers. And the best way to manage volunteers and do great at your internships, like James and Julia mentioned, is to get experience as a volunteer. That's how you're going to meet the people hiring for internships and full-time positions.
I'll emphasize the point that you really want to do internships if you can. Internships at their core are extended job interviews. At Heritage, roughly 50 of our staff members at any given time are former interns. That's a dynamic play out everywhere. Whenever organizations have to hire an entry-level staff member, they usually look first at their most recent interns, figure out which one of those interns performed well, and then figure out which one of those interns is on the job market that you usually is a quick hire. So try to think ahead in your job searches. Think about what kind of job you want to do in 2 or 3 years. Figure out what kind of internships would get your foot in the door for the jobs, and then you start building right skills and volunteer experience. I also say, be good at whatever you're doing right now. If your job isn't, or internship isn't in the conservative movement, be a really good volunteer, be a student leader, figure out what kind of skills are most valuable for the internships and jobs you want to do. One of those skills is going to be writing, so the sooner you get comfortable writing, the better, because that's core to any job you do. And Gen Z tends not to write as well as when employers would like them to, so get comfortable with writing and the editing process. And also, if you're applying for internships and jobs, and this will come up later, apply thoughtfully, but also try to get recommendations proactively. I usually suggest when applying for a job or internship, applying formally and then applying informally. So if an employer for an internship or a job lays out an application process, and follow that to a T, apply formally online, your resume, cover letter, answer the questions. Then anybody you know who knows an employer, whether it be YCT or someone that you've worked with in the past, ask for proactive recommendation. So you get your application notice and hopefully get hired. But also know that references build on each other. If you're volunteering on a campaign, if you're leading a student chapter, or working in retail or fast food, be really good wherever you are and earn a good reference, because references tend to build on each other and lead to your next job and your next job.
Yeah, the way I answer that question, when I got involved in the political sphere, I didn't have YCT. I guess I'm an honorary member, but I wasn't a member back in college. So all I had on my resume was I was in a mariachi band in high school. So didn't really have much to go on, but I just kind of hit the doors there at the Texas Capitol until I found somebody who took a chance on me. And I was very lucky that they did. So if you're running into trouble finding an internship or a job, I would encourage you to just continue to hit the pavement. And then a lot of these internships don't pay. Yeah, that's difficult, but it's something that you should embrace. I've always thought of it as an investment, right, in your future. A lot of folks don't put the time in to volunteer their own time in an internship, and if you do, it very likely will pay off in the future. Lastly, I would encourage y'all, when you get that internship, take the job seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously, because then you might come off as a little bit maybe robotic or insincere, and your employers will pick up on that. Just be yourself. You're already here. You're already conservative. They'll pick up on that. You're just yourself, even if you're a little bit quirky. It's okay. So So that's what I would say.
Thank you, everyone. So with that, rapid fire, what is the number one thing you look for in an applicant?
Can we go down this way?
I'd say be conservative. Really starting with mission alignment. Someone who really cares, has the same values. That's for really any employee of the conservative movement, that comes first. People want to hire people they can trust. If they don't already know you and haven't already worked with you, they want to know that you at least buy into their why, into their mission. They want you to articulate that genuinely and to believe that you're on the same page as them about what you're passionate about, they're passionate about. So really the first thing to look for is the person really aligned with our mission, and really everything else is secondary.
I would say the one thing I would ask this scenario interview is one question. Everybody who's been on the panel with me knows. Be prepared to answer this question. What is the fundamental role of government? Think about it hard, because most conservatives that I've asked that question to in an internship freeze, or they'll say something like, government's role is to make sure everybody's safe at all times, which that's not the right answer, by the way. So I'll tell you the answer, so you have it, because this question gets tossed around a lot in the conservative movement. The answer we're generally looking for is government's there for the purpose of securing your liberties. Right? So if you were already kind of heading down that path, you're probably thinking the right thing, and if not, you got a little bit of studying to do, but that's why you're.
And for the work that I do with Run Gen Z, where we're recruiting candidates, I think this question fits for what we're looking at for people that are running for office, as well as people that I look to when I'm hiring for a position. And it's really coachability. Somebody that is passionate and has work ethic, kind of like the last two answers on this, right? People that kind of know where they're falling in line on the mission of the organization and things of that, but somebody that is really going to be, they're going to have a desire to learn, and somebody that is really going to want to further themselves through learning from the other people in that organization.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that whatever context you find yourself in, I mean, even for those of you in the room who might not be going or seeking out a political gig, once you're done with college, I mean, Brett Osborne's in the room, he's gonna be a hedge fund manager someday, so, for whatever context you find yourself in, I mean, be the most reliable person you can be and create a track record of that for yourself. If I'm looking at even just a volunteer, right, that I'm gonna bring onto our team, or someone who I'm gonna rely on to be a volunteer lead, or whatever it might be, I want someone who I know is gonna show up. They might not be the very best, but by God, if they're gonna be there, I wanna invest in that person, right? And so that's what I would say.
If I'm hiring for an intern or a full-time employee recently out of college, I mean, the first thing I look for is conservative, aligned with the mission of our office. But second, I look at experience. If it's for an internship, what their volunteer experience is. Of course, the first thing I look for is if they've been involved in YCT, and if so, how involved were they? Because it tells you that they are going to go into some political knowledge, but also because it tells you whether they care about the cause that we're serving. And then if it's for a full-time job, I look at their internship experience to see, what policy knowledge they have.
Thank you. So now that we've talked about what you look for, what is the most common mistake you see applicants make, besides using ChatGPT for their essays?
Well, that is one, and you can definitely tell, at least I think I can tell. I'd say not having used their time in college to have learned about politics, Texas politics, the conservative movement. You have such a great opportunity right now to spend some time learning, and if I see that they haven't, it's just unfortunate. We want to hire someone who we can hire and they can hit the ground running. We don't prefer to hire someone that we have to explain the very basics to. So the more you can be involved in YCT and other things like that, the better.
Yeah, to piggyback on, I would say preparedness. A good smile, a decent haircut, and a good tie knot can only take you so far. And I mean, even to the basic level of like preparedness for the interview, and like knowing what the organization does, and knowing, you know, not even having an answer on how can you contribute to our mission, right? So, I mean, just even the basics of like preparedness for an interview, I think is probably what I've run into with either, you know, volunteer leads or with some of the part-time folks we hire, or people we try to recruit to the movement, or, you know, folks we try to partner with. So just always be prepared. It's the best thing you can do, because when things shake up and you get a curveball, you get a curveball action, answer, or a curveball question, you divert back to your preparedness. And if you prepared well, then odds are you're gonna be okay.
I've got a fairly straightforward answer for this one. I kind of piggybacking off of James. For me personally, and I think for a lot of people that have been in a hiring manager type role, the easiest way to lose my confidence is to show up late or miss an interview entirely. It seems it's like that's one singular mistake, right? It's something that's very easy to make sure you don't do, but it's something that I'm definitely going to remember if you even continue in the process after missing that first interview.
And something I'll give a note to. You live in Texas, you are in the central time zone. Most politics occurs in Washington, D.C. That is on the East Coast. That is to the right of Texas on the map, which means they're an hour ahead of you. So when you are ever talking to somebody in D.C., always specify, possibly in all caps or bolded, whether when you give them a time you mean Central Time or Eastern Time. And regardless, they will be 15 minutes late.
Most common mistake I see is very general, and that's people not being intentional in how they apply for positions. So through my job in any given year, I'll read 10,000 applications or more, resumes, cover letters, application questions and answers. I'm amazed at how little thought people put in their applications. So if you're applying for conservative organizations, you want to show off your conservative credentials and your branding. Even if you haven't worked or interned the movement, by virtue of being in a YCT convention, you have some conservative credibility. So put it on your resume, even if you're not interning the movement. So make sure your resume kind of shows that you are conservative, you know, by your affiliations, your volunteer work, your campus activism. Cover letters, people tend to use the same cover letter over and over again. Swap out 2 or 3 key words, the name of the employer and the job title, and just use it over and over again. Most employers who work in the conservative movement, read applications themselves. It's not AI driven. So humans can tell very quickly when a cover letter has been phoned in. So if you're gonna write a cover letter for an application, write carefully and make it intentional. Make it clear you actually want the position, you know what you're applying for. And any cover letter that doesn't, articulate, why you like the employer's mission is not a good cover letter, and that's 90% of what I read. So that's a very common mistake. Another one is not pruning your online presence. Any employers going to look at your social media presence, your online presence. The more you advance your career beyond college, the more scrutiny you get. So you should expect really any employer to look at your online presence and make sure it reflects well on you, reflects your values, reflects good professional judgment. But emphasize quality over quantity when applying for jobs. Make sure your application is well written, because your cover letters, your resume are also de facto writing samples, and make sure you really demonstrate your values and that you know the organization by the way you apply for the position with your cover letter and your resume.
Yeah, I would focus on 2 fundamental aspects that I think have been talked to already, but presentation is so important. Your resume might not be as good as the next applicant's, right, in terms of your experience and your knowledge, but it looks better, right? It doesn't look like it's completely jumbled together. The spacing is justified, it's something I prefer. And it's clean and easy to read. That's going to take you a long way. I used to edit resumes for a living. I'm not sure I should offer to look over all of your old resumes, but if you'd like me to, I'll tell you whether I would just throw it in the trash or not. Hey, when you're competing in this job market, you gotta have something nice. And the other one is look presentable as well, right? And this theme of aesthetics. I think you all talked about that, but in particular, I remember one intern we had, and we ended up hiring him because he was so passionate, but he very presentable. But I just remember this kid, and we ended up getting gently able to convince him to cut his hair, and then he looked great. But you know, maybe you're not as passionate as he was, and you won't be able to get past that first interview. So, you know, I know we're in 2024, and I know styles are changing. But the old guard still kind of runs the show at these places, so you have to play to their preferences.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you especially for touching on resumes. When I was the executive director of the foundation, I'd often field resumes from YCTers that were just doing any internships or jobs, and about 95% of them were immediately sent back because they were absolutely horribly formatted. All of your universities are dependent on you getting jobs after college to pay for your student loans. So they all of your colleges have career centers where they will fix the resume up for you because they want to make sure that you get hired. Please use that resource. In every position I've had since then, I've received applicants for internships, and almost half of them are absolutely unusable. And if you have a resume that looks like it was filled out using crayon, you're not going to get an interview, and you're just going to be laughed at. So please, please, please fix your resume up. Go to your career centers. Ask Mike if you can get his email later. But please have a presentable resume. So the next topic I want to touch on is mentors. I think we all know politics is very relationship driven. So could you guys each for a second tell like who is your mentor in politics, how did you meet them, and what kind of difference did they make for you?
Well, I've had a couple, definitely Manfred, especially early on, and then Mike was also one. And in my area that I specified in for a while, which is education, I had, her name is Emily Sash, she's spoken at a convention before, but she was just basically had the job that I wanted to have in many years. So, yeah, those were mine, and then how I got them, is that the other question?
Yeah, how you got them.
I guess, well, Manfred found me, but the others, I don't know, I met them through doing YCT type things or internships, and I just asked them for advice. And I recommend you do the same if you're interested in a career in politics. People love to give advice, so don't hesitate to ask people for advice.
Yeah, so I've got several at this point. You know, I mean, I wouldn't say have a dozen, you know, I mean, but have a couple at least. But so one, you know, in one context, one kind of sought me out, saw something in me, and decided I'd be a worthy investment. And thank God they did. And the other was someone that I sought out. And so, you know, sometimes you might find yourself in a situation where someone might see something in you and decide, hey, this kid might be special one day. And so take advantage of that and don't be afraid to lean into that. But also, sometimes you might have to have the courage to kind of take a step out and say, hey, I think you're really good at your job. Can I learn a few things from you? And really just develop the relationship and don't be afraid to do that. So yeah, my most consistent mentor is my boss. She's our state director at Americans for Prosperity, Ms. Genevieve Collins. Gave me a shot 4 years ago, and I've stuck by her side ever since. And she's been nothing but a great friend and someone who's invested way more in me than she ever should have. And the other one is a gentleman who was in Dallas for a while, but he recently moved to Louisiana a couple years ago, and we make time for each other. When he's visiting his in-laws in Dallas, you know, we carve out 30 minutes to an hour to go get a drink or a coffee, and we make it happen. We don't get to go play golf anymore like we used to, but we have a phone call every now and again, and when he's in Dallas, we make time. So, you know, sometimes you got to seek him out and have the confidence to do that. And the humility too, right? To kind of put yourself in a position to present, like, you know, I recognize I don't know everything, and I don't have all this kind of experience, but someone else who's older, more experienced will, and there's plenty out there that are willing to do that.
And through our work at Run Gen Z, 95% of what we do is actually facilitating a mentorship program between young conservatives who want to run for office and young conservative elected officials who have been in their shoes as a young person and have that shared experience. Through that, maybe a word of advice for y'all on the mentorships. One issue I always see our candidates kind of facing is that they don't set parameters or boundaries with their mentor early on. So it's important for you to respect your mentor's time and make sure that you understand when an appropriate time to reach out to them is, or even setting up a call schedule, which is really what I encourage them to do. That's a bit different than the mentorship that you're just gonna develop through your careers. But something I've always found with mentors that I've had in politics is that it's very important for you to make that ask. You hear about the hard ask in politics all the time. Asking your mentor to be your mentor is the same thing. You wanna say, I think James, you touched on this, look, I think you're really good at your job and I would love to learn from you. Is that something you have the capacity or the ability to do over the next 6 months that we're here, working on this campaign or working in this office, whatever it might be? And depending on how kind of respectful you are of that time and how you utilize that mentorship, it's something that is going to continue through the rest of your career.
My mentor is a guy named Matt Atkins. He managed the Heritage Job Bank when I was a Heritage intern 12 years ago. So when I came to DC to intern at Heritage, I knew very little about politics, careers, or really anything. And his job was to help Heritage interns find their next jobs. So I met him very early. I had a lot of questions. He was very patient and likes answering questions. We had a pretty good rapport, and about a month after my internship ended, he basically got me hired to be his assistant for about a year or so. And eventually I wound up in his position and still doing that work 11 some years later. The reason I think it worked out with being a mentor is that I didn't know much. I asked questions, and the one thing I definitely did right was follow through, and that's what good mentees do. Mentors give you suggestions. They want to see you implement them very quickly. They want to know they're not just talking, wasting their time. They want to see they're investing time in you, that they're going to actually take the steps they advise and implement them. So I asked him questions that he had added my resume. I would take one apart and make quick changes and ask more questions. So eventually learned quite a bit, and that's kind of how I became a mentor. My best advice is to find mentors who have some kind of similarity to your career interests, and definitely make it a point to write down what takeaways you get from a mentor, work on them, and then tell the mentor about your progress before you reach out for another meeting. Before you reach out to have more of their time, to ask more questions, make sure they know that you're actually acting on what they told you to do, or they suggested you do the last time you spoke.
I think I'll add a little bit here, because I think we've got a lot of mentors. One thing that one of my mentors over the years, and I haven't many, right? I remember when I was your all's age, and it's like, well, how do I ask somebody to be my formal mentor, right? Almost like asking somebody out on a date. It's a lot more organic than that, in my experience, at least. It just kind of happens, right? People you go through war with, not literal war, but like in my case, legislative war. And that obviously have a little bit more experience than you. But one of my real good mentors back in the day told me about this concept. He called it the 33% rule. I like to call it the 1/3 rule, because there's 1% at the end that bothers me. But the 1/3 rule, and it said, a third of the people that you associate with in your job on a daily basis should be folks that have gone before, right? Folks that know more than you, that have more experience than you, folks that you're going to learn from. Third should be your peers, right? People that are on the same level as you, can bounce off ideas about how your career's going, and you'll be in a similar spot. But you can't forget that you get old quick, folks, and pretty soon you're going to be a mentor to somebody, right? Just 5 years down the line, y'all are going to already be 5 years into your career. Folks are going to come in that are at the same point you are now, and they're going to be seeking advice from you. So don't be afraid to create that organic relationship, but also I encourage you to become mentors yourselves in your own ways.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time on the panel today. So we have one final question. Before we have this final question, as a reminder, we're having dinner at 6 o'clock tonight. So the final question is, what advice would you give to your freshman self if that freshman was in the room right now?
Don't do it. No, I'm just kidding. I would go, I'm sorry, that's totally high here. It was just the first thing that came to mind. I don't mean don't do it, it's just kind of cracking a joke. But I think I would go back and tell freshman college James, trust the process. Because there have been points throughout college and even early on now in my kind of young adult life where like, it just is not clear what the next 6 months, what the next quarter, what the next week is gonna look like. And I'll give you an example of that. I was fortunate enough to intern in Governor Abbott's press office the summer of my freshman year of college, and I mean, just a tremendous experience. My co-intern got sick on a study abroad, and so her parents said, like, you're gonna stay home this summer. And so it meant that I got to spend every day of the week in the office, going to all the bill signings following the 86th, seeing, being in the same room as the governor of Texas, like 2 times a day. I mean, it's just a wild experience for a bright-eyed 19-year-old kid. And worked my tail off, and they said, James, come back next summer, we got a spot for you. Well, that summer, if you remember, the world had just shut down, the economy had kind of gone crap, and they said, hey man, we're probably not gonna have interns, you should start looking. And I was just in utter panic and did not know. I mean, this was April. I mean, I was supposed to have already had it lined up and do everything like that, and so I had no idea what was next. But through a little bit of dedication and some faith in the Lord, things opened up, and I found a campaign internship, and ended up changing my life and led me to where I'm at now. So, and even along then, there have been certain points where it's just like, man, what is next week going to look like? And so just trust the process, have a little bit of faith, but always put your best foot forward and work really hard.
I would say to my freshman year self, in addition to do the internships and do YCT, I would say spend some time in college learning about conservatism. Like anytime you get to choose the topic on a research paper, pick a conservative policy issue to research. I had a friend in our YCT chapter who he took some class in the African American Studies department, and he had to do these 2 big research projects. And so he did one on Thomas Sowell and one on Clarence Thomas. And it could have been just a blow-off class, but he ended up learning a lot about conservative issues. So yeah, I would highly recommend that. And then also, if there's a conservative professor at your school in poli-sci or history or economics that is teaching a course on something conservative adjacent, I'd highly recommend taking that course. Even if it has nothing to do with your major, it can be really, really valuable.
And I think the first piece of advice I'd have is don't overcommit. I think you should start thinking at that point what it is that you're really interested in, whether that's learning more about conservatism or trying to trust that process. Don't trust it so much that you're not intentional about your choices, right? And I think James would agree with me on that. But I remember when I was just starting out, I got my internship on this presidential campaign. I was president of my fraternity. My internship was unpaid, so I was making pizzas at night, and I was taking 17 credit hours. And so I burned out pretty quickly. My candidate did not win. It was Jeb Bush, peace clap. I told Joel wherever he is, I'd sneak that one in for y'all. But so make sure that you're choosing successfully, and that's something that I do even now, right? Kind of serving my capacity with Run Gen Z, serving with young Republicans, which I did for several years, and I now serve on a school board as well. You've got to sometimes cut some things off and leave it in other capable hands to pass the torch on. But just don't overcommit too early. You've got a lot of life left, and you want to make the most of kind of what you're doing. And going back to what we said earlier, you want to make sure that you're doing the best job that you can in those things that are going to further your career, not necessarily those extracurriculars or things like that.
So I would tell my freshman self to calm down and be patient. One thing I didn't realize coming out of college was that employers who are in the conservative movement usually hire last minute. I had business majors for roommates who did their junior year summer internship, then came back to campus their senior year and already had their full-time job locked in a year out for a big four consulting firm or accounting firm. But conservative movement hiring is much different than corporate hiring. Most employers aren't big enough to hire and wait, sort of hire someone a year out and wait for them to start a year later. So hiring tends to be pretty last minute, very close to graduation, maybe not after graduation. And in politics, generally the first full-time job is the toughest one to get. Once you get that job, the next 2 or 3 get to be a lot easier once you're established and once you're separated from your internship and the immediate post-grad phase. and then you have 40, 50 years of career ahead of you. So I wish I'd kind of known that as a freshman, so I could have calmed down a little bit. Another thing I would have done better is probably develop better peer relationships in the conservative movement. My campus didn't have great chapters in anything, so if I could go back, I'd either try to make them better or just start a new one that is better than the existing ones. I didn't really know anybody in the conservative movement, so like interned at Heritage, and that kind of jump-started it, but I kind of went into that pretty cold. So I would have been more active on campus with campus activism, if I had to go back and do it again.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo what Kyle said. I think it's very important, those of you that have faith, and if you don't, I encourage you to look into it. You have to trust that God has a plan for your life, and you have to follow his plan for your life, and you can't force your own plan for your life. I kind of learned that over the years. I was young, and I had my plan. I wanted to be this by this age. I interned for Jeff's brother when he was he did win this race, by the way. I interned for President Bush in 2008, and thought that, and I was still in college, and I thought it was going to open up all sorts of doors for me. And when I graduated, I was jobless, and I didn't have any prospects, and it wasn't working for some reason. I was planning on being a ranch hand, and for my father, and then I was driving around the ranch one day, and I got a call from some person who had seen my resume at the Capitol and said, "Hey, do you want to come work? Work starts in 10 days. Do you want to be ranch director?" I said, "Sure." And I hadn't even talked to that person before, so it'll work out, but you can't force it, and you might go somewhere where you don't want to go or where you don't know about, but that's okay, because again, it's not about you, it's about the movement. And if you approach it with that attitude, I think you'll be a lot more successful than if you try to reach some arbitrary goal that you made when you were a teenager.
And can I just add something really quick that might kind of remind me of when he was talking? Approach whatever it is you're going to do. If you're going to go meet Brett and manage hedge funds or whatever, if you're going to intern on campaigns, if you're going to try to work in the Capitol, if you're going to work for whatever it is, approach your role in all of this with a mindset of service, and not a service to yourself. I think that in some situations I've been found in, I notice that people look at it from well, this is going to help me in my next step. This is going to help me build my resume so I can be a chief of staff, or so that I can blah 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 blah, so I can go home and do this. Take that moment you're in and think about, how in the world am I going to best serve the people in Chairman Frank's office? How am I going to best serve my peers at SMU, right? So just approach things with a mindset of service, and I think that that's going to take you a long way too.
Thank you everyone for your patience during our Saturday Day program. As a reminder, dinner is at 6. The location is listed in the schedule on the PDF you guys have been sent. So thank you for your time today. It was great to see so many young people now getting older at 26. Back pain starts to hurt a little more. Life ends at 27. So see you guys all tonight.
We started last year the tradition of giving these to our YCT ran publications during the year. So if I could please get a representative from the Texas Forum. I expect this to be on the front page. Next up, I have actually 2 awards for the Chairman's Award this year. We have too many good people for me to just pick one. So if I can please get Bryce Stroll to the stage. Woo! Bryce has taken initiative with our social media and our digital team to kind of build the brand image of YCT. So he's been doing a great job. So please give him another round of applause. Now, there is one person in this room who Bryce could not have done this without. So I'd like to give the next Chairman's Award to Kenzie Gardner. Kenzie, please. Every single graphic that you are seeing at convention, Kenzie has had her hands on for the last month, just perfecting. She did a great job. So everyone, please give her another round of applause. Okay, so our final award is the most anticipated award of the year. Okay, so I think I'm going to run through some chapters and get some applause from these chapters before I say who the chapter of the year is. So, UT, round of applause for UT. Are y'all here? SMU, are y'all here? Now, can I get a go crew from UMHB? Go crew! All right. Let's see. Texas State. University of Dallas. Hey, small schools. Trinity. West Texas A&M. Texas Tech University. I think that's everyone. Did we miss anyone? Austin College. Anyone else? I'm going off the top of my head here, guys. You gotta help me out. All right. Without any further ado, I'd like to give our chapter of the year award to a chapter that's done a ton of block partying, a ton of efforts on campus, and had a great turnout to convention this year. Can a representative from SMU please come forward?
So I want to say thank you, Nate, for all the work you do in helping to set up convention. Thank you, Jeff, as well, for the work you do here. Thank you, Will, as well, for all you do for YCT, and Michael for helping me out and for what you do here. Just thank you to the whole state board for everything, and all the chapter chairs out there who do all this work for YCT. And special thank you to my vice chair, Mr. William McKenzie, for helping me with all he does, as well as Derek Johnson and Lauren Duncan for the work they helped me out with as well. And just a final thank you to James Mayville and AFB for helping us out. And it's been an honor to serve as the SMU chapter chair, co-senators such as Dan Parker and Bob Hall on campus. And we're looking forward to a great year with our future chair, William McKenzie. Thank you, guys.
Okay, next up, I don't actually have an award for this one, but I do have some sad news coming up. Tyler Tonka, could you please come to the stage? Go Tyler! So for those of you that don't know, Tyler Tonka is our state secretary. He's actually served under 3 chairmen for YCT. Let's just say I wouldn't know anything about previous board meetings and other meetings if Tyler wasn't involved. So thank you, Tyler. He's done a ton of work for YCT over the past several years. And really sad to see him go. Unfortunately, for us, he decided to follow his dreams, and he will be attending medical school starting next month. Next month. We will make this official tomorrow morning, but we will be receiving a new incoming state secretary. Juan Almagor, could you please come to the stage? Let's get a good handoff of it, folks. Tyler, you want to give a speech or no? Well, let's just say this has been a long time coming. I started in YCT. I don't know, was it 2019, Caitlin? It was 2019. 2019. I saw this weird bearded guy holding a hand-scrolled sign in Commerce, Texas, at my university. I'm like, what the heck is this? Go up and says conservatives. Talked to him. Within 2 weeks later, we made the decision to go from college Republicans to young conservatives. Like I knew that the group was ideologically aligned with me. I knew a lot of the philosophy, and a lot of the people in it that I had met were great people thus far, but I did not know how far we would have gone with a little bit of my help through this group from 2019 all the way to 2024. Let me just say, this is one of the most amazing experiences of my life, and I just thank every single one of you, everyone on the state board, every single chapter chair, and every single member for making this experience, this dream, a reality. So thank you. Tyler and Juan. All right. So I know we normally just send an email about convention announcements whenever we're going to have the next convention. But I'd like to actually thank our foundation board because they put in a ton of work this year. And we actually know our convention's going to be next year, guys. So I'd like to officially announce that next year, during the session here, we will be returning to Austin, Texas for a convention. Well, actually, we had the same location as last year, so y'all are already familiar with the building. So we'll send out some more details in the coming weeks, but get ready, because it's coming. It's coming quick. All right. Next thing on my agenda for tonight is I'd actually like to welcome Mike Garcia up to the stage. He's actually going to talk a little bit about an event YCT will be at very shortly.
Hey folks, so I think the event you're talking about is the Texas GOP convention. Yes. Happening in a little bit over a month, and I've been very blessed. So I'm running for chairman of the state GOP, and I've been blessed to get to know you all over the years. I know a lot of y'all here in this room. If I don't know you, please come and talk to me because I'm very approachable. I think this is for me to talk a little bit about my campaign.
Yes, please do.
So a little bit about why I'm running and why I'm here today. Because raise your hand if you're a delegate to the state convention. You already know, right? Okay, so there's a few. Yes. So I appreciate your all's vote. But typically a state convention chair candidate is going to be an event where there's a lot more delegates, and I'm glad to be here with y'all today, even though there's not as many delegates as there usually would be, because we have worked together so much in the past. Manfred is standing right there, and when Manfred was executive director of YCT, right? Is that your title?
Foundation.
Yeah. Young Conservative Foundation. Yes. Foundation. Yes. We worked together a lot on the Crockett Fellowship. I think we had 6 paid positions at the Capitol that session. Right, I've worked at the Capitol for almost 20 years, so I'm very familiar with ledge process, and I'd really like to see a lot of y'all
get involved in the legislative process as well. Some of the things that I think are priorities for the state chairman are recruiting good candidates. Raise your hand if you're ever interested in running for office. Right? I know there's a lot of y'all here. And you might think it's way far away, but a lot of representatives, a lot of senators put their hats in the ring when they were very young, so you might just be a year or two away. And I'd love to work with you on that, because one of the jobs of the state chairman is to recruit good conservative candidates who understand policy, and the only reason you're here is because you're good conservatives who understand policy. So come talk to me about that, because I'd love to help you with that. Because at the end of the day, it's helping Texas. We got a fundraise, right? So for you business owners, your future business owners, I'm going to be hitting you up on that. We got a win in November, right? That's another thing y'all excel at, right? Y'all just got a whole bunch of awards for block walking and everything that's necessary to win a campaign. So I know y'all put in the work. And then at the very end, the most important job of the state chair of the party is to implement the party platform into law. And I certainly have expertise in that. I know a lot of y'all have expertise in that, so I'd love to work with y'all together on that. So come talk to me afterwards. I really do hope y'all can vote for me if you're a delegate. And if not, I still would love your help and to work with you on your careers in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, at this point, we're gonna, in a few minutes, have a panel that's actually directed for kind of a direct communication with our students. If you're a student, please stick around. For our exhibitors, we ask that you enjoy the bar for a few more minutes, enjoy the food for a few more minutes, but we really love this to just be a one-on-one conversation between our board and our students. Okay.